All right, y'all. We about to get started. Just give me a minute or so. Let's get some theme music in here. Some with a little energy. Hope y'all are doing great. Happy New Year. Happy freaking New Year. What the heck? We made it, y'all. Today I'm doing some Godot. Oh, and sometimes I'm dying. This is a survival runner game, is the concept here. And today specifically, I want to work on some health bar stuff. Yeah, some health bar stuff. That's what I'm interested in. There's a few different ways the health manifests in this game. For example, you see all those red flashing parts. Each of those have separate HP to manage. I can actually pull up those numbers. There you go, so you can kind of see a little better how those hit points go. We got Govind in the house. I do remember you, DevOps. How's it been going, Govind? I hope your journey into game development has been fruitful and exciting, and you're following the fun. So each of those body parts has a separate health bar, and the one that I really want to work on with regards to the health bar is going to be the body. So there's like the arms on the sides that flash, but then there's also the body and head that flash at the same time. So that's actually where I want to focus on mostly. All right, I'm about ready to get started here. I just needed a second. You know how it can be. All right, let's get into this. Hello, welcome to Hyper. Starting soon, starting now. We're starting right now. Let's start. Get out of here, get that out of there. Welcome. Govind, because of me, your game dev journey is going well. I love to hear it. I feel like Mr. Rogers over here, zipping up my jacket, getting dressed, putting on my shoes. Hope y'all are doing great. See, fix the animation. Yeah, did fix the animation. Well, so okay. So during the Monday member stream, every Monday I do a special live stream just for the members where I work on art stuff, more visual components, and yeah. So the big problem that I had was I upgraded to version 4.2. I did that to try to solve an issue that was preventing me from loading in the HP bar via the sub viewport. And so I thought maybe if I upgraded to the newer version of Godot, that problem would be solved. That did not solve it. Chatter Psychonic Joe, however, did come up with a way using code to add a texture to the sub viewport, and that made it work. So I actually, during the Monday member stream, I rolled back to the 4.1 version. So that was kind of the issue before, was my GitHub got totally messed up. I didn't know how to go back multiple commits because I had made a couple commits in version 4.2, and that's where the animations got messed up. So I'm just rolling back to 4.1. It's a short project. I might as well stay in the older version and not enjoy all the benefits of a fancy new version if it means, you know, we can get this done sooner. So yeah, so I did get back to the save before the new version of Godot. The way I did that, if you're wondering, is I actually created a new branch from a certain point. So I said create branch from commit, and then I switched this branch to that So I switched the branch that I'm currently on to that branch, and that became my default branch. And then I was able to actually go back multiple commits and get to the version that didn't have, indeed, those messed up animations. Welcome back, my 2 cents. Thanks for coming through. I appreciate it. And I am just so glad to hear about your journey, Govind. If you tried out any of making those games, those 20 games, I would love to hear about it. And if not, that's cool too. Remember, just follow the fun. Follow the fun. You're making something fun. It's not just a practical application. It's something for fun. So I hope that that's going well. So yeah, what do I want to do today? So today I want to get back to the point that we made it to, which was having a health bar that follows the character. We had kind of gotten there. We had sort of achieved that. And I need to actually refer back to last week's video in order to confirm how that's done. Like I said, Psychonic Joe, a person who came through the chat, helped me set that up. And I need to see how, I don't remember because I don't have the script anymore, how we got that set up. So in this stream last Thursday, we did get the health bar designed, and I started to get it in the scene, following along with the player. It's in black and white here because I was checking to make sure the contrast settings were good. And so that's kind of what it looks like with the health bar following along. This was before we realized there was a bug in Godot, which makes applying a texture to a sub viewport not work well if you do it through the UI. However, Psychonic gave us some code to do it through a script, and that worked just fine. So I'm gonna go look for that little nugget that we got, because that was a wonderful thing to get that solved. And we're gonna put that in and then continue from where I left off, which was actually setting up the health bar. So we have different body parts, right? We have the arms, the legs, and then the head/body. That's the health bar that's going to be represented on screen. And the purpose of this is to let you know if you're going to die or not. Because you can lose your limbs. Your limbs can break off and you can keep playing. It's if your body or your head dies that we're in trouble. So that's why I want to use the health bar for just the body. And I'm just trying this out. You know, I'm just prototyping this game. We're trying out different things. And that seems like that could work. And then for the limbs, what I want to work on, I don't know if we'll get to that today, but I'm going to try. So today we're doing add health bar to the body/head. There's also a little bug in the limb flash I want to fix. And then besides that, I want the limbs to shrink based on hit points. So the less hit points that the arms and the legs have, the smaller I want them to get. So that way we don't have 5 health bars on screen all the time. It'll just be the 1 health bar for the body, and then we'll see the limbs. And I feel like we could even have the head shrink too, you know, or something. I don't know. But that's kind of what I'm gonna work on today. So yeah, I'm gonna try to get that health bar set up. Let's keep looking and see how Psychonic got us. So this is after we got it working. So all I gotta do is kind of type in whatever Psychonic had us type in, and we should be in good shape. Because I don't remember, it was very simple. It was a very simple amount of code, but I'm just not sure what it was. Okay, so there we had it. This is from last week again. There we had it working good. And we can see I have the sprite 3D, and then a sub viewport as a child of that. And then we have the HP bar, a child of that. And then we're just not applying it. So we could even set all that up. So I could go over here, and I'm going to add a sprite 3D in. Drag this up. I guess we could put it under the animation player. And then I want to add a sub viewport as a child of that. And what this is going to let us do is have a 2D progress bar be represented in 3D space. That's why we're doing all this. And let's do the right settings. We want to turn off 3D. We want it to have a transparent background. I am then going to add one more thing in here. And actually what I want to do is I want to instantiate the health bar. So we're going to instantiate a child scene right here. And now we can see that is set in here. So it's not actually, it's not actually the sub view. I misspoke. It's not the sub viewport texture we're setting. It's the sprite 3D texture we're setting, which normally, or like, you know, through the UI, I would just come over here to the texture and I would find viewport, new viewport texture, and I would click on sub viewport and say okay. But if I do this, it's buggy. It's buggy. As soon as I click away after I set it up, it'll like break and it'll be weird and it won't be correct. So I don't even want to mess with it. I don't even want to get started with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the sprite 3D texture be set to the viewport texture without using the UI, and that's all we're going to do. So I'm going to create a script here. And now let's go see if we can find what Psychonic instructed us to do. Oh, and this was setting it up so we could, so we also did an at load, I want to say. So it would actually show up in there. We got celebration. Love that. I think that was the script. Wow, that's all? That's the entire script? That is short, and I'm apparently very excited about it. Okay, that's it. That's it. Okay, because the texture is already a child of it, so it's just getting it. And since it's extending from a sprite 3D, it can just look for its texture. And then we just say, look at the sub viewport's texture, which is its child. So that's it. Wow. That's beautifully simple. Texture equals sub viewport dot, and then we just say get texture. And that's literally all that we do. And then I think we also added an at load on here, if I remember correctly. I could be I think I am misremembering. It's at something. We'll do that in a second. Maybe up here? I don't know. I don't remember. Hey, Pepe, welcome. Good to see you. Pepe is here. Pepe is a member and a patron. That means I sing a song even if it's not that good at all. I sing anyway. Oh, at Tool. Welcome, Pepe. Yeah. Good to see you, Pepe. Hope you're doing great. We sing songs for members here because I'm so thankful and appreciative. At Tool. You gotta be careful. I be saying things that aren't true. And then we put that at the tippy top. Thank you. So the reason why I'm adding at tool, and let me do that in a second. Thank you, my 2 cents. Thank you so much. We did get you in the credits, right? I'm pretty sure we did. But I just want to double, triple, quadruple check. We did get you in there. Godot Consultants. On that 76 grind, you've crashed 2 servers so far. You single-handedly crashed Fallout 76 servers. I've been meaning to tell you, my favorite thing to do in Fallout 76, so you'll notice here, it doesn't appear. But when we come into the game, there it is. We got a health bar in 2D space. This was very exciting. After all the bugs and not getting it to work, this was an extremely exciting moment. And once again, it's nice to see it. It's not quite in the place that I want it to be, but it is there. And so, you know, if I were to click away, right, when I did it through the UI, it would just, everything would fall apart. But it's still there. It still works. Everything is beautiful. And you'll notice it's not in our editor. We can't actually see it. We can't actually see it. So that's what adding the script that my 2 cents reminded me of will do. So if we add at tool, not at load, we also have to reload the scene. Okay. True. I think I remember that. So we add at tool onto the script. Now, if we come here, we don't see it. It's not there. So we have to reload it. Is there a way to do it without, like, closing it? I mean, I'll close it and open it. I don't care. I'll close it. I'll close it. I'll open it. It's easy peasy. Easy peasy. I guess that wasn't technically a reload of it. I closed it and reopened it. It was like, that's not what a reload is. That's not what a reload is. in theory, what it will do is it will give us a gizmo in the scene that lets us actually move it around. How do you reload? I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna have to look it up. We did it. Maybe the project needs to be reloaded. Oh, okay. I'm fine with that. That's easy peasy. Let's hit a save. Reload it. It might have needed a save too. You found out how to mod 76, not in a bad way. Now the game is so much better, but they're limited. Right, and you can do like UI stuff in Fallout 76, right? Like, I feel like that's kind of what helps the most. There it is! We just had to reload the project. How did you crash servers? I forgot. It's been a while since I played Fallout 76. I played it like a couple years ago. I did enjoy it. I just did it. What I didn't like about it was what I don't like about all MMOs. So it's really not to Fallout 76's discredit. My favorite thing to do in Fallout 76, and you might judge me a little bit, but I don't care. My favorite thing to do was to... It's messed up, all right? I admit it. Was to lure people into... traps, basically luring people into traps was my favorite thing. So I would, like, you know, if you have like vendors outside of your camp, players will come by and they'll try to buy stuff, and I would just set up a way that if they went to go to the vendor, they would be stuck underground in my camp and they couldn't get out. If they couldn't like teleport out, they couldn't do anything. And the only way to save them was if I killed them and took all their stuff. Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. But I got a big kick out of it. And that's when I stopped playing. I was like, this isn't right. This isn't right. If this is my favorite thing to do in this game, I think I need to like use my time differently. You crashed it by playing the game. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. You also been on that camp grind. Nice. Dude, camp building is one of the best parts. All right, so now that we added @tool into the script, over somewhere right here. Since we added @tool, now we have this little gizmo in here, and I can actually choose where it goes. So if I select the sprite 3D, I can now adjust this as I wish, and I do wish. I'm gonna actually pull it. It's a little hard. I kind of want to get, yeah, let me get that view. Give me that view. I kind of want it to be far back so that leg animations don't clip with it. And then I kind of want to scale it down. Like, I have fears about scaling it down, like that there's some kind of risk to doing that somehow. I think as long as it's proportionate, it's like, okay, probably. I'll cross that bridge when we get there. Not the best positioning. So I do want it to be visible. And then, so the way that this progress bar works, it's actually just one gradient. And it's not like, it looks like it's multiple sections, but it actually doesn't. It's just a gradient that's tiled. And then as I bring the value down from 4 to 3, it just one by one takes a tile away. And so it's got like a static background on it. So if I go to wherever that lives, here, into theme overrides and styles, we have the background texture, and then there is the fill texture. The fill is tiled, and then it just is divided evenly, so it sort of chunks it down. That way I don't have, you know, a bunch of different pieces, like I have to code in, say, you know, if you lose -1 health, hide hit point 4 or whatever, something silly like that. You know, we can just pump it in there pretty easily. So that's what this health bar is. It's just a simple progress bar with some gradient tiled on it. And let me just get this positioning just right. I think I spent about 6 hours on my camp because of how buggy it is, but I'm currently working on the interior cells. There's photos in the gaming channel. Nice! Nice. I am this close to getting back into my social media life. I've been like I've just been like so stressed these past few weeks, and I sort of took all of my social media and I just it's like I'm kind of different. Like sometimes social media can be a distraction, and then sometimes it's like I don't know. It's overwhelming to think about engaging with it. But I am currently getting into that phase of it becoming a distraction again, and I'm ready. I'm ready to get back into the Discord. You can find the link to our Discord uh, in the description box. Uh, it's a nice growing community of developers and artists. This is not bad. It's a little large for my taste. It's a bit large. We could pull it closer. What I don't what I want to avoid is the leg kicking into it. And I want this to have some qualities. So I don't just want it to be there all the time, because I think that's just kind of annoying. What I want is for it to not be visible until you've taken damage. And when you take damage, it becomes visible. And then after a short cooldown, I want it to, I'm not really sure yet, either disappear completely or become semi-transparent. Maybe it could even like become semi-transparent after a cooldown, and then after another cooldown, it could become invisible. And then whenever you hover back over it with your cursor, it reappears. Something like that is what I'm thinking. Something else that I've been thinking about to myself, hey, what's up, Stormrun? Welcome. Is like, what platform is this game for? I mean, I had just imagined making it, a computer game. Maybe I put it on itch.io, as a prototype of a game that could be expanded to be bigger, maybe end up on mobile someday. Maybe not. Maybe it's a runner game that just transcends the mobile genre. I don't know. But that is something I think about it, because if we're gonna use the cursor, we got to think about where fingers go. Like the main movement is moving left and right, and then you can speed up to go forward. So we can have like a joystick on there where you move left and right or something, and then the other mechanic is you grab things. So we have to have some kind of crosshair where you click on stuff and you drag things around. That's like an important mechanic. So, that'd be pretty easy with the phone, with mobile, because you just would tap and drag. But, that in my ideal mobile development universe, you wouldn't have a joystick. You could tap a part of the screen to move, and then you could use the other finger to do stuff. But sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between taps that are like, meant for buttons and taps that are meant for like interacting with the game. So anyway, I'm just talking out loud. It's not really that important. If one were to want to export for the Nintendo Switch, would it work? It would work. There's a common myth that you can't port to consoles from Godot, but you can. It's not easy, but there are companies that will do it for you. Actually, companies that there's one in particular called W4 Games. They just got like a $15 million investment or something. $8.5 million. I was close. I was about half. Oh no, 15. I was right. $15 million. And so what they actually have like the creators of Godot working here, and for a price, they will port your Godot game to consoles. So yeah, we have like these are the original creators of the engine working on this, and they'll help port your game for you. So to me, a plan would be and this version of the game isn't gonna be one I would put on Steam or consoles or whatever. But maybe someday I'd want a version of this game to be like that. So what I would plan to do at this stage would be to put it out on Steam. Do a full plan of release for that. Do everything seriously for that, and then use funds raised from that, because that would indicate, okay, if we're raising enough money there to invest in things, then the game is relatively successful, and we might want to look at porting to consoles. And then I would take that money from selling the game and put that towards porting it to consoles. That would be the plan I would do. Did you move the cow? You know I did. You know I did, yeah. So this is a very rudimentary mechanic that me and ChatGPT put together. It doesn't work well. It has a lot of problems. So I have to click really carefully or it drops. So it's not a very good grab. And if I grab two things before one's gone, it'll just teleport the same one to that spot. It doesn't actually know to grab the new one that I click on. And it's clumsy and it doesn't do what I want. But, you know, technically what it lets me do is it lets me collide with the missing limb, and then it regenerates it, and it will actually heal the arm. So that has 1 hit point, and if I drag it here, it goes up to 2. And so what I'm going to ultimately want for that mechanic is you grab it, and then I just want it to teleport what you've grabbed and the cursor to the player, and then you just nudge it into the direction that indicates which limb you want to heal. So you would drag it over whichever limb you want to heal. And when you let go, the alien's going to eat. It's going to like eat that. It's going to like turn around. The mouth is not colored properly. That's a bug I got to fix. The thing is, the alien's going to turn around. It's going to bloodily eat, just gory mess, eat the animal. And then it'll heal the limb that you dragged over and dropped above. So that's the ultimate mechanic, but something that I need to work on one of these days soon. Do you think UE5 games can be made for Switch? I think so, yeah. Wait, no, maybe not. Because it might be, you know why? And it could depend, like, especially if you use, like, nanite. I think it depends like what you use in. I could be wrong. I don't know for sure, but I think like things like nanite aren't supported for Switch. UE5 port to Switch, but there might be other little things similar to that. So I could be wrong. It might be possible. You just might have to like make sure certain things aren't in there in order for it to work. Yeah, it's kind of unsure. I feel like I would do a similar thing, even like I would with Godot, and I would find a company who does that, you know, for you. Which they basically are a publisher, essentially. Kind of. I thought you just had to run into the cows and people. You got to pick them up. Yeah, that's the actual mechanic that I want. Right now, you can just run into them. So, like, if my legs take some damage, so there's my left leg has 3 hit points, a little blocked by that HP bar. And if I walk over it, it goes up. I actually don't want that. That's something I need to, let me actually, thank you for reminding me. I need to add that in here as a task. Healing only works. Heals require grabbing. And really that's temporary. And let me add a subtask on here. And I'm going to add a subtask that says convert to proper drag and drop system. Remove healing until heals is released. So you have to actually let go of it in order for that to work. That's a whole thing. That's a whole thing I gotta do one of these days. But yeah, you do have to pick them up. Interesting then, if you get a cow part, it will be for that specific limb. I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it has to be, you have to pick either the body, the legs, the leg, or one leg, or one arm. You have to pick one limb. One limb. Or, and there's actually another option, and this is something else I need to set up. Thank you for reminding me. And that is a score dunk. And what this is player can choose to drop grabbed meat / heals into the score dunk to increase their overall score. So this would be like an orb that's chilling and sitting in the corner of the screen. So maybe like where I am or something down here. So like right around here maybe. There would be a place where you would then drag instead of your body. So you have to choose between healing yourself or increasing your score. That's kind of been the concept. And then lore-wise, it's that you're invading Earth to collect meat for your home planet. And that dunk area would be for sending the animals back to your home planet to be harvested, presumably. I'm going to push this gizmo up just a tad so it is not blocking that number. The Switch can't handle UE3. Oh yeah, there's something things change. It could be that by UE5 it's found a way to to allow for better integration with the Switch, but yeah, it's definitely a risky business. Future power-ups, like 10 seconds of invincibility or extra points. Yeah, totally. So, and that, I don't even know, I do want to put that, that's almost, I do want to put that in here. I almost want like a different board for that. But I'm not sure how I want to organize that in my project manager. But what I have done is, let me pull up my other design document I have here. I have a bunch of things that I'd like to add. Right, so I'm imagining certain power-ups. Maybe we could do damage over time stuff, an AoE against enemies, a heal over time. That could be interesting. We could have buffs, maybe even debuffs, shields. I think shields, kind of going on what you're saying. Debilitators, limb loss combinations. What was that? What did that mean again? Oh, I guess so, like, depending on which limbs. So if you have one leg versus 2 legs, right, that would mean the gameplay will be different. Maybe some ways to knock back or stagger enemies, or things that hurt the enemy a lot, or the player a lot, rather. But yeah, that's definitely something that I have generally around, is the idea of buffs and shields and things. I don't really know yet how I want to implement that. That's kind of something I want to get the prototype a little bit more up and running, and then sort of feel what it's missing, and be like, okay, what's going to make this more fun? What is going to make this more, active and more interactive? And maybe there's a balancing issue that could help respond to somehow. I do have a lot of ideas. I do. And so I'm trying to keep the scope in check as well, and only do exactly what's necessary to get the like general gameplay down. And then I'll start, adding things in as it seems practical or appropriate. And that's definitely something. So I don't want to add that one in there yet, because I'm not really sure how I want to implement that. But so far, these things on here are all, they must at least exist. Okay. The power-ups can be dropped from space. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Wow, I like that. I hadn't thought about that. I wasn't really sure how I wanted to do that. I like that. So now, where I would rather keep those notes are in this design model section, which I don't have very fleshed out yet. This is on Hack'n'Plan. Hack'n'Plan.com is a cool project manager for game developers. It's kind of like Trello, but more game dev focused. It's got a few features Trello doesn't. It's missing a few features that Trello has, but I like using it, so I'm gonna keep using it. So this section can be nice for setting up some different, more like descriptive aspects of the game and things that belong in there. So, for example, with obstacle types, I can actually set up, a description for these. I can add images. I can make comments. We can get different stuff added in here to just like kind of collect information about what these things should do. And then I can add work items to that. So for example, I've added, so about obstacle types, I've added a bug to fix wall collision somewhere. And so you can see tasks related to these different sections. This technical, I want to make a debug tool, whatever. This was here by default. Document the important technical aspects of your game, engine, graphics, platform details, localization, third-party integrations, and more. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure that I'm using that exactly the same that they intended, but again, those are defaults. So if I wanted to add like power-ups, I would just make like a separate section for that because I don't really see that represented here. It's free for personal use. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's free. So, I mean, I mean, I don't, so wait, I didn't know, when you say free for personal use, here's how I understand it. And maybe there's something I'm missing, but the way I understand it is you can use it however you want. It doesn't matter what you do with it. What upgrading to the different plans will get you is features that are more compatible with like a studio. But maybe something has changed since I last read into this. I mean, the way that they word it is definitely interesting. But as I understand it, and I could be misunderstanding, but as I understand it, it doesn't matter if you make money off of a project. I'm almost 90% sure that doesn't matter if you make money off of a project you use this for. Like, I don't think that matters. It's really just they have more features. And honestly, I've never needed those features. Like, they're starting to add more things in there, but they're really not that useful. I don't know. I don't find it really that useful. There's a lot of stuff like branding, that you can add so you can have like a work culture that like makes sense for your company or whatever. It's really geared more towards like studios that have like people on payroll and stuff, if you want to pay a little more money. But I really like it, and it has great features. You can add people, so that also, it doesn't mean you can't add people. I could add someone right now. So I have like another project. For example, this is just a game I was making with a friend, and you can see they've added things. They're the person with this N here, right? And then I'm here with this other logo. And so we can separately add things on here and collaborate and update it and see the same things. So it's very flexible for multiple people as it is. It's more like you can add like a logo on here, and maybe there's some additional things. Like you can add multiple things at once. Sometimes I'll like stumble on like a feature, like really things that I don't really care about. Like, for example, you can add subtasks. I just did that a moment ago. There's one in here. So on here, there's this little purple button here, convert to a task. And you're like, whoa, that's a premium feature. Yeah, I don't really need that. Because all I gotta do is just click new and add a new task and just type it. you know, and it's a new task. So they're trying to like wedge in little things that can improve your workflow, which maybe if you're doing a huge project with a bunch of people, that can be like kind of helpful. There's also this track time thing, for example. So I've been adding in manually like how long I think something will take. So I'll say I think this will take about 13 hours, and then I can log time, and I can add in an extra hour or something like that, and it'll calculate it. And so then they have the premium feature where they'll actually build in a timer that I can click on, and it starts the timer, and then click it and it stops it, right? So like little things like that you don't really need, but like if you're really using it, you know, maybe that could be helpful. Grouped by design element. Do you have big boards with many items and would like some clarity? Just some little things, you know. But really, I find it incredibly useful and valuable as it is. That's just me. I've never hit a point where I'm like, God, I really wish I could have that premium feature. I'll probably switch to Hackaplan from Trailhead. Check it out. I love to hear it. Yeah, it's really cool. It's like a very friendly tool for people who don't have money. It's very friendly. And I get so much use out of it. I mean, I make so many of them just for like different projects that I have with different people, and it really helps. Thank you, DNF, for the like and the well wish. I always appreciate that. Good evening. Happy New Year to you, DNF. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This could be a popular game with the whole world going on about aliens right now. Is the world going on about aliens right now? Isn't the world always going on about aliens right now? What's the latest? What's the latest about aliens right now? Not a lot of games where you get to play the alien. I mean, there is that one, whatever, kill all the humans game, but that's quite a bit different. Thank you, DNF. Dude, isn't there always something about aliens? All right, so I think this placement looks okay for now. So what I want to set up specifically, and I think I've typed some of this out. I guess we could type it out better. So you have the description, body HP bar appears on hit. Let's add subtasks. Let's go in with the subtasks. I'm going to say, yeah, let's do that. Body HP bar appears on hit. Let's just get that much sorted out. And then we can also say, becomes invisible, transparent. So I'm going to say, after X time, becomes semi-transparent. Really want to say appears on hit, disappears at full health, right? We kind of want to say. Just it's stuff from like a year ago, but it's getting more serious with the evidence. Oh, like that little that little shriveled thing they found. Yeah, okay. Aliens ate my Buick. Is that a reference to something? I'm so sorry. I'm sure it was beautiful. After X time, okay, a body HP bar appears on hit, disappears at full health. I could have sworn I typed it. I guess I didn't press enter. After X time becomes semi-transparent. And then after X time becomes invisible. And then on hover reappears. Timeout, cycles, restart. Oh, well, on hover reappears. I'll go ahead and make that a separate one. On unhover, timeout, cycles, restart. Okay. So that's kind of my goal today, is to do that. And then more if it comes up. An album by Thomas Dolby. Thomas Dolby. I don't know who that is. I know some things in this world. Who that is, I'm not sure. I can't be sure who Thomas Dolby is. Wow. Oh, it looks kind of like, it's like science music. Maybe. I could be wrong. What do I know? There you go, guys. That's Thomas Dolby. It looks very British. This looks incredibly British. This looks extremely British as it gets. Okay. So let's start with this. Body HP bar appears on hit, disappears at full health. So I'm going to actually want it to not be visible. Let's do a save since we got all this added in here. Let's do a save and a commit. He is extremely British. Okay, good. I mean, good. British is an aesthetic that works, and cheers to him. I'll sip my cuppa in honor of Britishness. That was quite good, but the tea bag kind of got in my mouth at the same time. That was a good save. All right. So, I want to say added health bar via Sprite 3D script. Using Psychonic Joe's advice, the health bar texture on the sub viewport is now applied to a Sprite 3D node via code. Bug free. Okay. Commit it. And this is a public repo, by the way. There's a link in the description if for whatever reason you want to check that out. All right, let's get going. Let's get crack-a-lackin'. So I want it to be invisible to start with. And I guess I got to decide where I want to put this script. Where do I want this script to live? I mean, I guess I want it to be on the body damage, because right now there's a class script that determines what happens when we take damage. This seems pretty relevant. A health bar seems pretty relevant to taking damage. We already have a bunch of signals connected up to this. So this is a class script that's present on every limb. It is, let me get into the right scene. So here, over here on the left, we've got the body, right leg, and then, or right arm, and then left arm. And they each have the same script on it. It's all the same script. It's a class script. And when that area is damaged, it checks to say, am I the script that's on the arm? Am I the script that's on the leg? Am I the script that's on the body? It also will check to see how much it's damaged. Certain obstacles would cause more damage than others. That information is on the obstacle. And then there's instant death. Again, that's information that is on the obstacle about whether or not it will fully kill you. And then there's also health detected. So did we run into health? This may be something we change in the future, depending on how the grab mechanic evolves. But yeah. And so we kind of have all we need to make the health bar work. So then it's just a matter of, you know, setting it up in the right places so that it does indeed work. So we've got damage detected. Check what limb I am. If the body part area that's seen is me, then it's going to do some flashing. This is something I need to fix at some point, is the flashing. This is a bug I actually do want to address today. And that, does that happen on this script? It does. So this is something else to look at, by the way. So what this does is it switches between the default material, that is to say the green skin on the alien, and the red skin that makes it flash red. And so it just switches between those two, right? So there is one problem with this. On the face, there are teeth, and then the mouth has red on it. When the body gets hit, so it's going to flash red, but then it's set to all go back to green. and there's subtextures within the head. I'm not really sure how to define those separate subtextures, but we're gonna have to find a way to do that, because then it's just wiping out all those textures. So that's something to fix, but that's kind of handled here. And then we have the limb flash timer set up there, and that happens when damage is detected, and it confirms that I am the proper limb that's been damaged. So it sets up the timer stuff if we're damaged with more than 0 health. So this would be good for the health bar, right? If you're damaged at more than 0 health, then we would want the health bar to appear. So I'm even gonna just comment this further and say this is start damage flash. And so that's all what this does. All of this, well, that's not what all of this does, actually. Whoops. It's not what all of this does. I'm gonna just try to comment all of this a little bit more. That's flash. If current health, okay, so then we've got a whole separate thing here. If current health is greater than 0 and amount to damage is not none. That is to say, if you run into something with greater than 0 health and the object isn't marked as something that won't hurt you, we want to subtract the current health from the hurt limb. I guess hurt limb is supposed to be a verb. Not a great name there. We kind of want to say hurt limb amount or something. This could be named better. Let me just, I kind of want to just get my stuff together. You know, I just kind of want to get it together. This is in here 6 times. So I'm going to actually say, let's replace it. I'm going to go to search, find, and replace. I'm going to say replace hurt limb with, do we already have we do have damage amounts. Let me just check how many damage amount. We have damage amounts, but that's coming from somewhere else. We have a function called damage amount, and then we do have a damage amount. So maybe we'll say limb damage amount, because the damage amount is saying that how much damage the obstacle will do. So maybe I'll say find hurt limb and replace that with limb damage amount. I still have a lot of growing to do in naming my variables. I admit that. All right, let me just make sure that didn't break something. It may well have if I didn't do it in the right places. What's the highest and lowest for on the damage amount? Right now, it's either 0 or 1. Or full. It's either none, either it doesn't hurt you at all, which I don't know if anything actually falls in that category yet. So pretty much just 1 or it just completely kills you. Which isn't really an amount, it just makes sure to subtract the like maximum amount or something. But what I'd like to do is have obstacles that do more damage and could do 2 or 3. I'm not really sure yet. Still kind of, I've sort of, basically I have that framework set up for when I have obstacles that do more damage. But I haven't actually set up the different numbers yet, technically. Looks like we didn't break anything, so that's good. Okay, so looking at the logic, if current health is greater than 0, and amount to damage is not damage amounts, none. So it's not none. then the current health is subtracted from the limb damage amount. And then we need to say that the what I am, so this is actually fetching the text label. So what this is, let me actually comment that. Update the damage label. So this would be a good place. This is actually where we'd also want to update the health bar, right? Because this is what subtracts. So we'd want to say not only fetch the damage label, but also fetch the health bar. Now this is, well, actually, this would only be for the limbs. So if I want to have the limbs shrink on every hit, I'd want to put that here. But that's not actually something I think I can get to today. Today I just want to do the body hit points. So the hit points of the body. There's actually a separate section lower down here for that. So I'll deal with that momentarily. And so what this is saying is update the damage label, that's what this is, and set it to the current health. So convert the current health number to a string and set that to the damage label. And then this is ensure limb is visible, because we're saying that this is greater than 0. So this is just a chance to make sure that the limb, because maybe you heal, but you also take damage at the same time or something, you know. So I want to make sure that the limb does show up if it needs to be there, and this just puts the limb back as needed. And then we're also setting is damaged to true. It's a little, we could, I mean, just for the sake of readability, you know, we could just put this at the top. Is damage set to true? Ensure the limb is visible. And then apply damage. And then update the damage label. Good. Now, if we are damaged with less than or equal to 0 health, things are a little different. We want to say messenger limb is damaged, emit is damaged. So we are sending out a message, the limb is damaged. Where are we sending that out to and why? I don't remember. I don't actually remember. Sometimes I wish you could just think about what you wanted and it would program it for you. You know, honestly, someday that might happen. Something like that might happen someday. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. It's really not. And you know, there's a lot of negative things to say about AI. There are, and deservedly. But I would like that very much. Oh, speaking of likes, by the way, I've noticed we have 8 folks hanging out with us right now. Welcome. Thank you for joining me. I do these streams every week. I'm working on this project in Godot. If you haven't already, we got 8 folks joining us, and I see 6 likes. A couple of you are holding out on me. So if you haven't already, I hope you'll consider hyper smashing that thumbs up button. Thank you if you can do that. It means more people will see this live stream and be recommended the video after we go live. So thank you if you can do that. Just hyper smash that thumbs up button. Thank you. It helps so much. I really appreciate it. Sometimes I wish you could just think, yeah, me too. But you know, at the same time, I kind of enjoy the problem solving. I like doing the extra work that this entails, to an extent. Some days I wish I could just think it into existence. All right, so if we're damaged with less than or equal to 0 health, messenger limb is damaged. I don't actually remember what that does. So the messenger, by the way, is an auto-loaded script. So if I play the game, and I come out here to the remote section, you can see we have this node that loads outside of the main scene. And what this lets me do is send messages across different parts of the main scene because this doesn't exist within that main scene or whatever. And it's a very helpful thing. So it kind of goes away if the game isn't loaded. What's up, Minnie? Good to see you again. Welcome back. Just popped in. I might hang out while I'm studying. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. I'm glad we can co-work together. I hope your studying is going well. Ooh, studying. All right, I understand. Uh, so, yeah, so that messenger script is oh, in my scripts folder, isn't it? Oh, management. It's in the management folder. It's a manager. So I have a bunch of signals here. I could probably benefit. I'm sure there's a way to like check where things go. Actually, I feel like the print stack will do that. Let me try that. Let me experiment with that real quick. So again, I'm just trying to familiarize myself with with the scripts we already have set up and where I'm going to insert the health bar stuff. Go do some errands. Yeah, leave me on for the cats. Hello, cats. That's for you, cats. You know what I said. Enjoy. Hope the errands go well. Thanks for hanging out, as always. I'll see you later. I'll probably still be here. So, I'm going to try something. First of all, we already have something printing. We have damage timer printing. Let me comment that out so that stops printing, because that's no fun. And then I'm going to try a print stack. Do we have one in here anywhere that I can look at? No, okay. Because I think that might tell me where this is going. Print stack, like that. I got them all to look at the TV. I know how to speak cat. All right. I may be a noob to Godot, but I'm no type of nude. Nude. I am certainly no type of nude, as you can tell. I may be a noob to Godot, but I am no type of noob to speaking with cats. And again, I want to reassure everybody, I am not nude. All right, we are fully clothed here. All right, just disclaimer. Okay, so we've got body part. Looks like it's communicating with the obstacle check area. Maybe it's kind of hard to tell. So the print stack will tell me things that are communicating. Now this is if we're damaged with less than or equal to 0 health. So I gotta keep getting hurt here. So let's bring this limb down to 0. It's probably not going to give me a whole lot of information here, truth be told. It looks like it's probably on the obstacle script, which is over here. And we said it was like limb something. It's not even in here. Where is that being used? I wonder if that's like an old thing that doesn't need to exist anymore. Like, just a hunch. Like, what if I just remove that? Will the game break? Messenger limb is damaged. I wonder if there's a better way to check where signals are being used. Let's see if that breaks something by taking that out. Probably not the best way to test logic, but I mean, everything seems to be functioning quite well. I kind of need to flag this code for removal. Oh, there's a way to do that, like a to-do or something. I'm not sure that code is being used for anything. But let's leave it in out of an abundance of caution. And then I think you can do like a to-do thing or something. How does that work? Let me look that up. Godot to-do comment. Highlight to-do and fix me in GDScript. Interesting. I think to-do is introduced in 4.2. Oh, really? Well, darn. Don't quote you. I won't. But I'll keep my excitement low then. Looks like this is discussing implementing it, but it's not necessarily implemented. And there's also fix me. Let's try it. No, it doesn't do anything. I don't think it does anything. I think you're right. I think that isn't in this version. All right, well, it was worth a shot. It was worth looking into. Anyway. Maybe you've registered to that signal for changing the color of the limb when it takes damage. Just a guess. Yeah, right, right. Like, that would make sense. It's just, I don't know where it would receive that information. I wonder if I was using it. Oh, you know what you can, oh yeah, you know what we can do? We can search the whole project. Mini, I think we can confirm. If we go to search up here and maybe do find in files, I already forgot what it was called. Then I think we can see everywhere that that actually appears. Limb is damaged. That was it, right? I believe that was it. Let me just double check. I think that's a good guess, Mini. I think that may have been what it was going to be for, and I just never got rid of it. Limb is damaged. Help me out. Where does that exist? That's it. Oh, UI effects. Oh, wait, look. Oh, UI effects. Hold up. Hold up. Yes. So we actually instantiate or connect it in the UI effects. Oh, it's the flashing. It's when the screen flashes. So if I bump into it, the screen flashes. That's what it's doing. Wow. Gotcha. That is important. And I can see why I would have missed that. Awesome. Let's go. Time to comment that. Time to comment that. That's a really handy thing. Going to search and find in files, then you can just see everywhere that bit appears. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness for that. Okay. So we don't want to fix me at all anyway. I want to say, and we could name this better, right? This would be another good case for naming it a little more effectively. But for now, I'm just going to comment it. Inform UI effects to flash the screen. Finding files is super useful. I'm learning stuff. Let's go. Let's learn. Love it. Love it. I love it. I love that even though I'm like such a noob, like just me stumbling through things and learning things can help others. That is very fulfilling. Not great for making tutorial videos, but a little bit. Sometimes I can pull out shorts for it, but that's okay. We'll get there. We'll eventually be learned one day. Damage with less than or equal to 0 health. Inform UI effects to flash the screen. That's what that does. And then we want to say if current health is less than or equal to 0. I mean, this is pretty obvious. Hide the limb. Await get tree process frame. Right, so this is, I know what this does because it was such an amazing moment that someone helped us figure out, but I'm going to comment it anyway. I'm going to say, what this does is synchronize collision turning off with physics process. So the collision in Godot, the physics collision, is handled in the physics process. This isn't the physics process. This is a custom function. And so if I turn off collision, if a limb is destroyed, it doesn't know that that collision is turned off because that function didn't fire in synchronicity with the physics process. And so what await get tree process frame does is it makes sure that the collision being turned off is synchronized with the physics process. This is another way to do it, and this did work for a time, and then like I changed something and this didn't work. So this is kind of an alternate way to do it that I guess I'm gonna keep on hand for some reason. Alternatively, and we'll call it deprecated. Alternative method. I don't know if this is a great best use of the word deprecated, but that's okay. And then we'll just keep this here as something to keep in mind. And then let me move this up here. Okay, great. Alternative sync method. Okay. If current health is less than or equal to 0. So this we would want for the HP bar only on the body. So that's kind of what's coming on down here. Damage to the body. So this is specific to the body. So all the other ones handle not just the body, or not just the limbs, but also the body. It just kind of depends. So all this stuff doesn't exclude the body. It includes the body. Whereas this logic down here only applies to the body and not the rest of the limbs. So we might want to be looking down here. If body part area is set to the body, and that is what it is, body part is parts body. It gets a little confusing here. And amount to damage is not none. So we had to do just a little extra to make sure that it knows that this is the body. It seems like it would be redundant if the body part area is, I don't know why we did that, is part set to body part is parts. Oh. So what that is in the inspector, that's a exported enumerator. So up here, I've got is part right here, and I've set it to the body. So that way, right here on this node, I can say this is the body. So this is actually doing something different. This is saying from me, the script's perspective, or the node's perspective, on which the script is attached, am I the body? So that's sort of saying, okay, the node can confirm that I'm the body. Here, this is saying, is that which was collided with the body? Is what this is saying. This is not saying, just am I the body? It's is what was collided with the body. And then this is saying, am I the body? Technically. A little confusing. I don't really know how to word that better. I guess I could change like this variable name to like collided body part. That would be, I have to change that in a couple places. I'm a little afraid to do that. But man, that would make so much more sense. It's in here 5 times. And then where that originates is over here on the obstacle script, is where we first set that up. I kind of would like to change that. Let me hit up Find in Files and make sure I'm not missed, because it would just, like, I wouldn't have had to be like, what was that? I wouldn't have had that moment at all. It's in a lot of places. In IDEs such as verse code /writer, etc., you can very easily rename variables and functions and rename it everywhere it's used. Maybe Godot has something similar. Yeah, right? Right? I mean, can I do search and replace here? Like I did Find in Files. There is replace in files. There is replace in files. So maybe I can, it's not as like nifty. Maybe you're talking about like they'll actually list it out somewhere. And maybe there is something like that. But what if I just do Find? Now that you mention that, what if I just do it here? Because we've got it on the obstacle script, the health script, body part script, the HUD, detection areas. Wow. In a lot of places. I mean, I think this would all be the same class script, but I'm kind of keen to try it. I mean, it'll be very obvious if it doesn't work. It's not going to be like, did we break it? It'll be obvious if we broke it. So I think I'm going to give it a try. Now that you mention that, let's see if we can just do that. Body part area. And then I'd like it to be collided body part for now. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm saving it before I do it. I don't know. Okay. And I'm really gonna do it. Body part area, collided body part. Okay, it's giving me no undo. Oh gosh. Is that visible on there? Let me get out the way. That says no undo. They're like, look, we're okay. All right, like you can't go back on this. You better mean it. You better mean it. All right, I'm making a commit. I'm sorry. Commit. It's probably fine. It's probably fine, but it's the first time. I just want to check it. Commit before changing a widely used variable. Find and replacing. I'm find and replacing body part area with collided body part because it makes more sense. That's smart. Okay, cool. Affirmed. Sometimes I feel a little silly, like, oh, I'm so scared, I better make a commit. but I would also really like to be on the safe side. Because it makes more readable sense. It can't be undone, so here we are committing. Okay. I'm very serious about my comments. I have to make the suggestion or the descriptions. Okay, here we go. Replace all, no undos. Here we go. The moment of truth. It'll be fine. Oh, they're like, okay, are you sure? Are you really sure? Please confirm with us. The following actions are newer on the following files are newer on disk. Oh, it's already happened. I see. Oh yeah, reload it. Yeah, reload it. So it's done it. They're just like, we noticed that you did this. All right, collided body part. Let's see if we're fine, which it probably is. It looks good. Oh, it's so fine. Limbs are individually being detected. I don't see a problem whatsoever. I guess we could check the healing. We got screen flashing. We got limb flashing. I can heal the limbs by dragging cows onto them. I think that was a great success. Whew. It's fine. Look, there were so many reasons to think that would be fine, but I'm glad to now know that that was fine. All right, cool. Now it's a little more readable. Yay! I love it. Okay, good. I'll save that. And then if we come back to the body part script, now it will hopefully read a little better. So we're looking at damage the body. If collided body part is set to the area body, beautiful. Oh, that makes so much more sense. And is part body, this could also be better, but it's fine. And amount to damage is not none. Perfect. We want to say then if the current health is greater than 0, we set is damage to true. So this is actually already happening here. Is damage being set to true. So does this exclude the body somehow? Why would I need to set that again? I shouldn't need to set that again. But, I mean, clearly I thought I needed to. What if I don't? What if I don't do that? Does that cause a problem? I mean, it looks fine. And then we die if we get to 0. So that's why I'm putting the health bar there. If that, when that body goes to 0, you complete. Okay, that's sitting at 2. I'm gonna drag a cow to the body and then run into that cow. It goes up. I mean, it looks fine. I do want to let you know that I am noticing that the stream may buffer or have a drop in visual quality. It will be momentary. It is due to my goofy internet that we are still trying to figure out how to do better. It is on my ISP side of things. So as you can see up there in the top left, it says, okay, that says 0. So it definitely would buffer or skip right there potentially. Or it'll just like the quality will drop down, or there'll be some like glitches on screen. This usually just lasts for a short amount of time. That should be 15,000 kilobits per second. That's what it should say. If it drops below, again, there might be a quality drop. So I'll leave that up there just so we can see what's happening, but it doesn't usually last long, and everything should be okay. But I thought I'd let you know. I don't know. I'm not seeing this is damage being set to true causing a problem. So just in the spirit of checking things out, you got sent to 144p. That's it. So that's the best case scenario. Is it just gets a little uglier for a very short amount of time. And then like the next step down is that there'll be like gray blocks everywhere and the color will get washed out. The next step down is you'll get a buffer circle. And then that's about as bad as it gets. All of it usually resolves itself within a short amount of time. If we're lucky. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. And I usually don't notice until about 30 seconds after it happens. But at least we can monitor what's happening. So I'm going to say is damaged. Now that I'm kind of on a kick, like let me learn where everything is at. Okay, but that's doing body is damaged. And we also have this function is damaged set up here. Where is that getting checked anyway? I see we're setting is damaged to true over here. I've commented out it being set here. We're setting it here if you fall, but where is that even being read at? Oh, that must be body messenger. On the messenger, it's there. And then there's this function on the UI effects. But that seems different. Do we have, is that, oh, maybe, I mean, the flash looks fine. It shows up just fine. I'm not really sure. What if I remove that? That could, again, that could be like a holdover. It could be something that I added in and then I didn't end up needing. So I'm kind of curious to just remove it for now. Now this isn't emitting that variable. That's not how that's working, is it? Maybe that is what it's doing. Maybe that is what it's doing. And then this is being read on the effects. That seems to be what a lot of these are doing, is they're updating the effects. Oh, that'd probably be the easiest, would be to just remove it here. But then we would break a bunch of code, so I won't do that. So I'm just going to try pulling this out and see if we have issues. Just out of curiosity. Hey, we're tightening up the code. This is not a bad exercise once in a while. You know? Can be a good thing. Can be a good thing. If flashing is working, I don't notice any difference at all. Not to say that there is a or there isn't a difference, but I don't notice it. Well, perhaps it isn't necessary. Because I don't think we need that is damaged for sending that signal across to the messenger. I don't think that that variable is getting sent because we wrap it in there like that. Otherwise, we'd be getting errors saying that that's not in the scope. I think everything is fine. So I kind of want to leave that out. If it's not doing anything, because then it's also like, where is that getting set to false? Like, that's being set to true, but like, so what? Like, okay, that it just stays true forever. So I think I'm just gonna roll with that. I think that's something we don't need. Look at that. Good to come through here and clean things up a little bit. And then I'll just double check. It's commented out here. This is where we instantiate it, or we set it up for the first time. And then there's here, but this is just different. This is just creating a new function. So, right, because that body is damaged stuff is over here on the UI effects script. And I mean, I'm not even using the same, I have underscore is damaged. How is that connected? Like, if I were to just get rid of these, does that break it and the flash doesn't work? Still works. Yeah, I don't think we need that at all. Cool, good to know. That's good to know. All right, then. So there's that. Continuing onward, cleaning things up, understanding what works, what doesn't, or why it does not need to be there, working nothing. So we're on the body part or the not the body part, but the part that is the body being damaged. Is damage set to true? Doesn't seem that necessary. Messenger body is damaged. Emit is damaged. So this is for the flash. So then we'll say tell damage. How did I word it up here? Inform UI effects to flash the screen. Say the same thing here. It's a different flash though. So the body being damaged versus a limb being damaged, it brings up a different flash. So it'll flash green and on the outside when you just hit a limb, and then the inside will flash this dark red when you hit the body. So that's why those are different. So I think this is where we're going to want to live, right? So we're going to say when this gets damaged, we're going to want the hit point. So I'm just going to say HP bar stuff for now, right? We're going to want to put that in there. If current health is less than or equal to 0, we hide the body. I mean, the game just ends. At this point, the game just ends. That may change at some point, right? So there might be like a game over or something. I don't know, an option or whatever. That may change somehow. But for now, the game just restarts. Synchronized collision turning off with the physics process. Yeah, right. Oh, okay, there's the body. I was like, what? Okay. Inform it to flash, and then if the current health is equal to 0, get to... Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, I was like confused there. I was like, why are we hiding it? There's no reason to hide it. We just restart it. I do see we hit some buffering there. I apologize. I just want to hang out. I'm sorry some stuff got skipped there. If you're watching it after the live stream, okay, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna hang out. I'm just gonna wait. Internet, behave. Internet, I command you to behave. Please, please. If you're watching this after the live stream, you just see little jumps. It looks like I cut the video, but I didn't. Sometimes I think that'd be a fun way to like edit videos, is just like stop the stream and start it again. It wouldn't make a lot of sense, but it's a possibility. Well, okay. We're having quite the spell here with the internet dropping. My plan to help make this better is to try something called AT&T Air, which uses cell phone towers to run the internet, which doesn't strike me as ideal, but it might be more stable than this, so I'm willing to try it. Okay. So hopefully I see we got a few glitches here. We might have experienced the worst of it. We might be coming out of it. All right. So, yeah. So we're checking out this code. We're almost at the part that we need for doing the HP stuff. If the body is damaged, it checks it there. If the current health is greater than 0, it's going to let the flash UI know, and it's going to flash it accordingly. And then if the current health is less than 0, that is, say, if you die, it's going to reload the scene. So we're going to say restart game on death. And then this, yeah, we kind of know what that does. So that's pretty much it. There's also this function for flashing the damage, so the damage flash that happens. I don't think we really need that, although there are timers here. So I'm probably going to want, this is actually using a lot of the skills that I've been building up over the last few weeks to do like one big thing. So that'll be interesting. It's sending the signal with a parameter. Oh, thank you for bearing with me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for bearing with me, you all. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you for bearing with me as the internet glitches out. Hey, what's up, Cheetos Plays? We're having an internet storm. I like to call it an internet storm. It's internet weather. It shouldn't happen, but it does. Welcome, Cheetos. Pepe just did one of the new 76 raids, and it was like 20 minutes and came out stacked. Nice. That sounds fun. It sounds like you're having fun. You almost tempt me to play it. Like this close. Like maybe that close. So the function the signal is connected to is waiting for a parameter. I feel like I don't need that parameter. So I think what my 2 cents is talking about is over here in the UI effects with the flashing, the is damaged. Like, I kind of feel like I need it. Right? Like, I could just... But, I mean, if I do that... I don't know how much you heard me respond, Pepe. I said hi to Cheetos. And I let Pepe know that the raid sounds kind of cool. And it almost makes me want to play it. Very, very weak almost. Oh, the flashing stops. So if I get rid of that in there, you're not using the parameter in this case. So now the flashing isn't happening, right? So now when I bump into stuff, there's no flash. So having something here, I mean, I could call this any old thing. Another old thing. Type it correctly. And then if I run it, what if it works? Now it works! So it's like, please name it something. Please give me a parameter, or else I won't work. Which is like, kind of interesting. And then back on the body part script, where we first say is damaged, I'm going to say, here is something. Oh, it didn't like that. Not declared in the current scope. Oh, so it definitely wanted that. That was important to it. So it's sending along is damaged false because we're not updating it to true anymore because I commented it being updated to true out. I commented that out. And so all that it's reporting is false. It's just saying is damaged false. And that's it. but it's still receiving the emission, right? Or can I just comment this out? I mean, and then I would just need to pass this entire condition. And then we also do the same thing down here with the body. Or that is the body. We do that up here with the limb. If I need someone to join, hit you up. I will. There's a very, very low chance I play. But if the temptation gets to me, no first person I reach out to, 100%. I'm thrilled to know that I have a friend that I already have as a friend playing that game. You're getting an error now because you're sending the signal with a parameter for a function that doesn't need one. If you don't send any parameter and remove... If you don't send any parameter and remove the parameter in the function declaration, it will work. So you mean here, like if I just put nothing? Oh, and so commenting that out. So I want to like keep it like this so that way we can see limb is damaged versus body is damaged. So body is damaged, I literally just removed that entirely. Limb is damaged, all I did was take out the parameter. Wow, so we were doing extra stuff we don't need. I love cleaning up code. Okay, so here's what I commented out. And then if I hop back, this is a good task. Just like clean up script sometimes. That was on the UI script over here, right? No. No. Wait. Yeah, where I said any old thing, another old thing. Right. So now if I comment that out, I mean, this won't even work, but limb damage should still work. So we should see a green flash. We do! And no body flash. Wow! Didn't know it. I didn't know it. I didn't know because, and you know why that is? Do you know why that is? It's because someone came through, bless their heart so much, bless my heart, came through and taught me how to use signals that way in order to have that collided body part be set up, right? So connect signals, area entered, check area, start this, and then have the collided body part parameter. And then we emit that collided body part. I probably am doing it here too where I don't need it, I bet. I bet I don't need it here either. I could be wrong. And so I just followed what that person had showed me because they showed me when this was very important. We needed the parameter here so we could clarify it later in the body part script and be able to say collided body part. So we're using that parameter very intentionally here. So I was just like, well, I have to set it. That's what this person showed me to do in these others, so I got it. But that's not true. That's very interesting. So I mean, I do have a feeling that I might not need it in like the case of the slowdown or the damage amount. I mean, slowdown. Oh, slowdown is somewhere else anyway. Damage amounts, none. Oh, probably where we're connecting it, right? Or somewhere. Where is that at? Let me come back to the obstacle script. Amount damaged. Amount. Oh, it's not even in here. It's not even in here? Dang. Wow. Wait, where does that... That has to be somewhere, though. Search, find in files, amount damaged. It's on the messenger, it's on the obstacle script, and it is on the body part. Okay, that's what I thought. So we're connecting it to the function damage amount, but in damage amount, there is no amount damaged. Amount damaged isn't in here. So we don't need that parameter at all. So I guess another thing that we could potentially do is get rid of this. And nothing will break. And then for slowdown amount, that's over on the terrain controller, I believe. Maybe. Because that slows down the movement of the terrain. That might actually be on the player. Where does that live? We're just cleaning up things. We're cleaning it all the way up. Pepe says, just checked. I don't know if it's Fallout 76 would wide Steam code is 650 GBP on CD keys. Nice. Yeah, I got it on PS4, but I'd rather have it on PC. That's noted. That's good to note. Keep in mind that the parameter name in the function declaration does not need to be the same as the name of the parameter sent along the signal emission. Right. Right, right. And I usually just type it in because I'm like, I don't know what to type here. Oh, function damage amount. So I don't need to declare this. I did see that a few seconds ago we had a buffer. So I'm just gonna hang loose a second here. I'm just gonna hang loose a second here so it catches up and we're good. I apologize for that. It looks like I was talking. You know, I should really put captions on so I can see what I was saying. Oh, there's no captions. Okay, never mind. If I want there to be live captions, the stream has to like happen slower. So I don't usually do it. If you're experiencing a lot of buffering, I want to apologize. I do apologize. I very much apologize. Ooh, it's a rough, we're having a rough internet storm right now. It's a stormy situation. Hopefully it does settle down. Ooh, it's real bumpy. The parameter name in the function declaration does not need to be the same as the name of the parameter sent along the signal emission. Okay. I'm so behind. I'm so behind. It's like my monitoring of the stream gets behind because it starts buffering. If you're using the parameter inside the function, then you need to keep it. Oh, I am using it here. Oh, look at that. I am using it here. Gotcha. And right, it doesn't need to be the same. That's true. Probably better if it isn't. So we actually do need it here for the damage amount. And then that is being read over on the body part script. Oh, that is the body part script. It's a little confusing. Sometimes I get a little confused. Like, which script am I on? What are we doing? So this is different because this is on the body part script and we are taking amount damaged. So this being the same name doesn't matter. This is just going to a function, right? That is just simply going to a function. So what might make more sense is if I do like an underscore here, right? Just to make it be different. Or maybe instead of put it there, I should put it on the function. Is that an idea that makes sense? So if I say connect to underscore damage amount, and then we say the function is underscore damage amount, and then we have damage amount be here, just to like make them a little different. And then over here on the obstacle script, I don't even need to declare anything there at all. And that should still work. So this is still doing 1 damage, so it's still checking and seeing the amount. And then the full damage will happen if we go down this hole. Well, actually, it just restarts the game. It doesn't really do full damage. It just restarts the game. So there really is nothing to test it differently. But I think this is fine. I think this works good. And then, as for the slowdown, I need to find where that lives. I think that lives... So we are connecting it to the alien. Oh, this is the player. Right, this is the player script. I see. Function slowdown amount. If slowdown amount is set to full. And then if I come back to the obstacle script, we're saying emit slowdown amount. We do have a variable being set here, and we have the damage amount variable. So maybe I do need to keep that because we're sending the variable along, right? So if I say glow down amount, that's going to give me an error because it's not declared. So I think that might not be a problem because we aren't doing anything different. So I think I actually am using the parameter correctly here. Oh, we're getting errors. You're right. So I think, oh, good catch. I'm like, it's fine. It looks fine. I don't see any problems. Everything's fine. I forget to look down there at the errors blowing up. So that is important. Let's look. Error calling from signal amount damaged. Method expected 0 arguments, but call was 0. Okay. Yeah. So that does need it. Interesting. And that's because we've created these variables up here. These are the export variables. So if we go to the objects on like a per object basis, so I come in here and we click on this tree, right? We set the damage amount. Let me get the chat out of the way. I set the damage amount to lowest or full or none. So that would completely kill you. So if I set that to full, then in theory, if I've set that up correctly, which I may not have, it just, well, it crashes it because I don't know if I've set that up right. Oh, because it just says if it's not set, so there is no other. Invalid operands callable, an integer, an operator. I've technically never tried it with the full damage, I guess. I guess I almost want an else here, right? Else, current health. This is not a great way to do it, but we'll just say subtract it from the max health. It didn't do anything. I guess it didn't like the is not set to. So what if I say if it is set to? That's a little confusing. Probably because, so if I say lowest here. So I've set all the trees to do much more damage in theory. And we're just spawning in a hole right now. Oh, good, look, it completely kills it. So now it's doing full damage, but the body is something different. According to the error, it thinks damage amount is a callable function. Callable and int. It thinks the damage amount is a callable function. Oh. What is it? I do have amount to damage being defined in a different function, and I'm not actually defining it here. So that's interesting. Could explain why it's not doing anything. Because, but then again, why does it work in other instances? I do see we had a little bit of an internet skip there. It gets a little convoluted, doesn't it? It's interesting. The limbs seem to work fine. Maybe because I haven't... Well, but the error happens up there. Over here, I haven't made any changes to it. Can you script? Yeah, absolutely. I also want to say that the body here continues to have the... But that should work. I mean, as such, like, that should work. Right, so I could still say is not none. But it kind of needs to check. Instead, we need to say if it's lowest, then do a certain amount. If it's full, do a different amount, ideally. But, like, we should still get the limbs breaking off. Oh, okay, that didn't totally kill the limb. But if we say it's set to lowest, which it isn't, so if it's set to anything but lowest, then the limb will break right off. If I hit it, but I keep not hitting it. Because the collision positions aren't perfectly set up yet. There we go. So that just totally breaks off. Oh, well, we get some problems there. All right, let's look it up in the script. Amount to damage. Let's see what we get. We found 4 matches in here. By the way, the documentation for signals is pretty great. Nice. New things. I like to set up really stripped down examples for myself and play around with them. That's a good tip. That's a good tip. I don't really do that enough. Sometimes I find the documentation a little overwhelming, but you know, that's a really good way to cut through it. Instead of trying to implement it into the project that I'm currently working on, do it in something fresh for the purpose of figuring things out. A part of me wants to add a live stream where that's all I do. Is I just do exactly what you're describing. Is we try to learn, like, anything. Just pick something and try to learn it in some fresh thing. It's a really good tip. Welcome back, Stormrun. I think you got here after the internet messed up, so you're actually right on time. Welcome, Pierogigon. Pierogigon is here. Pierogigon's a member and a patron, so Pierogigon gets a song. I sing to you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Thank you for doing that. It means the world to me. It may not be a great song, but it's yours. Welcome, Pierogigon. It's trying to compare a function to an integer. That's basically what the error says. It's trying to compare a function to an integer. Okay. I mean, it's kind of a problem to fix another day. Because, I mean, in a way, it's a distraction, but it's totally something that needs to be fixed. Because right now, there's only one type of damage. Earlier, Stormwind was like, what's the different range of damages? Right now, there's only one type of damage. But I wanted to, like, kind of set up a system that, in theory, could be used for different types of damage. And clearly, that system is not set up right. So if I have something other than lowest, hell breaks loose. Let me do that search. First of all, let me just change everything back to the way that it was. If it's not set to none was sort of the way that I had it set up, which tends to work. I have not had trouble with that. So this is the way it was set up. Now the problem is the tree, so we can look at like the house or something, and we're just falling through a pit. Continually, repeatedly. All right, there we go. Is this how it was set up? Oh, then I added the else on here. Oh, I added the underscore to damage amount. Maybe that's where we ran into the problem. Oh, I wonder if that's where I ran into the problem, is when I renamed it. That's why. Because I renamed it, right? Wait, right? Let me try this again. Because the house shouldn't be... Because I only changed the tree. And it was only one tree. I only changed one tree at that. Now it's not doing any damage. We're just breaking things. We're getting too comfy. Okay. Everything is fine. Yeah, because I actually... It actually isn't because I did the tree thing. Because I only changed one tree to full. I didn't change all the trees to full damage. I changed one tree to full damage. Oh, still getting some internet skips. I apologize. I'm here. If you need to repeat anything, I will. I appreciate you guys being here, though. I was messing around in Godot watching Danny make flying fish game. I used custom signals in combination with the await keyword. It works so well. Nice. You were watching Danny make flying fish game? Is Danny using Dreams? Something still use the old name? Yeah, I think that must be it. I think that has to be it. So up here, what I did was all I did was change the function name, right? Damage amount and damage amount, just so it was like a little different. If I search up, lag is only a few seconds. That's good. I'd rather it be 0 seconds, ideally, but I'm glad. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. So it's there. And that should be it. Danny made a flying fish Twitch chat game for a BRB screen. What? That's awesome. Yes, game dev skills coming into play for some live stream fun. I feel like that's so underutilized in game dev live streaming. Is like live stream games that are related to the stream somehow. Okay, nothing is broken. Everything looks fine. I did set one tree to do full damage. Oh, the flashing has stopped. There's no more flashing. Probably because there's something else when I was Control-Zing that got messed up here. I've done things. I've done things, guys. I've done things. But it's not this, right? I'm getting so mixed up. There is a caveat to coming through and cleaning up code. So the reason I'm doing all this, for the purpose of doing all of this, is to try and figure out where I want to wedge in hit point stuff. That's why I'm doing all of this. And I sort of got caught up on cleaning up my code and figuring out what things are doing what, because I'm not as sure as I'd like to be. And in so doing, I might have changed a few things. When you came back, the stream was on 144p. It was still on a 60-inch TV. I'm so sorry. On behalf of my internet service provider, I'm so sorry. I will say, we're back up to 15,000 now. I don't know how long that'll last, but there's a reason for hope. So I must have Control-Z'd my way out of the flashing being informed somehow. Unless that variable being turned off is somehow causing a problem. Let me go back to UI Flash. Maybe I undid something else I didn't realize. Come back to that script. Right, so I took out these here. Hello. Goodbye. Yeah, I know. Well, I know. Like, I know. That should do absolutely nothing. I think Oh, RNG. I gotta take the pit out of there. I gotta take the pit out of there, man. All right. Oh, the flashing is back. Oh, so it is expecting something to be in there. If I remove that, the flashing goes away. So it is expecting something to be in, a parameter to be in there. Why? Is that because body is damaged? Maybe because back on this script, body's damaged, emit is damaged because we're emitting is damaged. Gotcha. So I would want to emit nothing from here. So limb is damaged. Or wait, that was body is damaged. So we want to flash in that case. We want to flash in this case. And then here's the limb. We want to flash it there. We want to remove that because that's just not. And so this is kind of one of the things I discovered is I was adding parameters where they don't need to be. And they're not actually doing anything. There we go. It's back. Let's go. Sweet. Thank you, my 2 cents. Oh my gosh. The code is much cleaner now. Nothing is broken. Now, I did set that one tree to be doing full damage. I guess because I was testing that damage amount stuff. Very nice. So this one tree, I feel like I should make this one tree different somehow. Just to like... You wrote all that code? It looks complicated. I did write this code. I did it with the help of people in chat. So there's different parts that I've had help with, but overall, yeah. It's crazy to just build up more and more code and start to like recognize, you know, like I recognize different parts of it. Like, oh, I know what that is. I did that. I recognize that. I'm going to make this unique. I'm also going to just clear it. Oh, this isn't the one that's set to full. That's okay. Or is it? I hope it is. Give it a different material. Oh, I mean, it's got the white. We can see it. That's pretty obvious. And this is the one that's set to full damage. So just out of curiosity, right? If that one's set to full damage, so it should be whichever one is a white one. It's cool you understand what it all means, though, at least to get it moving. Yeah, I'm getting there. You know, it's a wonderful learning experience. Oh, there's the white tree. Wait, was that? There it is. It's kind of hard to see. And I don't know what happened. Oh, it's like a gray. It's kind of gray. It's not really white. There it is. So that doesn't do full damage. It just does 1 damage. So setting it to full isn't doing anything right now. So this is this exported enum right here. So again, I'm just kind of cleaning up some code here. Not what I expected to do, but here we are. If collided body part is set to area body and is part amount to damage is not set to none, which it isn't, right? So then if I really wanted to try this, I would say I would do the same thing. It's kind of a lot of effort, and it seems like not great. like it seems like a little too much to set up. I see we did have a little buffering there. The internet is vicious today. It's got a vendetta because we've had such a smooth last week. It's getting its revenge. That's the body, but can we see? Here we go. So if I were to copy all of, I mean, it's a lot to copy. It's a lot to copy. We actually wouldn't want to copy it exactly. We want to do it a little differently. We could just say like this. If current health is greater than 0 and amount to damage is set to full, disconnect. Oh, we had a full disconnect there. We had a full disconnect. And I know I'm not the only one suffering. My partner is doing remote work right now. I can only imagine what they're going through. Oh, interesting. I think if I hit the body, so I must have only set that up with the body. If the body runs into that gray tree, which is right here, Do we completely die? We do! So it actually works on the body. It's just not working on the limbs. But it does work on the body, which is good. I don't know why it only works on the body, but I'm glad it works somewhere. I'm glad it works somewhere. Yeah, because this is saying whatever body part it is, so it should work with any body part. Take the current health and subtract the max health. Did the person from the company say anything about what you can do? So I didn't have them over. We can't quite afford to have them over. So honestly, the next step we think is going to be setting up AT&T Air, which is like cell phone towers. And so it's not going to be, yeah, exactly, that we get incredibly high speeds sometimes and then just nothing. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, it is dropping. That is exactly it. Because if we do the AT&T Air with the cell phone towers, we won't get those incredibly high speeds. But we shouldn't have this problem either because the wiring underground is messed up or something hooked up somewhere is wrong. You know, we don't really know where. And maybe solar storms hitting the Earth today? What? Solar storms? Get out of here. Get out of here with your solar storms. Hey, what's up, Dragonblade? Good to see you. I am only slightly suffering under the thumb of my ISP today. It's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate. It makes it hard to connect with people when you're being disconnected constantly. Interestingly, well, no, I was gonna say it happens around a certain time, but it actually doesn't. It does kind of have no rhyme or reason. Yeah, we can't afford to have the people come over and look at it. So the next step is just kind of paying for another service that maybe is more stable, even though it'll be less powerful speeds. It's a very powerful CME that is heading towards Earth directly. It should be here today or tonight. What? Your router is what? Your router is very good, but even on your refurbished ThinkPad laptop, you get consistent 6,000 kilobits per second. Yeah, it's there's two possibilities, right? One, my ISP is having problems, which they've said, if anything, it's because they're upgrading their services. I'm not so convinced that that's it. The other possibility is the hardware outside of our house that they can't access is having problems. So those are the two things. We have great internet. It just sometimes drops and comes up. Which if I'm watching a TV show or something, I never notice it. If I'm playing a game, I barely notice it. But if I'm live streaming, or we're making a phone, if we're using that upload speed, which sometimes playing a game online will affect, that will be affected, then we really notice it. Because it's relying on a constant connection much more. There's not like a lot of, it can't like preload, you know, a live feed. But it can like preload a TV show or something, you know, and so it fills in those gaps and you don't even notice it. But something like this, it's hard. I can only think a cheaper service would work better. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, and that's the thing. I switched to another ISP for like a week, and unfortunately, I didn't really have enough time to test it before they were gonna start charging me, and we can't afford to be charged that. So it seemed like at that time it was because of an Ethernet cable, but I don't think it actually was. I think we were still having the same problem on a different ISP. And it's not, again, it's not my computer. It's not the wiring inside our house. I think there's something going on with the cabling outside that is not easily accessed, is the only thing I can think of. I'm really not sure. Your friend had similar issues, but it was due to a busted Ethernet cable. Yeah, well, yeah, and so that's the thing. When I switched to a different internet service provider, I tried switching. I had the same problem. I switched the Ethernet cable, and it fixed it. And so I was like, oh, let me go back to my old ISP where we had these problems, because it must have just been an Ethernet cable all along. Well, now I switched back, and the problem isn't there anymore, and the problem is back. And I have new Ethernet cables, right? So I think an Ethernet cable was part of it, but it wasn't all of it. It's such a weird situation. It's so confusing. You had gig speed on your modem a while back. Have problems all the time, every day. You switch to a lower speed, and it's all better. That's interesting. That's interesting. I wouldn't even know how to do that. Like, go into, like, I don't even know, like, would I ask my ISP to, to, like, send me less speed? They're using the same cables no matter the ISP. Right, okay, that's what I figured. Right, and so that's why we want to try the cell phone tower internet, because the cell phone tower internet would bypass that completely, and then we wouldn't have to even think about that. So, yeah. Was the old ISP a better deal? Yes. So that was the other thing, was, so AT&T is the one we switched to for a week. And they charged $10 more a month. And the speeds were 25 down and 5 up. 5 up. Which would be 5,000 kilobits per second. And I couldn't even use that because my partner needs some upload speed. So I would have to set it to like half of that or something, or a little bit more than half of that, so my partner could use the internet. So it was AT&T cable internet that we were using. And so the price was more, and the speeds here with the one I'm using now, which is Spectrum, their speeds are 500 down and 25 up. So much better and cheaper. Yeah, that's the ISP. So what I'm gonna probably try to do is I'm gonna have to pay more, so $10 more to AT&T to do the cell phone tower thing. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure the lines couldn't handle the gig speed because you're further down the line for service, so it gets degraded. But lower speeds didn't require as much power. That's interesting. You know, maybe that would be why it was more of the Ethernet that was the problem or something. Or, you know, we saw the problem less with the lower speed. It's very interesting. It's possible that the new Ethernet cord was damaged in the switch back to the old ISP. It may be. I mean, so the theory is that, like, the cat damaged it, and the cat played with the cord and damaged it. So, like, that is a possible. It feels unlikely, but I could go buy new Ethernet cables. I could try that. The reason why I thought that wasn't the case is because I switched them around and it didn't change. But yeah, that could be something to think about. Can you test with only one connection to your router? I could. So there's, well, maybe. So my partner is using the same internet. They're using Wi-Fi, and I'm using Ethernet. So I have my laptop set up here. I like how this one's from game dev to networking real quick, but I'm here for it. Okay, so let me show you. We got this laptop down here, right here. Whoops. Excuse that. I got this laptop right here, and this is hooked up to the Ethernet. And I could unplug this, then I can't monitor it, and I won't be as aware of how the stream is going, and we'll also lose the chat. Well, we won't lose the chat, but do you think that's worth trying? Because I could try that, but my partner would be still connected on Wi-Fi, and they're doing phone calls and stuff. You're thinking that maybe your router package prioritizing is messed up. So I could pull this other laptop off. I will say I've observed this problem happening on a separate computer without any other connections. I have observed it before. We're in the just ISPing section of the stream. Yes, I will make sure I mark I'll try to chapter this live stream later, so that way people can know what to skip. I have an Ethernet cable twisted back together, and it works very well. But I used to do this stuff for a living, so I kind of know what I'm doing. Yeah, totally. Right, like you can like sort of like Ethernet cables can take a little bit of a beating. Maybe that's not what you're saying. So I could unplug this. I can unplug this. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. It's gonna break chat, and we may never get it back. And I can't monitor the stream. But I'll do it, dang it. All right, I unplugged the Ethernet from my extra laptop right here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up chat over here. And we'll just see, just for fun, just to see if that makes it a little less bad. Will it be a coincidence that it's less bad? Or will it be directly connected to that? Or will it just be as bad? Do a speed test. It will give you what you have left over after what you're already using. Isn't that kind of bad? Oh, by one connection you mean overall including Wi-Fi. Yeah, I can't tell my partner to stop because they're like doing work. they're like making the money that we live on. So unfortunately, I sit later on for sure. I will say, taking out the laptop didn't hurt anything. Oh, well, it's still kind of... All right, it's still dropping. It's still dropping. If I do a speed test while we're using it, won't that like kind of mess up the live stream? I don't know. So I don't know how bad it is for you guys because I'm not monitoring it, but it looks like it's still bad. Based on this number in the top left, it looks like it's still bad. Just guessing. Just guessing, it's still bad. So I don't think... But yeah, that's not the test that Dragon Blade was having us do, so maybe it's not worth it. I feel so disconnected. I don't know what you guys are experiencing. I assume it's the same. But it's an interesting theory that you have, Dragon Blade. Interesting theory. I'm intrigued by it. I'm open to it. But, alright, so since it's not better, I'm gonna plug it back in. I can't say this is yielding any positive results. For all I know, the stream is disconnected. And nobody can see anything. So I'm just gonna plug the Ethernet back in. And Bob will be our uncle. Okay. Let's see if we're back online over here. I think we are. I think we are. Let me do a test message here. Not quite appearing. So we're still on the way back. We're still on the way back. Don't do a speed test live. Right, that's what I thought. Oh yeah, the IP. Well, yeah, that would be a good reason not to as well. That would also be a good reason not to. All right, let me get my monitoring set back up. Like one device connected, do something that suffers from this problem like streaming, and then connect another device and watch a YouTube or something. If first device dies while YouTube loads, it might be a quality of service problem. Oh yeah, right. I've seen those settings on my modem. I have seen those settings. I have seen those settings. All right, I think we got the messages back. Yes, we do. Okay, good. All right. Well, that was a fun experiment. That was a fun experiment, worth trying. Give us something to do there. I will just keep going. So I will say here is where we go back to work. We work on the game. We work on the game now. Probably. Thank you guys for helping to troubleshoot it. I appreciate it. I feel like my 2 cents was saying things back when we were still working on the game. It's trying to compare a function to an integer. That's basically what the error is saying. Right. So I think... Right, and so I was just experimenting with some damage dealt stuff, which isn't totally related to what I was supposed to be doing today. But I became curious. And I'm still a little confused why this works for the body, but not the limbs. I'm a little confused about that. Because that should happen regardless. So this grayer tree here, in theory, should bring the limb damage down to 0. It's not a great test because the number gets hidden. There it goes. So it goes down to 3. If the body hits that tree, it completely dies. So anyway, I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. But it's good to know. And I'm going to add that. I'm going to actually add that to the hacking plan. So that way it's just something to look at in the future, is making sure. So this will completely kill the body. But for some reason, the limbs survive that tree. Don't totally understand why. Wait, did the leg get killed, but not the arm? Specific. So specific. Let me try just the leg. Oh gosh, I don't know if this internet's getting better. At some point, oh, it does kill the leg. So it's really just the arms for some reason. The arm might be that if multiple things are getting hit at once, it's only doing it to one of them for some reason. It's like not applying it to every limb. Look how trippy. I'm so sorry for how like bad this internet is today. It's only applying it to one limb. Maybe we stop for today. Like, I'm going to put it up as a poll. Honestly, I'm going to put it up as a poll for you guys because you're the ones who are here. You're the ones who are a part of this stream. You know, like I need these live streams to keep working. But it's important that we agree on whether or not this is watchable. Should I wait out internet probs or stop for the day? Yes or no? Or not yes or no. Wait, stop. Really, it comes down to me procrastinating setting up AT&T Air. But clearly, I need to deal with this. Every time you say that website name, I feel like you're planning to hack someone. Wait, what website name? Hack and Plan? All right, guys. We need to make sure we update our plan to hack. We're gonna be hackers today, not good hackers, bad hackers, evil hackers. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting. It does work. It just doesn't apply to each limb. So I don't want to worry about that too much today, but I'm glad we examined that. I'm just gonna say this code needs work, only applies to one limb, not one limb are hit. Okay. And then I'm going to update the hack and plan accordingly. Here. Might as well. We discovered something new. Might as well put a little update in here. I'm going to say we have a... It's kind of a bug. It's sort of a bug. It's not really a bug because it's kind of an incomplete feature. Damage amounts other than 1 do not work properly. E.g., full damage condition only affects 1 of multiple hit body parts. So we'll just put that in here just so it's there, so we know about it. Hey, we're finding things. We're finding things. We're cleaning up the code. Let's get into the actual HP stuff, the whole purpose of this. It's up to you, but the lag is only a few seconds, every few minutes, if even that. It seems to be getting better. I mean, I might be saying that, I might be speaking too soon, but it seems to be getting better, even if it's a little wobbly sometimes. It seems to be getting better. Currently, we have 4 votes on the poll. Most of you say wait. So I will wait. And if that shifts, then maybe not. Thank you for your opinions. It helps. Ethical hacking is what you're studying these days. That's awesome. That's a cool thing. Ethical hacking is a cool thing. It's important, honestly. All right. So our game is not broken. We've discovered some things about the code. Now I want to make sure I know where I'm inserting the health bar stuff. Where am I inserting the health bar stuff? Now I've got, the health bar is just for the body, right? It's just for the body. I was going to check out some terrain slowdown stuff too, by the way. I just realized, honestly, we can deal with it another time. Let me add that to the, really quick, let me add that to the hacking plan. I'm just going to say clean up slowdown signal parameters. Might be fine. Needs investigating. Okay. Beauty of the hacking plan. We can just, or a project manager. You know, I can come back to things later and figure it out at another time. Okay. So what we want to say is over here, after damage detected, and it's collided with a certain body part, the one that this script is attached to, specifically the body. So if it sees that it's collided with the body, and it is defined as the body, and the amount to damage is not none, not only do we want to have the inform the UI effects to flash the screen, but we want to restart the game if the current health is less than or equal to 0. So right here, if the current health is greater than 0 and we want to talk to that progress bar, right? So we are currently, now I don't know how to do that. How do I talk to that progress bar? That's kind of the new problem. How do I talk to that progress bar? That progress bar is currently a texture, an instantiated texture that is applied to a viewport that is applied to a sprite 3D. I should look up some videos of Fortnite creative in my free time. They've added so much stuff, you're confused. Noted. I don't have a hacking plan for things to do in my free time. I need one. I need one. I need one. Feel free to send me some on Discord or something, but I'll still try to remember that. Out lately. Fallout 4, and I've been very creative in it. I like the sound of a game that has some creativity in it. So we have this body HP bar, so I need to figure out a way to talk to it. If I give it editable children, there's really nothing in there to edit. Oh, that was a mistake. Disabling editable instance will cause all properties of the node to be reverted to their default. Okay. I don't think we had anything in here, so I don't think it matters. Body is damaged to a new function, either in the UI script or the Sprite 3D script. Interesting. Interesting. Sometimes I can tell we're currently dealing with an internet issue because I'll try to put the chat up on screen, but it like won't appear. And I'm like, oh, that must be because the internet is bad. You might want to connect body is damaged to a new function, either in the UI script or the Sprite 3D script. Oh, that makes sense. Right, we already have this script on the Sprite 3D, and this script is for helping us apply the texture. But this script already exists. The UI script could be used for that. I've been calling it UI effects for now. A little different, kind of. It's like effects on screen or something. So yeah, maybe we do it on the Sprite 3D script itself. That kind of makes some sense. That kind of makes some sense. I'd really like to rename the Sprite 3D script to HP body. I doubt very highly that breaks anything. I don't think we refer to that name in any kind of reference yet, but I feel like I should probably set it up now. So the HP bar is currently not visible. So there it is if it's visible and we aren't dying. So yeah, let's do it there. The good thing about already derives from it, so I have to refer to it very difficultly. Progress you can make that has a slider. Yeah, absolutely. The position of the slider is tied to a value between 0 and 1. Yeah, totally, Mini. So the art that I made is a Godot progress bar. And it's actually just one thing, and it's got a tiled gradient on it. So we've got the background of it, which is static, and it's white with the black trim. And then the fill is this tiled gradient. And then whenever I subtract, so I just brought the value down from 4 to 3. Now I'm going to bring the value down from 3 to 2. I'm going to bring the value down from 2 to 1. And from 1 to 0. You can see it goes down. So we do have just the progress bar value that we can modify 1 bit at a time. And that's what I'm going to want to access, is that value, which is luckily pretty simple and straightforward. My 2 cents makes a great suggestion. Like, my 2 cents signals is your friend here, probably. Yeah, right. No, I forgive it. If you can forgive my internet, I'll forgive your typing. But I'd forgive your typing anyway. We have viewing credits. We got some great Godot consulting happening here too. I got to keep the credits updated. Yeah, we're in it deep today. We're in the internet problems deep today. It's just the life. Mini Godot consultant. Thank you for that consultationing. How fancy. Yeah, I was kind of proud of that setup. Yeah, it was something that I just kind of realized would make it easier, you know, than trying to set up. I was just playing around with the tools, and I just kind of realized that maybe this could work that way. Because otherwise, you know, I'd have to set up 4 different little things, you know, and like change that. Like, I don't want to do all that. I wanted it to be one thing. So it kind of worked out. Okay, so let's do it on that script. I'm going to head back to here. And luckily, since it's a child of it, it's really easy to just refer to. You can make the connection in the ready function, and connection should be a new to a new function. Yeah. So let's do that. So I'm going to say over on the body part, we'll say messenger. Oh, we already have body is damaged. Oh, we just used that. Body is damaged. So this says inform UI effects to flash the screen. And HP bar to subtract health. You know what I'd almost rather do, though, is have it be tied, right? Like, this is just like a functioning almost like a true or false. Look at those. Look at those glitches. Dang. Beautiful. Just like a... I know that was a few seconds ago, but wow, those were... I'm just now seeing how beautiful it was. You know what a part of me wants to do, you guys? And I don't know how much of a distraction this will be. Having 4 things would have been a thing. Exactly. This could be arguably a distraction, and I should stop. But what if I put my stream on camera? Okay, it's a little trickier than I thought it would be. Stream is almost unwatchable. Yeah, I was kind of afraid of that. It's bad today. It's bad today, guys. This is a little trickier than I thought. My pneumatic arm needs tightening. So that way it doesn't fall down. It went pretty crazy there. Yeah, it seems like it did. It seems like it did. Like, as weird as this is gonna be for me to do, okay? I know that doesn't look good, and I'm just like totally blocked, and you can barely see it. And maybe I'll set this up better off stream. But technically, you can kind of see what I'm seeing. So that's my monitor of the stream. Now I'm completely blocked. Let me scoot over. It's getting weird in here. We're getting really weird in here today. So I don't know if you can see it, but it does start to buffer. Obviously, I don't know if you can see it, because if I knew you could see it, I mean, you wouldn't see the buffer. I don't know, guys. I don't know if we can make it today. I'm gonna run the poll again. I'm gonna run the poll one more again. What are you doing to the poor laptop? Slightly abusing it, yeah. Fair point. Poor laptop. Poor laptop. I would say I feel more bad for the alarm or the pneumatic arm than the laptop. The pneumatic arm is suffering more. I don't know if the poll is going to show up on here. It does show up on here. Oh, does it want me to vote? I can't vote in my own poll. Why would you have me vote in my own poll? Alright, let me close the poll for now. Oh, sign in! Oh, gosh. Guys, I don't think we can make it today. I feel like the chaos is too bad today. That's what I think. And it upsets me, because I'm trying to just live my life, do game dev, and share it with y'all. You saw the buffering, right? I feel like I should set this up so we can enjoy it. Or try to fix the internet so it doesn't give problems. That would also be... that would be another solution. Now I have to enter my password fresh. That's always great. I love doing that while I'm streaming. Two-step verification? No! Why would it log me out? Why would you log me out? Oh, we got all kinds of troubles today. Yeah, we got a few troubles today. Okay, actually, I think I can get a code. We got chaos. We got... Just wanted to start another poll. I just wanted to start another poll. I can totally see it'll be frustrating. Oh, it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. You know, I'm just here trying to, like, make games, and live streaming helps me make games. And sharing it with you guys is something I really like to do. I'm just trying to live my life. And this affects the quality of the stuff I'm doing. It affects the quality of what I'm doing here, which means less people come through, less people support it, which is fine, but, you know, not ideal. Yeah, make sure we don't leak anything. Oh, yeah. So I'm not using the laptop to do it, luckily. I'm doing it on the same computer, just a little elsewhere. Blur Girl, welcome. Good to see you. It's not glitching for you. I love that. In case you didn't check the poll results, 83% wait. Thank you. And 70% end. Thank you. Thank you. I did try to check it. I think I didn't really get logged out. I think because the internet was gone for a moment. It just thought I wasn't logged in anymore. Oh, there we go. Now it's back. Now we're good. So sometimes I have to catch up the stream on here. Normally I have this just up for myself. Okay, I'm going to close this poll. I'm going to start a new poll, assuming the internet will let me start a new poll. End the poll. We're going to try it again, because most of y'all are in favor of it, but that was earlier. Things have continued now. I'm going to do it on the laptop. All right, so let's say, here, I'll do this over here. We're going to make a new poll, and this poll will be, are you sure we should keep waiting? Are you still sure? Are you sure we should wait this internet problem storm out? Yes, wait. No, don't wait. All right. New poll, new me. Now, the one caveat to having the stream up here is I also have to have the chat open. If I don't keep the chat box open, sometimes the chat won't come through. So it's going to be a little hard to see, but that's okay. We're already immediately having problems. Immediately. You finished the raid with 10 seconds to spare. It was so close, you're sweating. That sounds fun. You were kind of selling it to me. You're kind of selling it to me. Okay. And let me just shrink this down. All right. There's all that. How do you only have 7 people watching? What's up, Blur Girl? Well, a couple things. Number one, I'm on YouTube and not Twitch, which by default means there's going to be lower numbers than there would be if I was on Twitch. The other thing is, I don't know. I'm relatively new to doing this. I've only been doing it for a year and some change. But I'm here every week doing it, doing my thing. You know, maybe my promotion game is off. It's not glitching for you. I love that. That's wonderful. That's good news. We'll see if that keeps up. Ooh, 75% say don't wait. It's shifted. This is why we run the poll again. That's helpful because honestly, I don't want to waste your guys' time, you know? And so if I'm here working and you can barely tell, you're missing out on the progress that we're doing, you know? And that's no fun. Oh, and the pneumatic arm fell down. You can't make a vote on this. You're just vibing. It's totally up to you if you want to sail the storm or find shelter. Ooh, I like that analogy. I like that analogy a lot. Fair enough. I feel like you should get more. Thank you, Blur Girl. I mean, look, I'm here. I'm devoted. You know, my plan is just to keep going. And if the audience grows, great. I'll be ready. And if the audience doesn't, that's okay too. Because I'm here to work on my game. Don't mind me. I'm just adjusting my pneumatic arm. I'm just here to work on this game above all else. Hello. And connect with you guys if I can. So the people who do come through here, I'm happy to connect with them. And that's enough for me. But I'm ready if more people want to start coming through. I'm ready for it. But the question is, are they ready for it? And that's up to me, right? The better job I do, the more likely that'll happen. And I'm also very new to Godot. Maybe if I were an expert, here's another thing too, Blur Girl, to keep in mind, is a lot of game dev channels offer expertise. I don't have that. I don't have a lot of expertise. I'm just me doing my best, and that's it. And so, you know, sometimes game devs will have games that they've released on Steam, and people will know them that way. Or they built their audience on Twitch, and people know them that way. So I don't have any of those sort of prerequisites. I don't have a history. I don't have expertise that I'm bringing to the table. I'm just me, and I'm just learning. So I think if I, you know, made tutorial videos all the time, and people knew me from the tutorial videos, there might be more numbers here in the live streams. But I'm not, which is fine. You know, I'm doing something different. So I think, you know, a lot of viewers don't really know what this is or what to think about it, you know, when they come here, or if they should even come here. So, and I think because of that, you know, I'm also creating something different, which means it's less likely to get a lot of people. So there's a lot of factors in it, but I think that's one of them. Anyway, I don't know how well you can really see. We're a little bit behind. But it could be worse. All right. I swear I'm going to try to work on the game a little bit. The poll is pretty clear, though. The poll is pretty clear. We only have 4 votes, so the more votes, the better. But I'm going to give it a few more minutes. I'm going to say at the top of the hour. We got about 10 minutes left before we hit a new hour. And I'm going to say if it's not better by then, we call it. We take shelter, as it were. So I'm going to keep working. I am going to try to keep working. I'm going to give it a good try. I promise. Good talker. I should make a podcast. You're so nice. Thank you so much. It helps, you know, that I have all this practice. I stream very often, so I have all that practice. And then I also talk to myself a lot. So that helps me, just doing that. It's part of what keeps me going, talking so much, is that I talk to myself. I gotta say, guys, the internet's kind of behaving. I think the storm might have ended. We still had to, well, I don't know. Hold on, it's still wavering. Let's not, okay, hold on. Let me just see if I can try to work. So we have body is damaged. Thank you. It's very kind of you. I appreciate that, Blur Girl. Thank you. I'm doing my best, and I'm gonna keep being here, whatever happens. I don't care what the numbers are. I'm here, you know. Messenger body is damaged. So this happens now. I think I want to actually send the information of how much health is there, and then just update the health bar to that. So we have current health, which is a variable that currently exists on the body part script. So the script that determines how much health each body part has. Whoops, it keeps smacking things. Everything is different. It keeps track of how much health is currently there. So what I would like is to send that. Now, here I have body is damaged being emitted, and there's no parameter. So I guess I'd want to say messenger, but it'd have to know what the part is. Well, it's body. We're just doing body. So body health, right? And then I could I say emit, if I say current health, will it send that variable along? Messenger, body health, emit. So then I come over to the messenger script. And we'll say, I don't really know where to put it. Signal, body health. Minnie says, I come from a professional game developer background, and at least for me, it's more about the mood I have in the moment and the personality of the streamer if I'm looking for a learning stream. Interesting. Teaching stream or just pure entertainment. Thank you. That's helpful. That's really helpful feedback. I actually really appreciate that. And I need to run some more polls just on the channel just to like see what people are here for, because that really helps me know where to guide things. I like your personality too, or that's I vibe with your mood. I appreciate that. That's something really cool that I found doing this, is that, you know, there aren't the people who I don't vibe with don't come here. And that's like a really cool thing, because sometimes in live streaming, you know, depending on like what you're giving out, sometimes you'll get back something that's really negative. And I haven't found that to happen much anymore. When I first started, that happened more, but the more I got comfortable just being myself, the more I see something that feels good coming back from the audience. And that's a really exciting thing. So that's helpful to hear, for sure. Teaching stream or just pure entertainment. Yeah, and then the other thing is like, you know, at this stage, since I'm learning, you know, you guys can help me learn, and then that can help other people learn who may not have known this or that. So there's also that to it. So it kind of toes the line between teaching, learning, and entertainment. We do have some stabilization happening, guys. We have some stabilization happening. I haven't seen any glitches down here or anything like that. So, I mean, that's a good sign. Oh, it's paused. This has been paused. So that was useless. That's okay. I don't see any problems, though. I think we're okay. The storm has ended. All right, so we're going to send body health along as a signal. And we're back to it. I'm going to have body health be received on the sprite 3D, the HP body script. And so we'll say messenger body health connect. Now we're going to create a function. That's the parameter that we're putting here. So we're going to say update HP. Now if I create a new function called update HP, and then do I want to say, I don't know, maybe, what did I call it? I got to see what I call, oh, current health. Current health. Right? And then what if I say print current health? Will that work? So I'll know if this works because in the bottom, oh, internet's goofing again. I'll know if this works because in the bottom left here, oh look, it printed it. It printed a 3. Well, I'll be darned. That worked. Wow. I mean, big props to my 2 cents today. Like, you helped me understand this so much more than I did. Like, realizing that I was using the parameters in ways that weren't valuable, that weren't serving anything. That makes it so much more obvious how to use that stuff and where the variable goes in or not. I think something that frustrates me about text code and that sometimes, you know, I get hung up on is I don't know what the parameter is, what the arguments are. So like, you know, I see connect update HP, right? So because it's just in parenthetical after that, you know, if I look back at the body part script where we're emitting current health, I mean, you know what this is supposed to be, right? And so you look up the documentation and you see what's supposed to be in there, right? But it's like I can't, like with visual scripting, I can look at it and I can see more what this parameter, this argument is supposed to mean, what the implications of that are. I see that directly in a visual coding environment. In a text coding environment, there is no explanation of what this argument is, or if there are even other arguments that could be used and what they would mean. And so I come back over to this other script that I'm working on, and I don't realize that this means something different. But it makes perfect sense that it is. Like, now I get it. Now I know. But, like, as I'm learning at first, all I see is, oh, we're doing the messenger body health. Sure, we have connect, which is very different than emit. So this would be different. But, like, my brain visually sees that, and it just kind of doesn't keep track right away about these being different. But now that I understand a little better because of the tips you gave me, my 2 cents, I see now how we can pass variables from when we're emitting. When I can pass a variable that exists inside of this function. Current health is an existing variable here. And so I can pass this right along. And then I can receive that over here. But I don't need to type it anywhere, right? I don't need to say, receive that. It's built into the message that we already emitted. And so where I would receive it is down here. And then in order to receive it, I have to actually say this here, right? Or could I just do this? Could I just say that? No, because then it wouldn't know. It's not like it can check and find, oh, there's current health. It can't say, I'm update HP. This is where I'm called. I'm connected to this, and in that is current health. It can't do that. So that's what this argument is for, is to let it know, hey, here's something that I want you to know does exist. And even if it doesn't, right? Even if I were to just say, update HP random words, right? And then say print hello, comma, random words. It'll work. And it'll say hello. And right, so the body takes damage. We get hello 3. Wait, hold on. Wait, it's still counting down. Wait, what? See, I'm still learning. What? Pepe says, it's my sister's birthday tomorrow, and she's a small streamer, and she frequents Discord, and she rarely buys Nitro. But she loves the feature. So as an early gift, I gifted her a year of Nitro. She's a bit freaked. Oh, that's so sweet. Even though she's against me spending that much on her. You're a good brother for doing that. It took me a while to get it at first, too. And I also had that aha moment. I love it. It feels so good. And now I'm having like another moment of like, wait, it's like a double aha. In the update HP function, you can name the parameter. So it doesn't, so I don't even, wow, so that's disconnected. So I am emitting the signal so the signal that is being emitted is the current health value, period, bottom line. When it's being emitted, that's it. That's the end of the story. It's what's being emitted. Bob's your uncle. It doesn't matter if the name matches. It's still gonna say the number because that's built into the signal that's being received, regardless of whether you're referring to the name of it. I think you were trying to say that earlier, too. I mean, I would want it to be the same name, but it's confusing. That's very confusing. Because it raises the question, should I make it a different name? I mean, current health is relative to current health is relative to the body part. So over here, it could be current health of the arm, current health of the leg, of the other arm, of the other leg. It could mean a lot of different things. In this one case, we're just talking about the body, but overall, current health. Now, where we're receiving that signal, by that point, it's very specific. It's no longer possibly the body, possibly the arm. It's definitely the body. So by then, I might as well name it something else. To me, it feels like you almost lose the connection. Like you, again, with visual scripting, you know, I can see a wire connecting between two things, which gets ridiculous after a while, of course. But I can at least trace back. Okay, this, even though these names aren't the same, I can see that they're connected. Whereas here, you don't see that connection. You kind of have to know it. But I guess the connection is body health, right? So body health is the wire. And then if we go back to the other script, we see body health, and that's what's connecting it. So I could say update HP. Now, but then it's like, well, do I say body health? But that's what this is called, right? So now I'm just kind of like, you know, it's like confusing again because my brain wants to say, oh, this is related to this, but it's not actually. I mean, I could say body HP, but it feels like, again, we're starting to like split hairs. That's your older sister? You're a good younger brother. Age can be weird like that. You know, I could call this body HP, but it's kind of just like, well, what's the difference between, I mean, this is a signal, and this is a parameter, so that's different. But technically, they're conveying the same information. I get hung up sometimes on feeling like I'm not naming things correctly, and I kind of assume that with practice, I'll get better at that, and it'll make more sense. Oh, you see the glitching? Look at it. So that's what it looks like on my end when it's glitching, is I see all this. I don't know if, I mean, if it's glitching, I don't know how much you can see. But that's when I can tell you guys are having a bad time, it looks like this. And then I apologize. That was a while ago. So then I have to scoot forward because the stream gets delayed a bunch. You can name it current body health. Oh, I like that. And so at that point, that's a great suggestion. I love that suggestion. You know, because then we have the current connection. It still raises the question of why not call this that? You know, why not call this that? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, it's glitching. Oh, it's glitching. All right, guys. I feel like, I mean, even though it's better than it was, it's much better than it was, it's still gotta be bad for you guys. I mean, just looking at that, like, that was rough. But maybe it's only momentary. I honestly think I'll poll you guys again. I know only a few of you end up voting. We have 6 votes. 6 votes. 83% don't wait. So a little bit has improved. A little bit has improved. So I'd be curious to know if it feels like it's better now. Dragonblade says, maybe this will help. If you look at the documentation for emit, you can see that it uses... I saw that. I was like, what is Varag? I was so, like, off-put by that. I just, like, noped out of there. I was like, that's not a word. That doesn't mean anything. How dare you? That means you can pass anything to it. 0 parameters, 5, or 100. And the name you give them doesn't matter. Really? That's extremely interesting. That's extremely interesting. I'm trying to get a browser back open here. What does that even mean? Why would it be that way? Var-arg. Oh, var-arg. Variadic functions? That doesn't even make sense. Is variable arguments supported? What does that even mean? An variadic function, known as var-arg's function, is a function that accepts a variable number of arguments. Oh, the limit is 255. Interesting. And the connected method will map the arguments in the order you passed them. Interesting. That is very interesting. Isn't that the same as how much you can text on Twitter and YouTube? Oh yeah, yeah. It's like a computer thing, like the numbers, right? 255 computer numbers. Why? I'm so sorry. It's like a reason. Bits. Yeah, it's bits. A byte only has 8 bits. A bit is a binary digit, so a byte can hold 2 binary to the power of 8 numbers, ranging from 0 to 2 to the power of 8 minus 1, which equals 255. So it's just like the way computers understand data. Yeah. It's like it's a computer thing. It's a computer thing. And like most things have those same sort of ideas or like limitations. It's very interesting. That is helpful. So it can have a variable amount of arguments. So that's kind of cool. So that kind of makes me want to experiment a little bit, just for the sake of learning, just to like solidify the aha moment. So if I say current health, what if I add something else in there, just to see if it works, right? So I think this is a script variable. So what if I say not only current health, what if I say max health, right? I emit both of those variables. How is it going to know which one to do? So if I hit play and we hit something on the body, we're getting bugs and it's actually not printing anything. Expected 0 arguments but called with 2 is the error I'm getting. Variable arguments. Argument is just another name for parameter. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. I'm just kind of using them interchangeably, but not really sure if they are truly interchangeable. That's very helpful. From the perspective of when you declare a function rather than calling it. When you declare a function rather than calling it. Oh, you guys are helping me so much. Did you know there's a 256th bit? It's always on for a handshake. I didn't know that at all. That's fascinating. It's actually very interesting. It's actually extremely interesting. I did not know that. I waited for about 15 minutes longer than I said it would, but I think the internet may be balancing out. I know I've said that before, but I really think it this time. I really think it this time. So yeah, this is something I've tried to do before. If I can declare multiple ones, then how do I... So I guess I have to come... How do I... Oh, but you said it's in the same order. It seems pretty stable. It seems pretty stable. So if it's in the same order, if I come back to this other script, and I say current body health, body max body health. So will it just map the first one that I did and the second one that I did here? So we'll say that, and then max body health. See if that works. Let's not jinx it. I know, I'm a little afraid of that. I'm a little afraid of that. Oh, that worked! Look, it reports the current health and then the max health right next to it. Dude, I've been getting this error for weeks when I've been trying to have multiple parameters being emitted and connected in functions that or signals, and I've not known how to do it. But you really, both my 2 cents, Mini, and all of y'all, and Dragonblade really just helped. Like, y'all just like made like a, yeah, you remember Stormrun, you were here for like the first time I was getting that error. Yeah, it's gone. We're getting 2 things here, 2 numbers here. But you guys made like a gumbo of wisdom for me to consume and like make this click about how you connect multiple things. It doesn't matter if there are how many you connect, but it does matter if we ask for that same number in the function that we ultimately connect it to. So we can emit as many as we want, but ultimately when we reconnect them, we have to just make sure it's the same number. Which is interesting. I mean, it on one hand, I almost feel like that's confusing because the names are going to be different. I have to make the names the same. But then again, they're not functioning the same. So maybe it does make sense to do it. It's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, y'all are awesome. Y'all are so awesome. Y'all are learning us so good today. So yeah, a variable, what do we call it? A variable argument. So I'm going to see if I can say this. I'm going to try to put this out of here for now. Since it seems stable, let's get this chaos out just for a little bit. Let's just get rid of this chaos for now. And then I'm going to move down. Oh, we are moved down. I'm just sitting up. Okay. Let me sit back down. All right, get that laptop screen out of there. Get that laptop screen out of there. So when I'm emitting a signal, I can set multiple arguments in here, and these are variables that already exist in this script. They already exist in this script, and I have 2 of them here. I'm receiving those in a totally separate script, right? So here's where I'm connecting that signal that I just emitted. This argument is just calling the function where we're going to output the values related to that signal. So here's that function that was called. And then in here, I have different parameters that are set when we initially emitted it. Different parameters. We have current health and max health. Now over here, where I'm receiving that signal, where it's been connected, I've added an identifier in here, current body health, max body health. Because there are 2 that are being emitted and 2 that are being checked for in this function, I can now fetch both of those values, and they will appear in my output as the current health, which when we first get hit will be 3. So it's going to output in the output log as 3, and then it's going to put 4 right next to it because that's the maximum, and it'll keep going down. if I remove one of these, so even though I set 2 before, if I only am checking for one of those, we're going to get errors. So we've got errors and nothing is printing. And then it's going to say, method expected 0 arguments, but call with 2. I can't say I totally understand that error message, but apparently it's the right one. Now, if I were to remove this second parameter here that we're sending along, and now we do it, we won't get an error, and it will just output a 3. So we just have a 3 outputted here, and not the extra 4. Conversely, if I come back to the script that's receiving the signal, and let's say I add a second one that doesn't exist, max body health, and we refer to it here, I would suspect that we'll get the same error. So let's run that. And now when I collide, yeah, we get an error. No numbers are printed. And it's the same error. Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 1. Interesting. Oh, that's really helpful. So the method that it's referring to is the emit here. I think Godot is messing up by saying the method is expecting 0 arguments. Oh. So this, when I have 1 in here, it says that it gets 1. When I have 2 in here, it says that it gets 2. So that's what it means when it says what it's getting is this. They did mention this as a bug in the GitHub feed. That's true. They did. Wow. When they said it was a bug, I was like, a bug how? Like, is the bug the fact that I'm getting the error? Or is the bug the way that the error is worded? Evidently, it's the latter. I was still doing my code wrong because I didn't have a matching number of arguments. It's just looking for a match. This has to be the same as the other. So now if I add in here max health, we won't get the error. And it'll print both numbers as it should. Wow. Man, that has been like a month-long mystery to me, is what that error means and how not to get it. It's just a wording issue of the error. Noted. Heard. Pepe says, I love how Fallout raiders shout insults at you and you're just charging them with full power armor and an explosive minigun. Yeah, I agree that that's always weird. Like, they'll be like, shh. Or even in Skyrim too, never should have come here. Or, you're gonna die. It's like, okay, all right, if you say so, I'm pretty sure you're gonna die. I know, but like, what's the game? Honestly, I guess if Bethesda was attention to detail enough, they could add in a way to guess how powerful the player is and have the enemy reasonably be like afraid or not. I think that's a Bethesda problem there. Just think if you have to end, I guess you will have to unfortunately play some Fallout. I'll have to play Fallout if I stop. Literally, absolutely. I will be soothing myself with Fallout. I will say, I think we're good. I think we can keep going. I think we're quite safe. I will say, it does seem to get worse between a couple certain hours, and we're kind of outside of those hours. You thought the laptop was an overlay? That's awesome. That's awesome. Minnie says, this thirst for diving deep, going slow, and really trying to understand things will get you really far. Thanks! Yay! I'm gonna go far. Let's go. I really appreciate that. I mean, look, because I don't want to just get the answer. I want to understand the answer, you know? Because otherwise, how can I... Because I have ambitions. I want to keep growing. I want to do more. I want to have, you know, expertise that I can apply. Basically, what I really want is a toolbox. I want a toolbox so that when I need to solve a problem, I know what's available to me and how to use those tools. And, you know, folks in chat, I love the help that folks give. Tutorials, I love the help that's available out there. But if I don't really understand why something works, yeah, I gotta figure it out. I'm all about that deep diving. And then, you know, hopefully it can maybe help someone else too. I don't know if I can turn that into a short video, but maybe. I appreciate that. Thank you for saying that, Minnie. I appreciate that. In Fallout, I couldn't ever in real life, but water in games scares me too. Water? Wait. Where are we talking about water in games? I don't know. Water like... I'm not sure I understand, but I'm very curious. When you get more comfortable with reading documentation, it'll be a power multiplier to that personality trait. Yeah, I am uncomfortable reading documentation. I am. I really am. Like, I don't want to be. Some documentation I find easier to read than others. But I think part of it is like, you know, it uses language that I don't understand. You know, so then I got to look up what that means. And then I got to look up what the explanation of what that means. But the more experience I get, the less confusing it is. Like when I saw var arg as one like word, even if they just had var arg with a space in between, I would have been able to kind of figure it out. But I don't know I would have understood the meaning. At least I would have understood, you know, the term. So yeah, there's a lot of little things that I'm still piecing together. And maybe it will get easier. Maybe it will get easier as time goes on for me. Oh, you thought Minnie was talking about Fallout? Pepe is talking about Fallout because I do love Fallout, and Pepe knows that now. And so we can talk about it. I think my favorite Raider insult is, "You're clearly not the favorite child." That's hilarious. Have I ever heard that one? That must be a Fallout 76 one. That's hilarious. All right, so now that we have the value, now all we got to do is just patch that value. Well, I don't actually need the max health, by the way. I mean, maybe I do. Maybe I need it. I don't know. If I do, I'll be ready to hook it up. But for right now, I don't need it. So I'm going to take it out. And I'll know now how to put it in there, which is amazing. And I know with confidence now how to do that. We might need that. You know, like if you... Yeah, we actually probably do. I think I'll keep it. Because if you think about it, right? Like what if... No, because the current health will change. Actually, I'm not going to put it in here. I'm actually not going to put it here. Because what I'd rather do is call the body health function again when you get a healing item. So that's the other thing. We need to also set it up to go up when it heals. But I don't think we need to know the max health for that. We would just need it to scale with the current health. I think that'll be fine. Mr. Fallout over here, my original YouTube name was VaultBoyBuilder26. It still shows in older emails. I didn't know that, Pepe. That's so cool. I used to use the username VaultTech9. Yeah. I'm a little embarrassed to say that, but yeah, I hear you. Your alien can wear a backpack, and the extra points can go in there. Nice. That's adorable. Oh my gosh, a backpack. That, you know, that did for a second make me want customization, like character customization features for like a split second. Maybe someday. It does get easier. I was in the exact same boat as you when I started teaching myself programming. Nice. Thank you for saying that. You're inspiring me so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot, you know? So I got some ADHD. I got some ADHD and a touch of the autism. And those sometimes cast a little doubt in my mind about my ability to learn, but you know, it means a lot to hear you say that. Like that I'm on a recognizable path and that you got there, so yeah, maybe I'll get there too. All right. Thank you. It's still the name I have to type to log into Steam. Haunts me everywhere. Yeah, old usernames are a haunt. They're totally a haunt. All right, so all we're doing is printing this health, but we want to do a little more with it than just print it. I want it to actually update the progress bar. So now that we actually have that value, I can reference the health bar, the progress bar. And now I just need to figure out what it's looking for. Is it value? It looks like it might be. Is that an equals? Is that a function? I don't know. Can I say that just equals current body health? What if that just works? What if that just works? That's true, my 2 cents. Yeah, let's, if this doesn't work, that's what we should do. It works! Let's go! Apparently my 2 cents, I already know it. I didn't know I knew it. Let's go. Wow. What the what? Success! Wow. And immediately it makes me want to like, I'm like, wow, now I want there to be like particle effects. I want it to flash. I want it to do more. I just, it feels like so much better than the numbers. Oh, it's so much better than the numbers. Awesome. Nice indeed. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Okay, that's one step. So the next step is healing. So whenever now if I were to do that here, it's not going to update, right? So if I take a hit, and let's have the numbers up for reference. So the body health is at 2. We can see that with the bar and the number. If I drag the cow and we run into it, the number will go up to 3, but the bar will stay down, right? And if I were to heal it up to 4, so let's heal that body up to 4, and now I damage the body, the health bar will show 3, because that's the only place we're actually updating it. So I just need to have that signal get emitted when we heal as well. So we can just take this same thing right here. Health collected. Now I only want that to be on the body. So I actually should clarify all of this as well. We don't want it to update that if it's not the body. So I'm going to say healed the body. Collided body part, area body, is parts body, and amount to damage. We don't need to worry about that. And then in here, we're going to say messenger body health, emit current health. Identifier it, not declared. Oh. Whoa. Why is that is part? I don't know why it went down to it. Okay. So now I think if I hooked that up correctly, which I may not have, but if I did, okay, I did not hook it up. I definitely did not hook it up correctly. Current health plus equals 1. So health collected function What did I do wrong? If collided body part is set, we're doing the same thing here. If self and current health is less than max health. N is body part. We know that's all correct. So we do have a problem. Messenger body health emit current health. What makes that different? Now I wonder if I need a different signal for that. So that doesn't call the function again. Oh, we have errors. Oh, we have errors galore. Save me errors. Teach me your ways. Health collected, node not found. Area... Oh, I spelled... Yeah. Okay. That'll do it. All right. Yep. Oops. Well, the error... It's like, what comes first? One of y'all noticing what I did wrong? Or me reading the error? All right. I love it. Love it. I love when it's easy to fix. I love when it's easy to fix. Those are my favorite problems. All right, so we've taken some damage. I'm going to attempt to lift up a cow. The grab system needs work. It's still not going up. We are getting errors, though. So what else have we done wrong? What else have I done wrong? Okay, I got to clear it. You're also messing up basic English words, so you're not allowed. It's easy to do. It's easy to do. All right, so that did heal because we see the body number is at 4, but this is at 3. But we do have some errors to check. Let's see what that says. Oh, I still spelled it wrong. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm still spelling it wrong, you guys. It's okay. It's okay. What it's saying about my mental acuity remains to be seen, but certainly it says nothing about the code yet or my logic. The code is wrong. The logic is fine. Ooh, still not working. What did I spell wrong this time? What did I spell wrong this time? So text number is at 4, health bar is at 3. Checking the debugger. What did I spell wrong? What did I spell wrong? Node not found. So I may have still spelled something wrong. Let's see. Oh. Oh. That's where earlier when I was wondering where did this it come from? That's where it came from. It came from there being messed up. I just like had my cursor in the wrong place. Oh, the anticlimax of it all. Okay. All right. Real test of the logic here. The true test of the logic, regardless of if my syntax is correct. Probably. Damage taken. Health point goes down. Pull up the cow. Collide into it. Health bar goes up. All right. Beautiful. All right, we're back in business, baby. We can heal and we can get damaged, and the health bar reflects that. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. I'm saving that immediately. I'm committing immediately. Health bar increases and decreases, or increases and decreases. Can you use ampersands and get? Seems like a risk. We're just gonna do and. Nice indeed. A signal is emitted when damage or health are detected on the body part script. This signal is received on the HP body script, which by the way is just called Sprite 3D. I actually need to rename that script. That's a terrible name. The script is, I'm actually going to do that before I make this commit, because that's just awful. I have to rename that immediately. And I hope sometimes renaming things can be a mistake. Oh, I also don't think I also have this in a terrible place. This is sitting in my... Wow, I did not use good habits here. I need to put this script in... I don't even know where to put this. I could put this in the scripts folder. Something that I often like run into is like fear about updating, like, or reorganizing my file system for the project. I'm often very afraid to do that because I'm afraid of breaking things. But like what I'd love to do is change in the scripts folder. I'd love to have like a health section or something. But I'm a little afraid to do that. I guess I could just, I'm going to call this health body. Is what I'm going to call that script. So it did throw up an error for like a second there. But hopefully it could just figure that out. Okay, it does. And then what I'd like to do is move that to another folder. If you change stuff inside of Godot, it won't break. But if you do it on Windows File Explorer, it will mess everything up. That gives me a lot of confidence. And therefore, I'm going to go for it. Oh, shoot. There's also this UI folder with health in it. Oh, maybe I should put it in here. Oh, that makes way more sense. All right, let me rename this. I'm going to say, Dragonblade says, I'm not the smartest person. I don't know. I mean, probably not. Like, imagine if we knew who the smartest person was. I just failed and wasted like 2 days of work. Oh no, what happened? Will I even understand what happened? I am so sorry to hear that. Is this for like the game, the like adult game that you're working on? Oh man. Especially if it's like a paid gig, that's really stressful. And like, you know, in so many ways, that's just like a part of doing work on computers, especially like big development projects. Like things like that totally happen. Doesn't make it hurt any less. And if it's for a paid gig, it can really hurt. Kids, keep version control. Keep version control. And even then you have risks. But it's better than not having it. Yeah, absolutely. I got my GitHub right here, ready to go. It took me a while. It took me a while to set it up. But eventually, it became obvious that it would help. And we now have another case study about why it's important. I'm sorry that happened. What I always remind myself, and I'm not saying it helps everybody, but it helps me, is like, I know that the second time I do it, it's going to be faster than the first time, for whatever that's worth. I also know that it's usually going to be better than the first time I did it. Somehow I'll pick up a way to do it more efficiently or more effectively than I did the first time. So like there is some silver linings, but they definitely don't heal the pain. For sure. Dang. Version control, always. Evidently, yeah. Alright, Pepe. Version control gives such a peace of mind, too. Yeah, yeah. You broke compatibility with something, so you have to revert everything. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You have to revert everything. You have to, like, make the choice. You have to, like, say, goodbye, work. Goodbye, work! And destroy it. It's not even like it got destroyed. You have to destroy it. It's sad. It's really sad. It's like putting a pet down. Okay, a little different, but you know what I mean? Dang. We're with you. We're with you. We can't help you, but we're with you. Hopefully, I'm not about to ruin anything by moving something and renaming something. I'm assured that it probably won't. So if this isn't going to go in that same folder as the scripts, I'm going to call this HP bar body. Is kind of what I'd rather call it, if I'm being honest. And then if I move that into the health folder in the UI folder, is everything okay? Has the world collapsed? It has not. We're safe. Beautiful. Thank goodness. That's something I try to get better at. I still have some things lying around out here that aren't organized, but I'm really glad to know that if I do it within here, it'll be okay. That's a helpful thing to know. Thank you for confirming that. My 2 cents. Okay, so I was going to make a commit. We must learn lessons from our fellow developers. A signal is emitted when damage or health are detected on the body part script. This signal is received on the HP body script, which we're actually calling HP bar body script. A signal is received on the HP bar body script and applied to the progress bar. That's it. Done. Commit it. Okay. Now, let me go to my hacking plan, because I had more in mind. Let's close some of these. Let's close some of these. I had a few more things in mind. So we're adding the health bar. We have a body HP bar. Oh, it doesn't appear on hit. It disappears at full health. I actually haven't done any of these subtasks, because I didn't actually set up it increasing and decreasing as a subtask. Can you rearrange these? We can. Just for the sake of completionism, can I say HP goes up on hit, down, or down on hit, up on heal? Just so we can check it off. There we go. Nice, you got a little green bar. I love it. Okay, so I want it to appear on hit and disappear at full health. So that'll be interesting. Maybe it won't be that interesting. So we want it to be invisible. If I just set the HP bar to not be visible, that's fine, right? Yes. And so we'll say, I mean, we could say either way. I mean, if you, not just if you get damaged, but if you heal as well. So we could just say anytime this is called, not only do we want to set the value, but we want to make it visible. It's going to complexify here with the timer stuff, but that's okay. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. So I want to say, same thing. I feel like we could put this in a variable. I could probably just keep it in this function. If we just say variable HP bar and set it to that, then I can just say HP bar just to make it a little more readable. That works, right? Well, let's just keep going. And I can say HP bar. I probably don't need to capitalize it. HP bar, HP bar. More confusing if I capitalize it. And then I'm going to say visible true. See if that still works. So it's not there. If we get hit, it does go down. Beautiful. And that does mean it'll appear if we're at full health and we heal, might want to say like that doesn't happen if you're already at full health, which is actually not a bad reason to bring in the max health. That's not a bad reason to bring in the max health. It's not a great reason, but it's not a bad reason. It does mean I have to come through here. Oh, we could just keep it on body health. Oh, but then that's... Oh, that's an interesting scenario. So what if I say... That's gonna have a problem, right? If I make just the health emission signal have 2 arguments, whereas the damage emission signal only has 1 argument, but it's being received on the same function, that's probably not going to work. I don't know. I could be wrong. But now I'm very curious to know what'll happen. So if I come on here and I set a second parameter, max body health, and then we say if current body health is not equal to max body health, then make the HP bar visible. Which actually could just be the only reason. I mean, that makes sense, that is when it would show. You can set a second argument to a default value in the function declaration and it'll work. Oh, interesting. So that won't work and we get bugs. And it's going to be the same error that we know and love. Method expected 0. And it should say but got... Right, because it's not the one that's calling... The one that's calling with 2 isn't an error. And in fact, it should show if we heal. Right? So if I take a little damage and I heal, it should show because that one isn't having an error. Okay, that didn't work. Actually, that didn't work. You can emit the signal with either 1 or 2 arguments. Right. So if... I think I understand what you're saying. So if I come back to the body part script, and over here, you're saying to a default value in the function? I don't actually know if I understand it. You can set the second argument to a default value. Oh, wait, maybe I understand what you're saying. I don't know if I understand what you're saying. I think, I mean, so, and then if I just add this here, max health. So we have that coming from both of these. So you can do function, my function, argument 1, argument 2 equals 10. Oh, okay. I see. But won't that still cause an issue when it's only 1? I mean, I'm going to try it. I don't like the idea of hard coding that. Like, I might as well have... Because the reason why I also have the max health as a variable is because I'm imagining, like, if the player, like, gets a perk or something, or somehow levels up in a way that increases their maximum health, I'd want that to be variable. So I wouldn't want to hard code that. I think that's what you're suggesting, but I could be wrong. Let me come back to the script. And so then you're saying here, I could say max, but maybe you're saying like it, so would this default get overridden? Like if I say it's 4, and if it's something else, like from the other one, from the other signal that's emitting it as at all, wouldn't that, I don't know, I'm confused. I feel like this would still cause an error, but I'm curious. Oh, it works! No error. Wow. Why didn't that cause an error? I'm surprised because we're not emitting 2 arguments here. That's very interesting. But because, I guess because it has the default is overwritten if you provide it in the signal emission. Right. So if in the future I would want, if I knew the, or whatever this is, what is this? The damage, right. So this is if the body gets damaged. If I knew I would never want to change that value, that would be fine to leave it there. But if I thought, well, maybe I'll change the health, and so I'll add that as an extra argument, that would override what that default is. It's a very specific use case. So it seems like here, it would be better to just go ahead and define it. So it'd be kind of interesting. Like, I could test it, right? I could say, have it be max health here. And then if I output, or if I set over in the HP bar script, if I set the default to like 1, that's almost not even gonna matter because it will override it. So you take it down. It's not going to stay at 2 or something, or jump down to 1. It'll correctly go up to 3. So it's overriding it. That's really interesting. Good instinct. Hard coding with magic numbers is a bad idea. Magic numbers? I've not heard it called that before. Coding magic numbers. I like that. A magic number is a numeric literal that is used in the code without any explanation of its meaning. The use of magic numbers makes programs less readable and hence more difficult to maintain and update. Thank you for teaching me that. Where did that come from? Now I just want to learn things. Where did that even come from? That's such a specific term. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. Oh no, the internet's dropping again. Boo. Boo, internet. We were sailing so smooth. We were sailing so smooth. You just never know. You never know when it'll come back. All right, guys, tomorrow morning, first thing I'm doing, I'm going to wake out of bed. I'm going to have a snack. All right? I'm going to have some tea. And I'm going to call AT&T. We're going to deal with this. No more procrastinating. No more hoping it sorts out. Wait, but really, where does this come from? And what the heck is this article? Origin. Oh, this looks boring. This is the most boring origin I've ever seen. But why is it called magic? Why is it called magic? Because just somebody called it that. Somebody just called it that. I think is what it is. Magic number creation was implemented. That's not a satisfying origin. A name like that deserves a story. It's probably not a good use case here, but it's for your information. Yeah, thank you. Dude, you have learned me. I'm like, this is interesting. I love it. Let me scoot back. Now that the laptop isn't there. Anti-pattern. Breaking one of the oldest rules in programming is magic numbers. They're considered magic because their significance is not immediately obvious to someone reading the code. Oh, like magic tricks. They can make the code difficult to understand and maintain because it's not immediately clear. Gotcha. It's pretty interesting. Oh, it predates coding. It's not a coding thing. It's a baseball thing? The term magic number first surfaced in a 1947 Washington Post article about a pennant race between the Boston Red Sox and the New York Yankees. The Yankees reduced the magic number to 4. What? Well, this has been a satisfying distraction. I love term origins. I'm sorry that it's such a distraction, but I like to know where things come from. It makes the argument optional, right? And if it's not provided, then it uses that default value. Gotcha. Welcome back, Pepe. It's called magic because no one knows what it does, right? What does that number do? It's magic. That's kind of the explanation I really wanted. Also the sports origin. There you go. So many things go back to sports. So many things go back to sports. Too many things sometimes go back to sports. Honestly, I'll take sports. There are worse origins. Sometimes I'm just like, here's one I'm not going to tell you about. You can just look into yourself. Gobbledygook. That was a word I used to use because I thought it was fun and kind of silly sounding. Gobbledygook. I don't use that term anymore because I looked up where it comes from and now I don't use it. I am not going to explain it on stream, but you can look that up on your own time. This one does not disappoint me, so we're all good. Anyway, so let me not hard code this in here now that that distraction is resolved. But that's a really interesting thing to know. And now it helps me, it really helps me understand better what this is doing and what it can do or can't do. So we'll just go ahead and keep the max health there. And then what this should just prevent is the health bar popping up if we have full health. So actually I need to not get hurt because we don't have the timer set up, which is the other thing I want to add in. So if I just grab a cow and drag it into the body, the health should not increase, or the health bar should not appear. I think I missed it. I can't tell. I need to get a good grab. It's not a good grabbing system. Okay, it definitely went through and did not show up. So that works. And let me just make sure it's not broken otherwise. Just want to double check. Everything is still working. It's not a good grabbing system. The grabbing system is very flawed. Okay, there we go. And it still goes up. All right, good. Beautiful. All right, next. So now it appears, where's my hack and plan? Now it appears on hit. Oh, we need it to disappear at full health. Okay. So then we do need the max health. We totally needed the max health value here. So we'll say if current body health is set to max body health, then we want, I guess we could do an else. We could just do an else, right? Like that would just deal with that. If it's set, if it's not true, make it visible. We could also do the opposite, which could make it arguably more readable. Else, hide it. So there it shows up. I'm going to take a couple hits. And now I'm going to clumsily try to heal. There's one hit point. And we're going to try to fill it up. Now it would be nice. There it goes. What would be nice to set it up. I think I messed that sentence up twice. It would be nice to set it up so that way it doesn't just appear and disappear right away. You know, if it like filled and then disappeared, so you could see it fill up to full. So that's kind of like a whole nother timer Because otherwise it's kind of like, what happened? Did I heal? Is my health gone? Why did it disappear? It's almost a little confusing that it just vanishes. I'd almost want it to like flash or fill up and then disappear. Which kind of means I need 3 timers. I need 1 timer, or maybe even more. Because I'd also want a timer. So like, let's say you're at full health and you take damage, right? And the bar just appears at 3. Like, I don't really like that. Like, I feel like that's not communicating much very good to the player. So now it's just gone, right? And if I get hit, it just appears as 3. What I'd rather see is that it appears as 4, and then that 4th one goes away after that. And then that could be the same timer that happens when we heal up to 4. It'll appear and then go in. You can do await, get tree, create. Oh, we could just like make a timer in the moment for that. We don't really need to like update that timer. Ooh. Suggestion strongly taken and appreciated. My 2 cents. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Okay, so before visible is true or false, I would want get tree. We just create, because this timer doesn't need to be modified. So I don't really need to create a new one. Oh, that's so smart. These are the kind of tools that, like, when you guys suggest them, it starts to become more available in my toolbox. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if I remember someday. It should be before visible equals false, my bad. Both of them, honestly. Oh, wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So we kind of want the opposite. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wait. Don't forget the timeout. Oh, I forgot it. Oh, I super forgot it. Completely forgot it. I like it just created a timer. Well, now there's a timer. It's like it barely awaited because there was no time to really wait for it. Okay. Goes up and then it goes away. Nice. Oh, that was awesome. Cool. That feels like a feature. Look at that. I love it. I'll make it a 1.435. Okay, so now if I want it to be for the appearing, that's going to be a little different, right? Because I guess what I'd want to delay is actually it updating the value. So I'd actually want to say, for the else, update the value. For the if it's not at max health, make the bar visible first and then await and update the health. That seems a little long for that. So maybe we could say, like, I don't know, 0.75 or something. We get hit. Yes! Awesome. And then we heal. Beautiful. Wow. Good call with the await. And it won't be, okay. Oh, we have one problem. So now it's happening every time. Okay, so I only want it to happen when it's going from max health down. Ooh, we're getting a little more specific here. we're getting a little more specific here. So, okay. Whoops, I smacked the microphone. You guys don't deserve that. You didn't deserve that. Rest in peace, your ears. I apologize. I've just been moving things around, so it's like everything's different. So I'm gonna need a condition that says if it's less than the max health. I guess I'll put that underneath. It's probably like easier. If current body health, but we don't want that to happen for this. No, I think we do. Well, that's the other thing. What happens when... Okay, there's a lot to think about here. But also, when I think about creating timers, one thing I ran into was that sometimes it would create so many timers that the game would just slow to a crawl and it would affect FPS. But in this case, it's such a specific thing that it's not going to last that long. And I assume that this timer like goes away after it times out or something. But it's not going to create so many of them that it starts slowing things down. But I guess technically, I don't know about if it deletes itself. But certainly if it... I assume it's a one-shot. Right, I think it's a one-shot by default. So when it times out, it's not like it's running. I feel like if it creates a bunch of timers and they're not all done yet, then it slows down. Anyway, this is like the perfect place for it, it seems like. If current body health is less than max body health. We really needed that max body health. Then it will be freed once it times out. Freed. Ooh, that's the good way to say it. Freed. I'm going to forget that, but I want to remember that. HP bar value equals current body health. So we want to update it right away. And then I need to be more specific here. Because I don't want this to run. I actually don't want this to run. So it might create another timer every time. Because it won't be equal to the... Oh, gosh. Sorry, the internet tanked out of nowhere. I don't know if you noticed it, but I noticed it. So I just wanted to make sure I stopped my sentence. Anyway, I don't know. It's just being weird. Even if I had that tool in my toolbox, you just got some good logic brain connections happening there. That's really helpful. That is such a smart idea. I love that idea. All right, let's do it. So we want to say, because I just wouldn't think like what's already here. That's already here. And HP bar. I don't even know the best way to say this. I guess if we say can you do like that? Like if it is, I guess if we just say and HP bar visible, that'll automatically mean true. So if current body health is less than the max body health and HP bar visible, then just do this. And then up here, we'd want to say and HP bar isn't visible. Can I do exclamation point visible? I don't know if that's... Okay, that's not good. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Or like, would it be here? Like not HP bar visible? Nice. It accepted that. So I put the exclamation point first. And then for the else, well, the else might not work now because I don't know if the else won't work. That's a little confusing. Let's just see where we're at. So there it appears and it goes down. What did we just set up again? Oh yeah, so I want to make sure it goes down immediately, and it does. Oh! I think our else function came in a little too soon there. Yeah, that messes up the else. That's okay. We can just create a new one here. So I'm actually just going to move this. And we'll say if current body health, you can do an if before the await line. Oh, I see what you're saying. So we could keep it as else. We could keep it as else and then further clarify. Interesting. And then that clear. You're gonna head out and grind 76. Good luck with the health bar. Good night or good morning, everyone. All right, Pepe, one love. Have fun. Thanks for letting me know how your Fallout journeys are going. Take good care. I'll see you next time, Pepe. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. So, what would I even say? This is like kind of hurting my logic brain. If current body health is not max body health, and the HP bar is not visible, and then I feel like I just want to make a separate if, even though this will work, and you might already be helping me figure out how to do it. I feel like it's starting to lose the readability for me, and I'm just like I could comment it in, unless it's like bad practice to have so many if statements. I kind of think I'd rather just have another one so I can at least read it. If current body health is equal to max body health, and that's really, I mean, that's just the whole thing anyway, right? Then we run this. So I think that's fine. Okay. So we get hit, it appears, it goes down. You get hit again, it goes down. Nothing weird running. Pick up this cow, get a heal, goes up right away. We do one more heal. It'll fill up and then go away. And it comes back when it needs to. Why did it go up? Whoa. Was it because I hit 2 of these? Because I didn't heal. Oh. Something weird is happening here. So if I'm at full health, and I could also design the game to not have objects as close together, but I guess it's good for debugging. So we have these 2 trees right here, right there, these ones. They're like right on top of each other. If I hit both of those, like at the same time on the body, oh, and we do get some bugs as well. Kind of. Sort of. Wait, do we? The timers are messing things up. Oh. That's tough. So, then, in theory, we could set it up so we make sure objects are always a certain distance apart. I don't love that solution. That's tricky. It's too bad, man. Oh, we gotta brainstorm here. So it heals us. It's almost like it doesn't see the second damage. Oh, I see. Because the timer is fetching old health info. It's fetching when it gets hit once and the current health becomes 3. That information isn't reported until 1.35 seconds or whatever. Yeah. And so even though we get hit a second time and it goes down right away, after 1.35 seconds, it then updates it to the health that it knew from when the timer first got created. So somehow it has to update. That's tricky. Old values are overriding new ones because new ones were executed instantly and the old ones waited for the timer. It almost makes me think somehow there should be a separation between what makes the health bar appear or not appear, because that's what the timers are only there for determining how soon the health bar should be visible. And there should be a separation perhaps between that and when the hit point updates are happening. So that way the timers are only impacting when the health bar appears or not. And the actual updating of the values is happening separately. But then again, we do kind of, or I do kind of want to control when it appears. Namely, it's really just when we take damage. When we heal, it's just making the health bar visible or not. When we take damage, it's waiting to do it. So I think that's the mistake. You didn't suggest this, I suggested that. That was me thinking, oh, let's do this. So I think this is kind of actually the main problem, is setting that up differently. So it doesn't wait to apply it. So it could like superficially do it. The current body health is not maximum body health. And the HP bar isn't visible. Make it visible. And the reason why we do that is so we can preview the full damage before it goes away. So like, what if there was like a container variable? Like a variable that represents the true information and one that just represents the superficial information. It's a bit of a brain twister, I'll admit. I might need to bust out paint to draw out how this would make sense. So, if I just get rid of this timer altogether, the thing that we lose is now it just shows up at 3. So I could say true information is always true here. It's just the health UI that's incorrect. Right. Because we're not changing that current body health value based on any of this. So, I mean, I guess then it almost needs to like check to see, does the current body health equal the HP bar value? You know, but I wouldn't want it to check that after it already shows it wrong. So I guess we could add a condition in. I feel like it starts to get really complicated. Like, what if you heal? You know, that could mess something up, but like, just in a myopic way, just like the next step, but not necessarily future-proofing it. You know, I could say, that when it does this, or don't do this, if HP bar value is less than, is greater than current body health. Like, this feels very myopic. Like, this could cause problems later on. You can sync the true health value in the body part node. That's what I would like. I don't know how to do that. That would be ideal. Because I guess I'd want like a process function, right? Or something. So here, if I hit the tree, you know, this might work, but it just seems not very future-proofed. So there it goes down to 2. And it doesn't. Oh, it still goes back up. Oh, that didn't work. Well, that didn't work anyway. If HP bar value is greater than. Oh, I guess we want to say if it's less than. My bad. Or not less than or equal to. We want to say if it's less than or equal to is what I meant to say. Not greater than. So if I hit that double tree. Interestingly, it only did 1 damage. Which, honestly, I don't even mind that too much. That'd be kind of a nice give me to the player. To say that if that happens, it only counts as 1 damage. Oh no, that did 2. Oh, it went back up. Oh, that still doesn't work. Okay, never mind. Never mind. My idea isn't working. So that way you don't provide it in the signal parameter, but declare it on ready. True health of body equals path to body current health. Or you can still provide it in the signal parameters and assign it to a local script. Copy on the first line of the function. What? What do those words mean? What do those words mean? That's very interesting. Declare it on ready. True health of body. So for that, so I would need to fetch that somehow. I don't even know how I would fetch that. Unless I could say, unless I could do like at on ready, like I could do like the messenger thing. Body health connect. But then like what am I? The first solution is more elegant. You can just drag and drop. Oh shoot. All right, let me get rid of this nonsense. That didn't work. Add on ready. True health of body equals the path to the body. So it's in a different scene. So how's it? So somehow I have to I don't even know how to get that path. I mean, it kind of is in there. Basically, the script that we're working in here, the HP bar script, is contained on Alien in here. So this is where that lives. And then the body part script, oh, it's actually a class script. Well, it is a class script, but then if I were to go to the body path, it's in detection areas, area body. So like somehow this would have to communicate in there. Right? Am I understanding that right? Drag and drop the body node while holding control. If it's in a different scene, you can just go with the second solution then. Nice. That's amazing. You are incredibly skilled. My goodness. Okay. You can declare variable true body health. Okay. So we'll come back to outside of the function. Right. So that's I think that's kind of like what I was imagining, but I didn't really know how to make that work. So here I want to say, so how do I don't even know how I call it that. What do I put in here? Would I say no. Because I would need to connect it to a function. Or I could just say yeah, I don't really understand how to do that. And then you can assign it to the current health first thing in the function. Oh, so okay, I see. Right. So we would just do like a null value or something, or like 0 or whatever. And then I see. Wow, that's gonna take me time to be able to think that way. I really like it though. So now in the function, there we say that true, I'm going to say true current health current body health equals 0. True current body health is set to current body health. Okay. So now we have two separate values. The one that is shown, which is current body health, and the one that is actually updating. Which then I have to ask myself, how am I going to tell it? Replace all current health usage with just the true health. Oh. All of it. Even the checks? Or just the setting? Or wouldn't it be the other way around? Wouldn't I want to keep the setting to current? All of them. Okay. Heard. If you're making those brain connections faster than I am, which you are, who am I to ignore? I should really just search it. It's going to make it a little easier. So that's that. Oh, I guess we did replace them all. Oh. I think my cat wants a little attention. Oh, there we go. Hi. Hi. Sleepy kitty. Hello. Welcome. Right now we're doing some coding. Come on up. It's okay. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Come on. Yes, you're distracting me. At least your internet comes back in a few seconds. If I'm out, I know I'll be out for a few hours. That's true. Yeah, cute kitty. There you are. I'm sorry for the distraction. But this cat... So we took this cat in, I would say, within the last few months. And he loves to eat. He loves to cuddle. And he loves to play. And he loves to cuddle. He loves to cuddle. He demands it. He must have it. I feel like he just like wasn't weaned properly or something. And so he just like has like a heightened, constant trauma-based drive to be like loved and be touched. It's pathological, but it isn't like bad. Sometimes I'm a little annoyed because I'm busy. I love you. Yes, I do. But overall, it just heals my heart and makes me a better person, that no matter what mood I'm in, I know that there's going to be this beautiful cat who's going to want some love and attention. It's okay, yeah, you can sit. He's going to want me to be perfectly still, though. It's funny, because he's like, I want to cuddle with you, but you have to cuddle with me the way that I want to be cuddled with, and no other type of way. He's very particular about how we cuddle. Kittens aren't a distraction. Sometimes mine gets on my keyboard and tries to code too. He's trying to make it work. He's trying to make it work. Cuddly cat's the best. Yeah, right? Can relate to that cat for that. Yeah, me too. Sometimes I wonder if cats think we're crazy if we talk on the phone. Yeah, right? Like, who are you? What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Over the internet, it looks like to them, we're just talking to ourselves. Totally. My cat talks to my mom on the phone. That's adorable. No, I think about that too, my 2 cents. It's gotta be confusing. All right, well, this is the new normal. So I guess I'm gonna continue with my life like nothing amazingly adorable is happening. Minnie says, it's always difficult following the train of someone else's thought when programming, even if you're an experienced coder. That's helpful. You know, yeah, because I mean, I experience that all the time here in the live stream. And sometimes it's helpful if someone's just like, just type this. Just type this. And then I'll go back and try to understand why they wanted to do that. It's nice when when someone has an idea and I'm like, oh, I know that, I get you. But it can't always be that way. My cat is always yelling at my mom on the phone like she's stuck in there. Why are you in there? Oh, sometimes cats get angry about that. Yeah, it is difficult to explain things over text. That's very true. That's very true. And some folks do a better job at it than others. You know, and I wish that could be easier for some who want to help during these live streams. But it doesn't always work out that way. Yeah, that's true. It is tough. I mean, I like to think in some way there's some kind of skill there, but it's not a skill everyone should have necessarily. Weren't we doing something? He's chill. He's chill. If aggressively needing to cuddle is chill, which it can be. But he's very nice. You know, I could like pick him up, I could do things with him, you know, and he would let me. But he still gets like agitated. It's just he's not... Oh, can you hear him? He's purring so hard. So like he'll still get agitated, like if I play with him a lot, but unlike our other cat, he's not gonna bite. But he'll have a lot of energy and he'll be like, I gotta get it out somehow. And so he'll go like play with something or whatever. So he is chill overall. I hear they purr when they're happy. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah, I think it's like something they do. It is therapeutic. No, it literally is. It like actually is. Yeah, I think the purring is something like that happens when they're like kneading and like feeding on their like mother or something. I don't know, something like that. Going on a little desk? You want a little more stable of of a seat? I'm not very stable. Okay, you can sit there. You can hang out with us. It's okay, my friend. We might have an itchy ear he wants me to help with. You have 11 cats. You're so thankful they all get along. Oh, he's a little itchy. You a little itchy? Okay. I'll keep an eye. I'll give you some eye drops later if you need them. You might need some eye drops. You found they start to purr if you hold them like a baby, kind of on their back. Oh my gosh. Man, he is jonesing. Earlier today, we had our heat stop working. So we had a technician come through to look at our heater. And he has some like very negative reaction to men for some reason. And I'm not saying it is because they're men. Maybe it's like men tend to have a certain tone in their voice or something. But whenever like men come to our house, he gets so scared and he runs and he hides and we don't see him at all. And so I think he's still kind of recovering from that and he's just a little extra needy today. All right, I want to do some work. I don't have as much time as I'd like. I got to do some work. The microphone back. I don't know, the microphone got unplugged. He bumped into it the wrong way. They can smell the pheromones. What? What? Maybe. That could be it. Yeah, he has a very negative reaction to men. Okay, he has at least gotten off me for now. He is still kind of there, but let's see if I can get back to work then. So we're implementing this solution that sounds extremely interesting. From the true information, right? And we can type this in. Assign it. Oh, right. We were updating all of the current body. I feel like it's set up. Wait. Were we just the test phase away? Okay, so far that looks good. Let's just test some various things. I ran out of the way of the healing because the healing system is not well set up yet. It's easy to miss. There we go. We healed. It went away. Take some damage. It goes down. It immediately goes down. Everything's fine. So all the normal stuff. Now, in terms of hitting the double tree, I actually need a little bit more health. Otherwise, it won't work. Because we'll just die before we can tell if the bug is fixed. Because the bug is that this will work. The bug is that if we hit 2 trees at once... Wait, that just worked. Wait, is it fixed? So in there, it took out 2 HP as it should have. Because of a timer we had set up, the timer was holding on to an old value, and then it was only counting 1 damage immediately, and then the delayed damage Oh, but that was only when we're coming from full health, I think. So wait, let me try this again. Right? Let me try this again. So we get hit there. It goes down by 2. It stays down. I mean, it works. Okay, I need to totally understand why this works. Because I only kind of understand why this works. That works. It's fixed. You are a genius. Now, let me make sure I totally understand why this works. So, we have 2 different versions of the current health being kept track of here. One version of it is the true version, and the other version is the false version, or is the UI version. I guess just because really we're not actually, the only place where that untrue version, if you will, is visible is in that function. That's the only place it exists, is as an argument in that function. Otherwise, it's nowhere. It's only in that function, or being sent from the body part script when we collide. It's sending current body health along only when the collision happens. That's the only time it sends that information out. And then by saying true current body health is equal to that, we're updating the information. I think I understand. We're updating the information regardless of conditions. So we're not saying if this, wait for that, then update it, right? We were only looking at the most we weren't looking at the most up-to-date version. We were looking at the version that had conditions, right? But now we have a version that's unconditional. Other than when the collision occurs, then update it. But that's okay, because that's the most relevant time to update it. Wow. The way it works is we make sure we keep track of the true value outside the function. Well, we are keeping it inside the function, right? Because this is inside the function. I think it's outside, and correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't we keeping track of it outside of the if statements? Because keeping track of it outside of the function would have been the onReady idea that you had. That would have been keeping track of it outside the function. Because we're actually still in the function. The difference is, I think, is that now it's ignoring earlier. Each function call was using a copy of the value that could be updated by the time it could be outdated. Earlier, each function was using a copy of the value that could be updated by outdated. I'm trying to read it without, because I see you corrected it. Earlier, each function call was using a copy of the value that could be outdated by the time you use it. It's a global variable in the script. Right. So it's unique to the script as opposed to unique per function call. So the function is collision. And before, it was checking it every time the function was called. Right. I see. So it's every time the function is called, it is updating the value, but it's updating it outside of the function, instead of the only place where it gets that information about what it should be. Before, it was only getting the information about what it should be from within the function. So it's like, I mean, I'm not saying everybody needs this to be explained, but just to help me, I don't know, just to help me like get it better. I'm just gonna, I wanna make all the dots connect. So like, oh gosh, is this gonna help me? I don't know. I'm gonna try. So like, we're in a world of two different variables. Okay. One on the left side, one on the right side. There's the function variable, and then there's the script variable. Whoa. And then the script stop that. I keep pressing Control V instead of Shift V. Script. Stop it. Oh my gosh. Variable. Okay. I don't know. I really want to make this point to myself. So the function variable, and then there's another thing too here, which is updating this, and that's the current how every time the function is called. So the function variable is getting one hit of damage. This circle is 1 hit of damage. The script variable also sees 1 hit of damage. Now the function variable doesn't actually show that yet because we have a delay on here. So there's like the there's the, let's say this one doesn't have a fill. So there's this, so the function does see that it took a hit, but because of the await, it's not fully filled out yet. However, on the script, it sees the true value that's filled in. Right? Let me make sure my stream isn't lagging. I see that the internet, I'm just about to explain it and the internet's like, no. No, you don't. So a damage gets hit, or damage happens, and the function sees it, but it doesn't report it yet. However, the script does see it because the function is telling it, hey, just so you know, this is a true value that happened. Whereas the function just sees it as like a pseudo value. And then the function wants to say, now I'm going to show you what the true value is. And so now it can reveal that it is matched to the script. Now the problem that was happening is that initial one was occurring, that like empty one, and then immediately a second one was coming in. And there was no script variable to keep track of anything. And so by the time that I don't know if I'm making it, I'm on the right path. Yeah, I don't know if I'm making it the way that makes the most sense. This one just became unseen, and instead of seeing 2 damage, it just saw 1 damage. It started to see 2 damage, but it didn't quite. I don't know if I'm explaining this as well as I want to, but like it kind of makes sense to me a little bit. So what we have now is it does this like pseudo damage. And then the script sees that, and if 2 happen at the same time, the script also reports it, but the script knows that it's not pseudo damage, and so the function can appropriately keep track and update it to be a full proper damage. I don't think I explained that very well. So on the left side, function variable, to better understand it, there should be 2 of them. Because 2 functions were being executed in parallel, but they're using 2 different local variables. Oh. Right, because that was being called twice. Right, because the collision was happening to 2 objects almost at the same time. Right. A race condition. Whoa, what is that? Coder terminology. Let's go. Pretty much. Coding race condition. Oh gosh, you guys are learning me. You're learning the crap out of me here. My internet's being a little laggy again. It's acting up again. We had a period of success, of calm, of peace. It's gotten a bit angry again. Hopefully it's just temporary. Hopefully it's just temporary. Okay. A race condition is a type of bug that occurs in software when maths are executing at the same time. This can happen when 2 or more pieces of code that run asynchronously access and change a shared resource. Oh, for example, an interrupt in a background loop. Now back here, when my 2 cents was explaining this, my 2 cents says it's synchronized between function calls now, the way that it's been repaired. It's synchronized between function calls because the function calls were being executed in parallel because of the timers. I almost understand that. I almost understand that. Because in my mind, it's like because of the timer, they're not in parallel. That they're happening at different times. But maybe I'm just... This is a hard one. This is a hard one for me to wrap my head around all the way. I mean, I get why it works. I like kind of get it. But like, I wish I like all the way got it. So now you're saying that this isn't just one function, because even though we've coded the function once, that function that I've coded once is being called multiple times. So there's like hit 1 function variable when it hits the first time, and then there's hit 2 function variable when it hits the second time. And these calls are happening close at the same time. Don't worry if you don't get it completely. Asynchronous execution of code is almost as hard as it gets in programming. Yeah, you know, we had like another problem with that, with the collision detection in the physics process. And I mean, it took one of y'all to really help me solve that problem. I couldn't do it myself. All right, I'll move on. I'm going to give it one more shot to draw it out, and then I will move on, because heard. It seems like it's something I'm going to come across over and over again, and I'll have plenty of chances to have it solidified. But at least I'll know this is an area where I have some confusion in the future. Okay, so just as an attempt to understand it again, we'll see if I can, but I'll try. So when it hits one of them, the the first one, the way we have it set up here, the way I wanted it to be, is that it waits to show it. So this like circle, this outline, is it showing the health bar, but not yet showing the hit go away. Whereas the script knows that that hit would be gone. It knows that that hit would be gone. The script dang well knows. It's well aware. Now, almost simultaneously, a second hit is happening. So the function is being called again. But this time, it knows that that hit needs to happen right away. And there's no waiting. There's no delay on that. The script also sees that there's, now because of the way you set it up, it sees that there's both. Without this script variable being tracked, so it'll subtract. It's weird because it would subtract 2. So like this would, because this, oh, right, because this was also, so this actually would see 2 here. So even though it was 1 hit, okay, back it up. So there's not only the script variable, so if we think about it, oh my gosh. So before we didn't have a script variable, right? There was no script variable. I'm determined to make sense of it. I can't help it. I have to. I must. So there's the script variable, but there's also this little concept of the function variable. I mean, it's kind of confusing, but they're both checking the same thing, so that's that. We either have the script variable or the function variable. We now have the script variable, but originally we had the function variable. So imagining these all running simultaneously. Hit 1 function happens, we get the pseudo hit. It shows the HP bar. The outline circle is there. It shows the HP bar. And at the same time, the function variable indeed is updated. So we take 1 damage, even though it's not showing us that damage yet. We get hit again. And the function variable gets updated because it's getting called again. Now this sees 2 hits because these are the same. The function variable is the same. When hit 2 happens, right, these are tracking the same thing. Now the difference is hit 1 is like instanced differently because hit 1 has the timer on it. And so when hit 1, that timer ends, this becomes filled in, and now it's the 1 true 1. And so that changes the function variable. And the function variable becomes 1. And so what we see in the game is 1, and hit 2, it had its effect of 2 hits at first. At first it had its effect of 2 hits, but as soon as this circle got filled in, it updated, since these are one and the same, and the timing was that hit 1 happened second, now the function variable got updated, and it goes back to 1. Now, if we imagine it with the script variable, on the other hand, when that initial hit takes place, and it's just showing the HP bar, but the hit isn't going away yet, when we're at that stage, it updates the script variable and the function variable, but we don't care about that right now, right? We're not looking at that. But technically but we don't even care about that, so I'm not even gonna look at that. The script variable gets updated. Then we hit again, and this knows that there's 2. And the script knows that there's 2. So these match. And then when this goes to fill in, it's not replacing the script anymore. Am I understanding this correctly? I don't know if I am. And so I guess I know, yo, I see it is. Right. And so then when this goes to fill in, I see, when this goes to fill in, it's checking what this is. It's not updating to what it was when this first fired. It's now checking to see what is this. And so what it'll do when this timer ends and it goes to show the HP, it's going to show both of them because it now knows, because of the script variable, because of this, it can just draw from that instead of overwriting it, because this is the same thing as that. It's like I guess some of the confusion comes from the code is that these are all the same as far as the variable goes. Those are all the same. But now we have something that is not the same. Something that is quite different. I think I got it too. I also think I got it. And apologies if there was any skipping in that video, in this last section, or any quality drops, I apologize. The internet is rearing its head again. I also think that I got it. Emphasis on the think. By the time the timer times out in hit 1, it would use an outdated local variable, unless you use the script variable, which is updated from hit 2. That's a very elegant way of saying it, yeah. Cool, well, I feel like I understand that a little bit better. It's not all in my head as beautifully as I'd like, but it makes a lot more sense. And it raised a question when I did this. I mean, if we hit the double tree right away, it's gonna delay and then show that we have 2 health left, right? Oh, it doesn't delay anymore. So it actually overrides the delay altogether. There's just no more delay. It just shows up with 2. That's interesting. That's interesting. So it's not that if I don't got it, it's in that aspect, is not necessarily predicting what would happen there. So like when this finally gets filled in, it doesn't show that and then add this on here. It actually just does, it just ignores, I guess function 2 or hit 2 overrides the timer and it obliterates the timer. It isn't intended. It is, I know, I'm like, oh crap. It should still delay. Right, so like the delay needs to be checking for if it's the first damage that's been taken since having full health, kind of. So like, I don't even know how to wedge that into here. Because if we get hit 1, it's kind of hard to tell. Like a part of me wants to almost try a different setup. I'm gonna make a new folder real quick. I'm gonna call this folder terrain blocks unload. And I'm gonna unload, which is 0. In fact, I'm just gonna unload them all. I'm gonna duplicate terrain block 0, and I'm gonna call it terrain block 6. I'm gonna put it in the terrain blocks folder. You're not sure the expected behavior should be? The hit 2 should test if it's visible, though. Oh. So yeah, I should explain that, Minnie. Thank you for letting me know that that could be more clear. That's really helpful. It should show set the bar to visible with full HP for a tiny bit of time before reducing it. Yes, yes, yes. Because otherwise, so let me show you the unintended behavior. Also, let me fix this tree to be lowest damage. Actually, I'm just going to get rid of that tree. Those are the trees we've been testing on. We can keep that one. Let's get rid of this one. We can keep that one. Let's get rid of that one. There's one more tree that we don't need here. That one. Okay. And then this tree. I'm going to make sure there's a delay, but it's a short delay. I mean, this one kind of has that too already. Because they're really not... Yeah, it kind of already has that. Because it's really not hitting at the same time. It's just before the await timer is ended. So, like, maybe this would hit 1:35 1 point. Anyway, so let me show you what the unintended behavior is. Just for the sake of all clarities. The script is this one. So before we did the timer stuff, here's what would happen. I will do this. I'll allow it. The thinking, I'll allow it. Let me actually get one more tree in there. And we'll put it like there. Okay. So, and this is just to, oh, it's not where I thought. Oh, we're looking at it. It's not where I thought that tree would appear. It's not at all what I thought that tree would appear. 3D space. Weird. Okay. Let's push it like that, maybe. I just want a single tree. Why is it... Oh, it is there. Okay, I gotcha. Will the health bar always show when it's less than full? Actually, that's the next step after this step. So the plan is to have a timer that makes it so it will show, but then it will, after a certain amount of time, become semi-transparent. So let me see if I can describe how I want this to go. Whoa, sorry about the brightness. Okay, so imagine this. Where's a good health bar shape? There's a good health bar shape. So there's the health bar. After X time, it becomes invisible. Yeah, right. So it starts out not visible. If you have full health, it's not there. You get hit, it appears. Yeah, you're probably right about that. I know, I'm like realizing that like by chunking it up like this and not considering the whole future of the script, it's like we're solving a problem and then we're creating the need to solve a new problem that the original problem didn't address. Yeah, that's a good point. So you haven't taken damage. You take damage, bam, it appears. And then if you heal yourself, it goes away again. So it'll appear if you take damage. If you heal yourself, it'll go away again. Now, if you take damage and nothing happens, so you don't take any more damage after a couple seconds, then what I'd like to happen is that it becomes semi-transparent. I can't do that in my version of Paint here, so we'll just say, we'll just cross-hatch it or something. We'll say that that's transparent. So after a certain amount of time, if you don't take any damage or do any healing or like nothing happens, then it's going to become semi-transparent. And if still nothing happens for another set amount of time, then it will disappear again. And then like if you hover it, I want it to reappear and become opaque. And just kind of keep going between those states, depending on certain conditions. I don't know if that helped make it make sense. I'm incredibly confused by the position of this tree. Oh no, it makes perfect sense. I'm not confused. Never mind. Okay, so... Okay, cool. So... Now, if I take damage right now, this is without any of the timers implemented. If I take damage right now, it appears with -1 health already applied. And what I want is for it to appear when you hit. I want it to appear with full damage, and then a short time after that, tick down to 3. So we can see that happening. Now, it instantly will tick down after that. So hopefully that makes sense, right? It appears at 3 health right away instead of at 4. And so what the timer is doing... if we put that in here... is when we hit now... it appears at 4, and then after a short amount of time, then it goes away. Then there's the delay. Ooh, you make a good point. It's only relevant if the health bar was invisible before you took damage. Yeah, totally, totally. I think we actually have a condition for that, incidentally. If the HP bar is not visible... then apply that. So we actually do have that in there, at least. But you can see how these conditions can get mixed up and get complicated quickly. I mean, it honestly is starting to feel like it's begging for a state machine of some such. But, I don't know. I think it was the old Zelda games that did a blinky thing on the heart before removing it. Yeah, every time. Yeah, right, every time. Right, right. And so we could do that. We could even not have an instant one at all. We could even not even have an instant version. Then we wouldn't need the timers, per se. We would, but for a different reason. And so even, like, right here, it wouldn't go down right away. It could do a blinky. It's not a bad idea. Maybe you could unify the logic without needing to have a special case. Right, right. This is a good suggestion. All of them are good suggestions, but I'm saying this is, in this case, a very good suggestion. Then we wouldn't need to have the special conditions, if this, if that. It would just be no matter what, always have a delay. But by making it blink, it's not withholding the information when the health bar is already visible. The information is still there by the blinking. It just isn't going away yet. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a whole lot. That sort of takes all that tangle and it just obliterates it. I like this. If you get the blinks, then you get instant feedback that you did take the damage. Right, right, right. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. I think that's the solution. I think that's the right way to proceed. I don't think I can imagine a better way to deal with it. All right, well, then... And so then the other thing that I was setting up for testing was, well, we don't have to worry about it. I mean, so if you get 2, well, I think it does raise one question, right? So what if you do take 2 damage? I guess because we have that global script, that like, or that script-wide variable. So here we have these trees right next to each other. If I hit them both, it goes down right away. And so I guess I'd want it to blink 2 of them and then take it away. I mean, that should be fine. That should be fine. Okay, all right. All right, I'm gonna save it this way for now. Oh, we also have a similar thing for healing, right? So the healing also has a delay. So if you are healing into full health, if you're healing into full health, it goes, and then it takes a while before it goes away again. I guess that doesn't have as many conditions to worry about. I was thinking about that. If you take 2 damage, then you blinky blink 2 squares. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I mean, it should just do that, right? I'm going to save it this way. I'm going to make a commit. So we can always come back to this. How do you suggest we animate the blinking? Yeah, I was thinking that. I mean, I don't think it's incumbent on Mini to figure that out, but it would be interesting. It would be interesting. That's definitely my next step, is thinking about how we're gonna do that. My guess. Oh wait, right. That is a good question because of the way I set up the progress bar, right? I mean, I guess what we'd want to, because the progress bar, that's a good question. No pressure to answer that, Minnie. But hi, kitty cat. Hi, kitty cat. What's up? He's hungry for attention. So the way the progress bar works is, oh, I closed the wrong one. I closed the wrong one. Let me open the correct one. Come on up here, buddy. I know you wanna... Yeah, come on. It's okay. Your booty's on screen. Everybody knows about your booty now. So, the way this health bar works is it's got these segments, right? And it's all one thing. So if I bring this down to 3, to 2, so it has to go one step at a time. That's one disadvantage of having done this health bar this way, is it requires that it goes one at a time, up and down. So if we get 2 damage, we might want to say subtract the difference, right? So it would have to blink. It would have to go like 2, 4, 2, 4, or 3, 4, 3, 4, or whatever it is. It's pretty tricky. I suggest having two variables. One is the actual health. The other is the previous health. Just get the progress bar back and forth between those two values. So if you took 2 damage, then it'll blink between 4, 2, 4, 2. And so what if in the middle of a blink, we take more damage? I guess it would then start blinking. It would start blinking the... So I would think what we want is a timer that exists outside of the script. Instead of using a wait, we'd want a timer that exists outside the script because we can update those timers. So I kind of had a similar problem when I was doing the limb flashing. So if I wanted to extend the arm to flash longer, we could hit it again and it'll go. It's only supposed to go for like 4 seconds. The arm damage. He's like, this is my keyboard. There flashes, right? And then it'll stop after 4 seconds. Oh, he's playing with my hair! Hit it again. Hit it during that. Now it's going to go for like 8 seconds. And it'll flash for longer. So I think we could probably do that there as well. If it's not the internet, it's a cat. Do you want some food? Do you want some lunch? Do you want a snack? Is that it? I think you can animate it using an animation player that calls a function that adds and deduces 1 from the value of the bar multiple times over a couple of seconds. But I might be overthinking it. Whoa. On the next one, you will blink to 4, then to 1. Right. So that current, it'll just update the blinking. And then when that timer finishes, you set previous health to current health. Interesting. Just an idea. If you wanted to avoid having to deal with special cases, it does change the design a bit, but you know, no, that's okay. The animation idea is interesting. Calls a function that adds and deduces 1 from the value of the bar multiple times over a couple of seconds. I would say this is a good fallback approach. And I'd like to see how Mini's approach works. I think I need to feed this cat a snack. I gotta give this cat a snack or something. Or he's gonna have my hair torn. He's gonna tear my hair. You're gonna tear my hair, buddy. I love you. I love you, okay? We're trying to code here. All right, I am going to give this cat a snack. Maybe that'll calm him down a little bit. And then when we come back, I'm gonna try Minnie's idea. I'm gonna try Minnie's idea. The previous health will be overwritten as soon as you get hit again, or am I misunderstanding it? It's kind of a tricky situation. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna give this cat a snack. It'll take me like a minute. He apparently had a snack pretty recently, but he's still out here. He's still out here just jonesing. I think it's just he's upset because we had the repair guy come for the heat, and he just reacts really strongly to men coming over for some reason. It's gotta be what it is. All right, let me see what I missed. Oh, and the glitching, and the glitching, and the glitching. Okay. Okay, so Mini explains 1, previous health equals 4, and current health equals 4. Take damage, current health equals 3. Start the blinky between current health and previous health. 3, once that animation finishes, set previous health to current health so that the next time you take damage, it'll blink between those two values. That makes sense. I'm thinking of the case when you get hit before the blinking animation finishes. Yes, right. If you take damage before the blinking animation is finished, then restart the duration of the animation, which we can do, and continue blinking current health and previous health. That makes sense to me. I think that might work. So it blinks 4242. The duration of this animation should probably be pretty quick, maybe 1.5 seconds or possibly less. I see, that works, I guess. So when you get hit, you test first if the animation is running. Then you decide whether or not to update the previous health before restarting the animation. I mean, I won't even know if I'd have to do that. I really think to me this really sounds like the example I was mentioning about the flashing. So let me get a better setup here. Let me go back to those terrain blocks and the way that they were set up. So we just need one with houses on it. I'm just gonna put them all in there. We don't need all these others or that new one. Whoa, I moved those in the wrong place. Okay, here we go. So, like for example, the way this flashing works. Let me also explain the way this flashing works. So the way this flashing works is there's a timer that exists out here. I don't even know. Is that the right timer? Oh, they're in here. So there's timer limb damage flash, right? There's a timer on each limb. So we can imagine this being akin to the HP bar timer right here. And when damage is detected, this timer represents the length of time that the limb is going to flash that it just took damage. This could be similar to our flashing the hit points, right? Now if I hit the arm and the leg. Okay, I need there to be a house nearby, so let me actually do that again. So if I hit an arm and a leg, okay, I killed the leg. I have to make sure we have a good example here. Looking for a house in the distance. Okay, so there we hit the leg and the arm. Now I'm just gonna hit the leg. So if I come out here, the arm stops, but the leg continues flashing, right? So that's kind of like what we want, basically. The difference is that this, instead of being a limb that, like a one thing that either flashes or doesn't flash, it could change the number of things. So I think as long as we keep that number updated, it'll just change how many it's flashing. So let me get an example again. Okay, there's a house up there. So I'm gonna hit the arm and the leg, all right? And then I'm gonna hit the leg again. The arm's gonna stop flashing before the leg, because we hit the leg again during that flash. And so the way that that works is, I think it was back there. So it actually adds 4 seconds onto the timer whenever the flash begins. And then it's unique, since it's unique to each limb, it has its own timer, and it's just like the child of whatever that is. So we can, as long, I don't know how to do this in code, but I do know how to do this if we use a node in Godot. So as long as I have a node over here, we can update its wait time length, because this is even set to 1 second, which isn't as long as it should be. But we're overriding that, and then as long as we do addition, it will stack. And so we could do the same thing when we get hit again during the same flash. It'll add more time, and it'll also change the difference between the previous hit points and the current hit points. And so we'll get extra flashing. Now, that's not, you know, it's not like it's going to, so if 2 are flashing, and while those 2 are flashing, we take another hit, that means probably 3 are going to be flashing for an extra long amount of time. As opposed to, say, what if it was like 2 are already flashing, and then a third one starts, and the 2 stops, but the third one keeps flashing on its own. I can't even do that with my fingers. And then the third one keeps flashing on its own, right? Like, that would be kind of ideal, but, and I could be wrong, but I think the way Minnie is describing it would mean that all 3 would flash for extra long, right? And not necessarily, those first 2 would not necessarily go away, and this one keep going. Right, so it wouldn't be able to keep track of that. You might want to reduce previous health to unify that. Or would we want to reduce? Right. Oh yeah, reduce previous health. Right. Oh. So then it would be, if I'm understanding correctly, then it was, so if you get hit, 2 are flashing, and you get hit by a third one, that flash would be interrupted. So it wouldn't, which is kind of fine, right? So instead of, this wouldn't finish out its full flash, this would stop, and we would just see that one flashing, right? Which is kind of fine, because we're kind of past those first 2, like that, like at that point, that's not the most important information anymore. You know, but if it happened in rapid sequence, and that's what your method was trying to achieve. Yeah, right. So it would, like, finish this off. This one could start, and those would be separate. Yeah, that makes sense. And then, yeah, and then so if it took, like, in rapid succession, like, we had 1 hit, 1 got hit, and it would just, like, quickly stop that. It'd be like 1 hit, boom, this would happen, and maybe it lasts for an extra long time. Bam, this would happen. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, I'm not explaining this well, but, like, so going back to the 2 example, if you took 2 health, and then this would, like, immediately come here. If they happen in rapid succession, it'd be like, it's so confusing. I guess I should have all 4 hit points. It'd be like, these, like that. Like, it wouldn't even register those first 2. Do you know what I'm saying? It would be like, if you got 2 and then 3. I don't know, it's like, sometimes it would cut out some of the information. The way you're describing it was how I thought first, but I didn't suggest it because it's extra complex. Yeah. The fact that the limbs are already doing flashing makes the language even more unified and clear. True. What is clear, I'll admit. I see. So if Mini endorses it, I think it's the way to go. Yeah, it's worth trying. The only issue I can think of is setting up the animation player so that I can play the same animation multiple times. So wait, is Mini endorsing my 2 cents version? The way you're describing was how I thought at first, but I didn't suggest it because it is extra complex. I see. Yeah. I see. Okay, yeah, you are endorsing my 2 senses. I mean, Mini's, I want to say I very much like Mini's solution, but I also, you're right, the endorsement from Mini says a lot. The only issue I can think of is setting up the animation player so that it can play the same animation multiple times in parallel. That does sound possibly problematic. Oh my. I sent you a friend request on Steam. I'm currently nicknamed Stock Scout. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know, Pepe. I would honestly, when Steam like merged like PlayStation friends with like Steam friends, I got completely lost in all the friend requests in there. So I don't even know if I'm gonna notice it, but if I do, heard. All right, Stock Scout. What a name. Wow, this is quite a surprisingly kind of complex thing to sort out. And all of this would be just to avoid future complexity when we start hiding this. So, I mean, I think it does raise a question with, like, what's actually more complex? Setting up the animation player to do the blinking or leaving it as it is and dealing with the complexity that's going to come up because of the conditions that we're setting up. I mean, I will say I'm kind of fond of the blinking, and like you're saying, like it could honestly be unified with the blinking of the limbs. That actually would be a very clear communication to the player. Like it could even be synchronized somehow. Maybe that might be easier said than done actually to synchronize all the blinking, but it would be a nice like communication effect. I mean, we do have the body, right? We have a special timer here for the body already. You know, and we could borrow from that timer. And if that increases, so that's like already giving us that information. So we could just reuse that timer for the blinking, which would be nice. And I think we could use, well, but then that's different with the animation. Ooh, it gets complicated. It does get complicated. If you do go for this approach, you can at least continue building on it if you do want the individual timers you're talking about, since it's just a matter of reducing previous health to get that effect. You can continue building on it if you do want the individual timers you're talking about. Right, since it's just a matter of reducing previous health. Right, so right, there might be a way to make it work in regards to the problem that my 2 senses solution is solving. I know I kind of would. I know how I would kind of implement this in C#. Really? Oh, cool. I don't know. If I knew, I forgot that you know C#. My Steam nicknames go hard, so each week I'm probably gonna change it. Fair. You've been Pepe, Inspector Gadget, Buzz Lightyear, and so forth, but I just wanted to give you a heads up. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I could check every X time and have something called a queue of key/value pairs. Whoa. At least a queue that stores the time that the damage happened, then compare the current time to that time and decide whether to set previous health. Wow. That is like I dream of having the knowledge of how to set up a queue. I often want to set up queues and I'm just like in any engine, it it baffles me that I've used so far. That's a tough one. You got some advanced knowledge. But I would love, like, technically, I want that. I often want to use cues. Because I know the functionality that I want in things, and often that does it. If we do decide to go the animation player route, I think we can set up a self-freeing animation player that can have multiple instances of it running in parallel. Wow. I can't believe how advanced this gets. I've never done it before, but I think it's doable. Wow. There's it's fascinating. The two different paths we have. It's fascinating. Like, what do we do? Like, obviously, like, I have the final decision here. I mean, but like, I like both ideas. I like it both. I mean, one thing that's compelling me to Minnie's idea is how it can be aligned to synchronize with the existing timer. Or I shouldn't need to say Minnie's idea, but the idea to have a previous value and a current value that are flashed between, as opposed to animating every time a new hit comes and keeping track of each new animation along the way. But like, if that flashing was like in tandem with the body, because I think there's no way to do that with the animation player idea. I think my 2 cents is just more concretely how you would achieve this in Godot. Fair point. If you can do this programmatically, I would probably go for that personally. Right. Me too. But then again, you know, if I know how it works in Godot, yeah, maybe I would choose that way as well. This is a tough decision. I don't know. I'm kind of curious, and I don't know if there's really... We've only got a few people here. So there's only one other person who could break this as a tie. I was gonna say we could try polling and asking what people think, but I feel like right now that would that wouldn't really help. But technically there is a third person here who could break that tie. Whoever you are, answer me. No, I think... I mean, I don't think there's any way, you know, with the time that I have tonight, that I can try both ideas. I can try one idea and then try another one tomorrow, potentially. Right? And so, or I try them both tomorrow. And, you know, we think about it, and I come back and I decide what makes the most sense. So there's a couple different options there. I mean, I think the easiest one to implement, the quickest one to implement, is the programmatic idea. To have the switching back and forth between the two values. I feel like that's the quickest one to set up. But maybe I'm mistaken on that. And then we can see, like, is that behaving in the desired way? And if not, look to the Godot animation player way. I mean, I'm extremely intrigued by running animations in parallel. It's actually something that I've been wanting to look into in general. I mean, for example, when I move my character, you know, we're switching between the run and the walk here. So there's the run, there's the walk. We're blending between those two. But if I spam run, right, it's like we have so many problems. I mean, it's not quite the same, but I would be very interested to learn a little more about how animations can run together in Godot in general. Maybe just a timer that checks every 0.1 seconds and then a queue of timestamps. Whoa. If the time between the current time and that time is less than blink duration, you pop the queue and set previous health. Right, so then it's a matter of, that kind of becomes a more complicated thing to learn. So that's our third option, right? And so that's a more complicated thing because I don't even know how to set up a queue. And I'm sure it's quite doable, but that would be something I'd have to learn entirely. The last edge case is healing. Yes, that is a new edge case. Oh my gosh, totally. In that case, I would just interrupt that timer and set the health instantly. I've never tried interrupting a timer, but I'm sure it's doable. Maybe you could do some additional little flash, right? But I wouldn't do blinking in that, right? Because then it'd be confusing. Like, is that taking away health or is that adding health? I mean, yeah, in that case, I mean, you'd almost want it to do a different, like, animation or particle effect or something. This is complicated. So there's really 4 different possibilities here. There's one, keep doing it the way we're doing it. And allow for the convolutions to come up and deal with them along the way. The other solution is to set a current health and a previous health and then flash the hit point that goes down between those two and extend a timer every time you get hit, which is already set up. The other solution is to have an animations that play alongside each other independently for each hit point that's lost to animate the progress bar at different stages simultaneously when damage is taken. And then the fourth idea is to have a queue that checks to see when the last one did happen, and then changes occur based on that time. Ooh, it's complicated. I understand. The only ones I understand are the first 2. I do understand the other ones, but there's a lot of learning for me on the others. And even the second one, I still have some struggling with. So what if this? I kind of want to begin implementing, I feel like what will help determine this, and maybe I'm wrong, would be to keep going with the way that it is. Because the whole reason we're talking about this is to anticipate the future mechanics. For example, hiding the whole thing and bringing it back. Which isn't a mechanic that is even in there yet. So, like, how do we know that that's going to be a problem? Like, what if that isn't a problem? What if we're able to, let's say, change the opacity or hide something else and it doesn't conflict with the other conditions? And then despite how much I like the blinking, we could just get rid of we don't even need to do the blinking in the first place. And then if we run into problems doing it that way, then look at these options that are laid out and see which one solves the problem most effectively. Does that make sense? The Q is just a suggestion on how to implement the idea you pitched first. Oh, but with your desire of not wanting things to blink for a long time. Okay, so it's actually part of that idea. Gotcha. So that idea just became way more complex, but that's okay. If you say that blinking for a long time isn't a big deal, then no queue is needed. Right. Gotcha. Thank you for reminding me, because I did forget. Okay. So, I mean, looking, I need to zoom out. I need to hold on to all these ideas and then zoom out here. So right now, it's functioning well. This is without the addition of whether or not it appears or disappears after a certain amount of time. So let's set that up. Now, if I want it to become semi-transparent, I think that's what I'm going to do, and I hope that's okay. After thinking about it for a little bit, a self-freeing animation player isn't that hard to do. Interesting. And I don't mean to say this as a rejection of both of your ideas. I mean this as a way to clarify which idea will be more effective, or if those ideas, I don't know, what problem. I guess I realize I don't know what problem it's solving yet. We're more anticipating a problem that doesn't exist yet. Right? So I think I was going to make a commit a while ago. What was the last one? Health bar increases and decreases. Okay, so we want to also say implement health bar appears / disappears and HP has delay if full health, if damaged with full health, bar appears, damage applies on a delay, if healed into full health, damage is removed and bar disappears on a delay. The logic is based on several conditionals that may not hold up as the conditions complex, as new conditions are introduced. Okay, so we have this version to go back to. If we set up a standard animation player, and every time we want to run animation, we just duplicate it and await animation finish signal to free the copy. Interesting. The problem it was trying to solve was just having to deal with special cases. But I think you should go with the path that seems most clear to you, since you have to implement it. Yeah, absolutely. I like the way you put that. Yeah, right. It is like what is the most clear to me to help me be able to implement it. That is what I mean, because I don't really have an opinion on which idea is best. And that's why I would want to push forward and see what makes sense to me or something. I was sort of trying to simplify, not complicate. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think that what you're suggesting could simplify it. I guess what is simple is subjective. But the way that this is set up, it will get more complex. And it might not even be so simple by a subjective measure. We started talking about blinking because when you get hit twice in a row from full HP, it updates almost immediately. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Thank you. Oh, thank you. You guys, thank you for seeing my forgetfulness. That's my ADHD right there. That's my ADHD. It can't hold on to all these thoughts at once. It has to like free up space to think of this thing. And then it forgot about that thing that it freed up. That's right. Right. And so if we hit those two trees at once, it immediately brings it down instead of doing any kind of delay. That's right. Totally forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Now, interestingly, it did do the delay there, but I guess we didn't hit him fast enough. We have to hit it faster. And so then the other solution, which is not a great solution, is that we never put objects that close together in the game. I just always make sure objects but that just can't be, because there's gonna be I want it to have some bullet hell vibes, and there's gonna be multiple projectiles, and I want it to even be a little procedural, so like enemies will spawn and maybe 2 bullets will hit you at the same time. Yeah, that can't be. We can't say that there's just never 2 things that hit you at once. Yeah, that's a problem. Forgot about that. Yeah. Wow. That's a tough So I don't need to continue forward to see what problems there are. We're already in the midst of a problem. Wow. Well, in that case, for the animation player, if we set up a standard animation player and everything we want to run animation, we just duplicate it and await animation finish signal to free the copy. I'm intrigued by that. Let's try that. Let's try that. I like Minnie's idea, and I think that I would want to consider trying it. But it's starting to shift, especially with the queue idea. And I know the queue isn't a necessity, but I feel like I'd want to. If you choose to implement blinking instead, which many rightfully pointed out, fits well with the style. Yeah, I think it does fit well with the style. And it almost feels like it's missing. I think we should set up the animation player first, because I also wonder if we couldn't get a blinking effect with the animation player. Maybe not. I guess I have to ask myself, am I missing the blinking here? You know, now that I know that that could go. If my method works, you'll have less code than what you have now. Right. That's very attractive to me. And now I'm just kind of seduced by this idea of unifying the blinking. That would be really nice. But again, I almost think we could animate the blinking, potentially. You know, like there's still potential for that to work. And I could slow it down, right? So like right now, it like blinks a really long time and really slow. It could be like very sudden and quick. Like maybe part of the problem is how long the blinking lasts anyway. Okay. All right. Let's try my 2 cents method. And if it doesn't work, then go to the blinking. I'm very attracted to the blinking idea for the fact that it goes with the game. But I'm thinking we try my 2 cents. So, but here's the thing, my 2 cents. The thing is, my 2 cents with Mini's option is that's something I could potentially puzzle out on my own. I feel like with your suggestion, I am now very much in need of your guidance. Queues are not a data structure available in GDScript as far as I can tell. So you'd have to just do it with an array, but it'd still work. Oh, that's okay. So we'd have to kind of create our own queue. Make an animation player node. All right, let's try it. So I'm making the node. Where am I making the node? I guess I would make it... Can I make it a child of the HP body? Or would that be a mistake? Since that would be like a weird inheritance thing. Like maybe I could just put it here. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm ready to take instruction. And then I guess we'd want to create multiple animations. A child of HP body could work. Okay. Invalid get index body health on base node. Are you sure? Are you sure? Is that true? Or is that some like old thing? I think that's some old thing. Okay. Make 2 animations, one for getting hit and one for healing. Okay. Let's see what happens. New animation. Body hit or HP bar hit. And a new one, HP bar heal. So for hit, sorry, I had this cut off. They make 2 functions, one that adds 1 to the value of the bar, and one that deducts 1. So I'm going to comment all this out. Comment this out. All that's gone. 2 functions. Adds 1 to the value of the bar, and one that deducts 1. So function HP increase. Function HP decrease. That's okay, my 2 cents. No worries. I know what you meant. Cheetos asks if I heard that the original Mickey Mouse is public domain now. I did hear that. I did hear that. So I look forward to the weird freaking horror movies with Mickey. It's gonna be fascinating. And probably mostly bad. But who knows? And it has to be a very certain version of Mickey. It has to be the old-timey version of Mickey, right? Not the, like, new fancy version. As long as it's the old version. That'll certainly be interesting to see what people come up with. Right, they might even have to call it... I don't even know. Can they even use the name Mickey? You know? They might have to call it Steamboat Willie. In January 2024, the copyright on Steamboat Willie officially expired, and Mickey Mouse is now officially in the public domain. Wait, that's a contradiction. The copyright on Steamboat Willie expired, and Mickey Mouse is officially in the public domain? I think it has to be called... I don't think you can say Mickey. I think that's Willy, yeah, apparently. I mean, that'll still be cool. Like Steamboat Willie lore. Like, I'm down. Anyway, I'm still here, my 2 cents. So I've got the two different functions. While you type or whatever, unless I miss something, I will set up the animations. So for the animation for increase, 100 years it is a long. No, it's absurd. It's absurd, actually. Oh, add 1 to the value of the bar in the first function. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. So let me establish up here variable. Before I was doing this in the function, I'm actually gonna, and that'll still work. Variable HP bar equals sub viewport. So we'll say HP bar, that makes sense. Value, add 1. Change Jumbo Josh to Mickey. Oh gosh. You know, I'll think about it. And then subtract 1. Why not? Why not? It's Mickey who's invading Earth to devour creatures. Oh, I think I've set this up incorrectly. The default value is using $, which won't return nodes in the scene tree before ready is called. Use the onReady annotation to solve this. Okay, sorry. Now in the animation HP bar hit, add a track for call method. Mickey Hunger Run. Man, I wish my personality was the type that could lean into memeing. It would just be so disingenuous of me. But consider it considered. In the animation itself, for HP bar hit, that was a very helpful message from Godot. I know. Sometimes Godot will do that, and they'll be like, here's how you fix it. Sometimes they won't, but, you know, they can't always know what I'm trying to do. Yes, agreed. Agreed. I'd prefer even more, like, telling me why, but that's getting to be too long. Godot does seem a lot more user-friendly than Unity and even Unreal was. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I completely agree. 100%. It's much more unified than the other engines. It's not as, there's not as many disparate parts that don't go together, if that makes sense. That's my opinion. Godot is good, but kind of unknown. That's true. That's very true. But it's got to get known somehow, so someone's gotta push through and keep using it, right? I don't really know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. In the track, add a few frames to call the two functions we just added. I've done some keying, but I don't actually know how to call functions in an animation track. How do I do that? Call method track? Is that one of them? Oh, it is! Oh, look at that! Wow. I didn't expect that. Well, good catch. Add the call method track, the green one. Okay, gotcha. So we're just gonna add a track for call method. Pick a node to animate. Is that gonna be the HP bar? right? That's not asking for the animation player. It should already know that. Pick HP body. Oh, okay, will do. Because that's where we created the two function. Gotcha, that makes sense. All right, that makes sense, that makes sense. Heard. Okay. This is awesome. I love Godot. I love that you can even do this. I love that you can even do this. In the track, add a few frames to call the two functions we just added. Add a few frames. So just insert a key. What did I call these? Increase and decrease? How do I add a few frames? If I right click, I can insert keys, which sounds like it. But like, what is all this? They need to be exported somehow. Right, maybe. It should appear in that list. Oh, I spelled increase wrong. So number 1, I spelled increase wrong. So that would be a problem. I think it might already be there. Oh, that didn't help. Maybe we need to save. Oh, that's a good call. Let me reload the project. All right, let's try saving, see if that's enough. That was enough. There it is. Good call. Okay, cool. So there's that frame. HP increase. This is for bar. Well, this is actually for hit. Is that, am I on the right one? Do I want it to be, do I actually want to do decrease if we're on hit? Or do we want both of them? In the animation ever hit, add a trick for, so you said on hit. Add a track for call method. Add a few frames to call the two functions. So we want to call them both. So I'll add another one, decrease. So we can adjust these positions here. This is hit. So the number of decrease functions, call frames, should be 1 higher than the increase calls. What? I'm so confused. I will do it. I will do it. So I just duplicated this. It's got a weird line between them. I don't know if that's bad. This is fascinating. That this is even possible in Godot. So it calls to increase it, and then twice it's going to call to decrease it? Are you saying that are we doing blinking? Are we doing blinking? Is that what this is? And then, so we want it to be inverted. I think I see what you're saying. So I want to move this in between. I see, and the line was just saying that the same thing is happening. So this is a blink. It goes away, it comes back. It goes away. Gotcha. And so then I could duplicate that. Now that's a whole second. So I probably want to shorten this considerably. And so the blinking won't sync, but that's kind of okay. And then we just want to make sure the decrease is happening more often. Like that. I'm going to try to zoom it in. Oh, that didn't work well. Let me stretch that zoom out a little bit. There we go. In this project I worked on with UE4, when working with blueprints, we had to always do save, compile, save again. Yep. because sometimes compilation crashed the engine, so you had to save before that. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but I did do, and this was the same kind of thing I'm doing here. I did do a good handful of streams in Unreal Engine before stopping. And I stopped because I wanted to work on one project and not the millions of projects that I have to have going now. Or, sorry, not the millions of projects that I had to have going when I was doing multiple engines. And I wanted to just do one project, so I had to settle down on one engine. But actually, on the channel page, you can find the playlist section has my Unreal Engine streams. I did almost 30 of them before moving on to this project. And I think I hadn't learned that lesson yet. I was still remembering to compile in the first place. I was still at that phase before actually getting to the point where I was, you know, realizing I had to save first. That's rough. You had to save, compile, and then save. That's a lot to remember. Sometimes compilation crashing agency to save before that. And that's a great thing about Godot is there is no compiling. At least not that you have to initiate. You know, which is really cool. You know, you can run the game and then update it along the way. And you had to press save again so you didn't get reverted back to before the compilation. Oh my gosh, it's chaos. So we just all had to grind that habit into our bones. Save, compile, save. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. That is, oh. Yeah, compiling would crash the engine sometime. I think it only happened to me rarely. And so I didn't have the opportunity to grind it. But I'm glad you did. We should start and end with decrease, and that is for the blinking. Okay, gotcha. Understood. Understood. What's up, Frank? Welcome. Yes, we're working on the Alien game, health bar stuff, specifically. I don't even know what the game is doing right now, because we started setting up a different way to do this. I guess I could show you by commenting that out, and then commenting this back in, and it'll just be fine. It'll just be fine. So what I'm setting up, nope. Nope. Not fine. Is it because of the variable? I wonder why that didn't just... What did I mean, the only difference... Hold on, I'm only... I do like, if someone joins, I do like to take it as the opportunity to recap what we're doing. But sometimes I can get distracted if we're in the middle of something and I have to like go back. I don't remember how what we did is broken by that. That's why we did a commit. Well, I can't really show you right now, Frank. I wish I could. Not that you asked, but I wish I could. But basically what we're doing is we're adding a health bar that appears when you take damage and then disappears when you have health full. And we're trying to set up some different ways to make that health bar decrease in damage and it just work in an elegant way. And so my 2 cents and Minnie have both had some amazing suggestions about ways to do that. And I'm trying out a suggestion by my 2 cents specifically, and we're in the middle of it. We had a version of it working. We did have a version of it working, but in order to experiment with a new version, I had to lay to rest the working version, because the working version had some unintended aspects to it. So we wanted to try a way that actually will take into consideration the full functionality desired. So this is kind of what it ended up looking like So there's no health bar. You start taking damage, and it goes down by 1 health there. And then kind of the problem was if we, so there it goes down again, but if we hit 2 health right off the bat, it won't do the flashing, and so it won't do a delay. It's so hard to explain it all, but that's what it looks like. That's what it looked like before, but there were problems with it. Let's just say that. All right, let me go back to implementing this. Hopefully that was at least a little informative. Okay, comment that back out, comment that back in. Let's get back to it. So we're redoing the blinking. This is hit, so the number of decreases call frames. So I think we're at that point. I think we're good. So at the end, we'll end up with a value that's 1 higher than what we started. So we have that, right? So it'll decrease. It'll subtract 1, right? So we get hit. On this animation, HP bar hit, it's going to decrease it by 1, increase it by 1, decrease it by 1, increase it by 1, decrease it by 1. So it leaves it off without the additional 1 that it had. So we're good, right? You need to set the HP bar to visible. Well, that was supposed to become visible. That should be in the script, right? That visible becomes true. So I don't think that's it, because it's not supposed to be visible at first anyway. It's supposed to become visible when we take damage. So I feel like there's some other thing I don't even understand why. I don't know why it didn't work. I'm only asking to set it to visible to try the animation player. Oh, okay. Wait, really? Oh, shoot. You think it's already ready to work? What? Okay. Okay. Let's go. I'm here for it. Let me just fix all the things that I've broken. Okay, so that's it up, that's it up. Okay. I think we're good. Wow, let's try it. There it is. Okay, nothing happens. But wait, don't we need to tell it when to play the animation? We don't have anywhere for it to tell when the animation should play. Right, unless I can play it in here. We have to actually set that animation off if a certain event occurs, right? So if we connect the body health, update HP, we kind of need to run another function, right? Function update HP. So keep this. We do need to know if we got hit or are healing. Okay, so maybe I'll create a new signal then. I'll create a new signal. And we'll go back to the body part script, and we'll say that when damage is detected, damaged with more than 0 health, we'll say messenger. I don't know if we have anything like that already. Body is damaged, limb is damaged. You can compare the value you get in the parameter to the true health variable. Right, we could say if that, before assigning the true health, obviously. I almost understand a way to do that, but I kind of don't. So I'm just going to do this until I understand that. But I'm sure what you're saying is true. Where is body is damaged? Where does that even... Oh, is that not even being used? I don't even think that's being used. I think body is damaged is not. Let me search. Oh, that's for the flashing. Oh, that is being used. But it's being used for the flashing. So then we can just use that same, we can still use that same one. Great. Oh, because it's in the body, not the limb stuff. Great. And then so for the healing, we'd only really want that for if the body's being healed. Healed the body. Oh, and that's happening with body health. It's a little confusing there. So I guess I'd want to say messenger body is healed. And just emit that by itself. Come to the messenger. Signal body is healed. I actually set it up like this. Maybe. And then come back to this script and say in the ready function, messenger body is damaged, but we want that to be in the same. I guess that can be a separate function. Body is damaged, connect. And then the function we want to call is HP bar hit. Is that a bad? That might be a bad name because that's the same name as the animation. Function HP bar hit. And then we'd want to play that animation that we created. So we'd say animation player. Let me remind myself how that works. Forgive me for needing to check that. Dot play, and then in parentheses we put it in there. Got it. Animation player play HP bar hit. Like that. Connect another one. Messenger body is healed. Connect. It needs to be a string. Gotcha. Thank you. Understood. Right, because otherwise it's going to look at the variable or look for a variable or something, maybe. Or whatever, something else. Or the function, which is probably why I should name it something else. Gotcha. Okay. Connect it to HP bar. And then what's the other one that I called in the animation? Yeah, I'm naming it the same things. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, future me who wants a better name. Heal. HP bar heal. I guess here I could do the underscore just to differentiate it as a function. Then that could prevent accidental conflicts. function HP bar heal. And then we want to play heal. Okay. All right, so now it should, if I've done this correctly, which I may not have, but if I have, we should see, we do have a debugger. Invalid method call, HP decrease, HP bar hit, oops, invalid method call, HP decrease, HP bar hit at node, root main scene player, HP body animation player. Oh, wait, not O. This should be, I added an underscore to HP decrease by mistake. Ugh, I so did. I so did. Thank you. I would do that. That is a mistake I would make. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's flashing. Let's go. Nice. Look at it go. So that works so far. Right, and then we could, I'm not saying this is the way we go about it, but in theory, we could still have it. We could say, I mean, we need something else determining when it appears and when it disappears. But now it's flashing. Now what happens? I know we're not done yet, but I'm just curious just to see what happens. You do the same for the heal animation. Right. And if I do 2 at the same time, I know we're not done yet. But I'm just curious. So it counts it as 1 damage, and that's where we're at. Do the same for the heal animation. Right. So come to the heal. Animation player, animation. And then go to HP bar heal. Add a track. Call method on the HP bar. Insert a key. And then we want it to increase first. Okay. Wait, what? Did I do the wrong thing somewhere? Body HP bar. Oh, this, I see. Not the HP bar. We want to add the track call method on the sprite, the HP body, since that's where the script is. Insert a key. Increase first. After a couple frames. Insert a key. Decrease. Duplicate the increase. I don't remember exactly how I set it up over here. Okay, I see. Like this, like that. Okay, got it. Duplicate this one like that. And duplicate this one like that. Okay. So then we'll test the healing. So we do that, it goes down. We do that, it goes down. If I drag the cow up here and run into it, there it goes up. So far, so good. So far, so good. And there it goes full HP. Beautiful. Very nice. Now we need to set up a way to play the same animation in parallel. Whoa. All right. All right, let's do it. I believe we can do that if we duplicate the animation player by calling duplicate, then use the copy to play the animation. This is going to be very interesting. And since we don't want a memory leak, no. We should add await animation player copy, animation finished, animation player copy queue free. So it'll get rid of the copy when the animation's done. Fingers crossed it works because I've never tried it, but I don't see why it wouldn't. This is exciting. Okay, cool. All right. Duplicate the animation player by calling duplicate. So where do I do that? Do I do that? Yeah, I don't even know where we do that. How do I even declare animation player copy variable? Declare the animation copy variable and assign it to animation player duplicate. Declare it where? Within the two functions. So we want to say animation player copy is set to the animation player duplicate. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. And then for the memory memory leak, we add await. I mean, this is looking very simple in terms of the code itself. Await animation player copy, animation finished. Animation player, and then we get rid of it. Queue free. Fascinating. This is super interesting. Then use the copy to play the animation instead of the player itself. Use the copy to play the animation. So I would have to set that up after this, right? So I would do it like this. That's not right, is it? That is right. Let's go. I like when you describe something, but don't tell me exactly how to do it, and then I can feel like I knew how to do it. It's nice. Okay. Cool. So when it calls the function, it's duplicating the animation player. It's playing the duplicate, and then after the animation ends, it gets rid of the duplicate. And so that way, if they stack, it'll keep doing the one that it's set up to do. Okay. Now, we knew this was an experiment. We knew this was an experiment. It seems right now that the HP bar isn't updating. And I wonder if that's related to those multiple versions of the animation existing. But I don't know. It seems like it's something else. I feel like just maybe something needs to be adjusted, because it doesn't even look like the animation is playing in the first place. Something's not quite worth the duplicate. Is there any way we can troubleshoot it? I mean, I almost wonder if, I don't know, because, like, are they canceling each other out? Like, what if we tried it? No, because we're not even doing healing. We're not even trying healing here. So they wouldn't be playing simultaneously. You know, I've never even thought of the duplicate thing. I didn't even know. It seems like it would work. It's taking the animation player that already exists, creating a new version of it, and then we're playing that new version. Is there a way to print the available animations of the animation player? Whoa. That's a good question. Godot print animations, animation player. Check the remote tab. Hey, what's up, Psychonic Joe? Yeah, it's coming together. Thank you. Welcome. Good to see you, Joe. Good call. Let's look at the remote tab. I like that. Not, or in here. Player, alien, HP body, animation player. Or maybe you also mean somewhere else? Monitors. Stack trace. I'm not sure where that would even be. The remote tab is seeming pretty empty though. But that was a good thing to check. You know that one. See if the duplicates happen. Right, so maybe the duplicates aren't even... That would actually make the most sense. So would it appear over here? You're saying that over here on the left, we would actually see them showing up. Let me try to save it first, too. Restart it. Hit remote. Yeah, because they're not even showing up. You need to add it as a child. Oh, adding it as a child. Why is that always the thing? So hopefully, oh, the game keeps restarting, and so and so it starts over. Hopefully y'all see how that was solved. That's really cool. So we looked at the remote. This is only this. Oh, my internet's blocking it. This tab only appears when the game is playing, and it shows you all of the things that are being created in the node tree that are happening live while the game is running. And so if I look at where this exists in the alien, the animation player, evidently what we should see are duplicates. So there should be multiple animation players. If I hit, absolutely nothing even happens. Nothing even shows up in the first place. And so my 2 cents is deducing that we didn't add the duplicate as a child, which if you don't do that, then for sure nothing's gonna appear, right? The duplicate is like, in theory, set it up to be duplicated, but if you don't add it as a child, the duplicate won't actually show up. And so if we do that, let's see if it shows up. So I guess that would be after this, add child and player copy, easy peasy, and do another for heal. All right. It's so easy to forget. All right, it goes down. It goes down. This is good. Now, we're not looking at remote over here. This is local. So I'll try to pull that up, but it makes me click through them all, which is just not my favorite. Because I'm very curious to see duplicates being created. Oh, shoot! It got created! Look at that! All right, let me do some healing before I try the multiple hits. Wow, that's so cool to see that show up. Okay, cool. They were healing. All right, let's do some extra damage. So hit, hit. Ugh. That was a little unexpected. It seems like there is some interruption happening. Almost like there aren't multiple duplicates, but it's like replacing the duplicate. But maybe I just didn't. Maybe I need to make the flashing last longer so we can really tell more easily. And or hit quicker. So I'll hit those trees that are very close to each other, so we can really tell. Okay. So the trees that are super close to each other right there. All right, let's see. No, I think that worked. Let me, just to really appreciate that, I'm gonna extend the animation a bit further. So let's just duplicate these keys. I think it works. I'm just gonna duplicate these a few times. Or let's even double it. Let's double its length. So then I just have to copy it all once. Oh, okay, that didn't do what I thought it would do. We don't want to copy and paste. I want to select them and then press duplicate. There we go. Oh, but you don't want to select. Okay, hold on. Duplicate. No. Like this. Duplicate. There we go. Increase, decrease, increase, decrease, increase, decrease, increase, decrease, increase. Okay. Come to the hit. Same thing. Select all these, duplicate, and then extend the length. All right. And then I guess I'll just make it, we can tighten it. I can say 1 point, not that it should matter, but we'll just tighten it down to 1.8. 1.8. Hopefully this will be a little longer, so it'll be a little more obvious that it's doing the both. I think it works. Oh, wait. If I hit that, we'll die. Dude. Now, I think mini solution would have worked as well, but it definitely would have been infinitely more complex. And the only reason why I think this is preferable is because it understands the engine that it's in. So here's two at the same time. Beautiful. Beautiful. So the problem we were having was if you got multiple hits in succession, not interrupting things. Yay, indeed. My 2 cents. Like you understand the engine and what tricks can be used that you can only do in Godot, because Godot has these special features. And I didn't realize that, and many realized that, but I didn't realize that when I was trying to figure out which option to go with, because Mini's option made a lot of sense to me, you know, logical thinking wise. But since I had never tried this duplication thing in Godot, I just didn't know. It's the only engine I know, so I better know it well. Gotcha. I think you do. I think you do. And now I'm kind of curious, like, if we hit and we heal, like, all that's going to be kind of hard. No, it still just kind of makes sense. It's responsive. It's very responsive to what's happening in the game. Even if they're overlapping, it still just kind of makes sense. And even though the flashing isn't synchronized, you know, first of all, I could make the intervals similar, so that will help. And it still kind of fits together. It still kind of fits. It doesn't feel like the flashing needs to be synchronized. My brain kind of synchronizes it, honestly. Like, I can't even tell that it isn't synchronized, personally. I feel like I'd have to really be trying to notice that it isn't synchronized. And, you know, there's some funny flashing there, but I think it's okay. And then, you know, since it's an animation, you know, we can speed it up, slow it down, have it be more gradual or have some easing. Like, we kind of get some flexibility maybe in how that animation is played. But it feels much more live updating of the information, which is pretty cool. And then we could do a different, we can always do a different animation for the healing as well. I don't know what it would be, since the progress bar is kind of limited, right? It's not like like what if one progress bar is changing a color that the other isn't? You know? And depending on if it's one that's being added or subtracted, it'll appear that color or not. I mean, that may be overthinking it, but the nice thing about the animation is I think it opens up the possibility for more experimentation without, you know, upending all the code and stuff. So then the other thing to add in, besides those ideas that aren't per se necessary for a minimum viable product, is getting it to appear and disappear, right? That was kind of one of the main functionalities that I set out as a goal. So right now, it's just there all the time. So if it's not visible, and we want to say, show it when the health is below something different, I guess we just put that somewhere else entirely. I mean, we could even keep that same script that we had before, the current health. We would just redo it. So I would comment this back in the body health information signal. Create a function for it. Function update HP. Really, it wouldn't be update HP. It would be like show HP is really what it would be. So then we won't comment that out. We'll just make a new one and call, or we could say HP visibility. Probably makes more sense. Visibility, that's a lot of eyes. Okay. HP visibility, HP visibility. And then we could say, oh, and we also want to make sure we set up all of these. Current body health, max body health, and say maybe we want to keep the true stuff. It can't hurt to have that, right? Maybe it's redundant. I don't even know if I don't think, I'm going to try without it, and then if we need it, then I'll add it. Current body health, if current body health. Really, we can just do a lot of the same thing. Is not max body health. And the HP bar is not visible. Then we want to say make it visible. And we don't want to do any of the updating stuff. We don't want any of that in there. Since you're not using timers and await inside the function, I don't think you'll need it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. If the current body health is less than, we don't even care about that. We don't have to do that one. Now this, well, I don't know. I guess it won't, because it still might hide it too soon. If the current body health is set to the max body health, then hide it. I feel like that's, unless the animation will keep it visible. So there it appears, the flashing is there. Now if I heal, I think it's just going to disappear right away. So that solution made it so it doesn't matter if we await for the damage, but now for the healing, it just vanishes. So we kind of need the awaiting for that, at least. And we actually need 1.8 since that's how long the animation is. Which is a little bit of hard coding, so we might want to fetch the length of the animation somehow, potentially. So there it takes the time, and then it goes away. Now the difference is, I mean, maybe we could get, I don't really know what the edge case is here, honestly. I guess maybe while it's healing, if you take damage. So there it's healing, we take damage. It still hides it, even though the damage is low. So it would need, so we do need a true then. Now we'll have the same race condition we had earlier, so we do need the true health variable. Okay. Coding is cool. It's really, I'm so thankful to have folks like Minnie and my 2 cents here. And Psychonic Joe at different times, absolutely. I'm so lucky to have you guys here because it allows me to appreciate what's possible instead of just brute forcing solutions based on my guesses. And that's fine. I can learn things, tutorials. Sometimes I find just the right tutorial that happens to give me exactly what I need. Usually not. And I have to kind of piece it together, which is fine and kind of fun, but the frustration kind of gets in the way. But when there's like stronger coders around who can give these suggestions and these different ideas, it makes it so much more fun when it's tailored to exactly the problem I'm trying to solve. And I'm just so thankful for that. I just come away from it just appreciating the process so much. Thank you for giving me that and for giving this video that. So this can live as an opportunity for someone to learn in that same way and maybe appreciate that process. It's a really cool thing, and I just hope it feels meaningful for you because it seems meaningful to me. And I think anyone who is interested in following along with this journey in the future or in the present could also see that as meaningful. At least I think so. I'm waxing. I'm sorry. Okay, so I just feel emotion. So right, we're gonna put the true back in here. I think I'm keeping this commented code when basically I could just uncomment it and remove things, but it's okay. It's more fun to replace it. True current body health, and then we're gonna update this to true current body health. True current body health. And that's actually all we would need. I don't think we actually need any more. I feel like it's as simple as that, right? So there we go. Everything is working fine. What I'm gonna do... Oh, hi, buddy. Yeah, you just used the bathroom. I heard ya. Thanks for letting us know. We healed. Damage. Ooh, I think I missed something still. I think I still missed something. It's definitely meaningful to me as well. I'm also learning things, and I'm also giving back to the community because the community helped me when I was learning as well. Let's go! And so that's the thing. So Cheetos earlier was saying that, like, that's a downside of using Godot, is that there's not as much support out there. And that's true. Like, in terms of documentation or, like, people having experiences that are relevant and up to date, that is true, that there's a lack of that. But what Godot has is a vibrant, like community right now that's like enthusiastic about learning and helping each other. Like, in the absence of that contemporary information, there is a community that exists to support each other. And that's why I chose, that's like the 65% reason why I chose Godot to stream and to work on this game, because I wanted to be in that community. When I'm learning Unreal or Unity and I was streaming that, the support was different. It wasn't the same. I love to hear that. That's so cool. You are definitely paying it forward, and I hope I can continue to help the help that you give me help others. I'm continually looking for ways to do that. The littlest way that I've found so far, or the most tangible way I've found so far, is making shorts where advice that you guys gave, if it kind of works out, that it seems like, that's why I often repeat like what, like, okay, so you're saying that if we do this and we do that and we do that, so hopefully if I edit it later, it'll kind of make sense as a video. And maybe that'll go on to inspire somebody. I only have 2 so far, but I try to feature the advice that you guys give. So we'll see. We'll see. I love that spirit. I think that's the spirit of Godot right now. And I'm glad you said that. Happy New Year, Ananth! Happy New Year to you! Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping back in. Okay, so I did not fix the problem. I think I did... Back to work. Back to work. I think I didn't put it in enough places. If true current body health is equal to current body health. Oh. Oh, no, it is up here. Okay, so we're saying it up here. So it's a script-wide variable. We're setting it to 0. And then down here, I'm saying if we're making sure to establish current body health is true current body health. If true current body health is not max body health and the HP bar is not visible, make it visible. I need to test again right after the await line. Test right after the await line. Do I understand what you mean? If true current body health is set to the max body health, await, and then HP bar visible. What do you mean? Oh, you mean like check the true current... I see what you're saying. So we need to say if... That's fascinating. We're adding like double condition checking. That's trippy. So like this. So it checks it once, it awaits, and then it checks it again. That's trippy. And so now, if I have some damage, if I heal, and then get hit again, it stays up! Because it checks it again. Wow. Wow. I mean, this one, I don't even know how to twist this into a short. I'm sure there's some way to do it. But I'm going to need to edit more of them to learn how to explain this as a tangible, small tutorial tip. But I mean, this is, like, I would like to try to recap a little bit what we did and see if it can, because the animation player duplication is just amazing. It's a really amazing idea that is so Godot specific. And it's also very situational. But I could see that inspiring somebody potentially if they wanted to know if you could even do such a thing. We are at full health? We are. I mean, that works. Dang, if that doesn't work. And I like that it involves the blinking that that Minnie suggested anyway. So it still kind of has the influence of the suggestion that Minnie had, which makes me glad. Oh, I'm healing, but we don't have any damage. Because I can actually use the health bar. It's actually very helpful information. Wow. So then what this is missing is the timing out of the health bar. It doesn't have any of that. But that's okay. It'll all be so easy now. I'm happy to have played a part in your journey, as small as it is. I don't have a lot of Godot knowledge, so thankfully my 2 cents is here. Agreed? But like, you know what else you contributed? I mean, you contributed just so many things. So many things. So many things. I mean, you helped inspire discourse, you know, about the best way to solve the problem. And you also, on a more personal level, you gave me some, like, identification with a certain way of problem solving, and a sort of engine agnostic way of problem solving, just like logic in general, you know, and having used so many different engines, I appreciate thinking of logic that works across engines. So it's nice to just, like, even get to relish in that type of thinking. I appreciate that. The blinking idea was yours. Yep. 100%. 100%. So I gotta update the credits here. I feel like this has been plenty of work. Like, I can't keep going tonight. But this... I mean, I can come over to the hacking plan and check off. Body HP bar appears on hit, disappears at full health. It sure does. HP goes down on hit, up on heal. And so then the only thing that's left is the timeout and the hovering, which is, you know, a thing. But wow, I mean, this was not so simple. Unifying these 2 things was not so simple. It turns out. And even getting that to go down on hit, up on heal, depending on, like, certain conditions, like if it gets hit multiple times. Wow. All right, let me update those credits, because I like to do Godot Consultant if there's, like, little things that someone helps out with here and there, and it's, like, kind of hard to pin down, like, what did they do? But, you know, if there's, like, a really specific thing, sometimes we got Character Rigging Consultant. I feel like this is, like, this earns a very specific badge, and someday I'll have a much better system than this set up. I'd love to even gamify it somehow, like literal badges. I think that'd be awesome. But for now, so Mini, we didn't even get Mini added on here. So I guess for Mini, it would be CC for coding consultant. And then specifically HP bar, and the frames will drop. So if it looks like it's lagging, that's actually because whenever I add to this giant text box, the like broadcast software is like which is why I need to get, actually maybe I could do this in the hacking plan. The hacking plan is probably a better place to do this. I gotta add to the hacking plan, and I need to add credits to the hacking plan. You're honored just to be on the list, honestly. I'm glad, and I don't expect people to be honored, because sometimes people will be like, no, you don't need to put me on there. And it's like, look, I don't just do it for you, I do it for me. I do it for me so I can keep good, real track of who's contributed, and I'm not just saying, this is my game. It's like, nah, man, nah, this ain't my game. I couldn't have done it without y'all. But it is nice if I know that someone does appreciate being on there. So I'm glad to hear that. My 2 cents, Godot consultant, HP bar. I don't even know. Like, it's kind of, it's a little messy, but HP bar increase, decrease. I feel like being specific will be better, because then, you know, someday when I'm actually building out the credit screen for the game, you know, I can be like, oh yeah, right, okay, how can we synthesize that into something else, you know? But for now, and then so Psychonic, it's tough, because like Psychonic actually helped set up, where is Psychonic's way back there? Player damage, oh, player damage, okay, we do actually have that on there. Well, but that's different. So maybe I'll just say this. Let's just say HP bar. Let's just say HP bar. And then that will be its own thing. We won't say increase, decrease. We'll just say HP bar. And it'll just kind of all be included in there. That way it's not like specific who did what, but like everyone contributed to that HP bar. I think that makes the most sense. All right. And I would even want to update, while we're here, we have Marion Whittick with limb damage behavior. I'm going to say player limb damage and just leave it at that. We should start consolidating this a little bit, but I bet there's a good way to do this in Hack and Plan too. Player limb damage. Okay, nice. Let's go. All right, credits updated. And with that, I think we're done for the night. I think this was a great success. And my goodness, could I not have done it without you? Maybe. Maybe. It would have been a lot more work, and it would have been scrappier, and it wouldn't have been as elegant as this. And I would have spent a lot more time. It would have made a lot less progress. Or it would have been okay with a much less satisfying result. So this is really awesome. So then what I'm gonna work on tomorrow is setting up the timeout for the HP bar, and a way for you to hover over it so it can reappear. That'll be interesting. And if there's time, I'll get started on how we'll know the limbs are taking damage. Because right now, the whole idea of what I'm doing today and what I want to do in the near future is eliminating the need for these numbers to appear. Marion Whittick helped us put those numbers together, but I don't really like the way they look. And so for the body, that big 3, now it's a 2, that represents the body damage. And what I want for the limbs is that they get ever smaller, and then those numbers will be represented that way. That was an idea Stormrun Gaming had. And so, because the body's the most important damage. If we lose all the health on the body, then we die. So that would be another thing too, is to have it not end the game immediately, right? Now that we actually have a health bar, something that we want to happen before the game ends, I think I would want to set that up so we can see the animation of that going away, and then it dies down. So, and I even think right now we have this create timer timeout, right? I hard-coded that time in there. So I kind of don't want that to be hard-coded. I'd like it to grab the time from the animation player. No idea how to do that. That's a whole thing. Why don't we comment that? We don't have to do for real in here, but I'll add it in there anyway. To do a wait timer length set or fetches from animation player. And then what I love is to be able to set that as well. So we could actually do that. We could actually do that. If I come to the body part script, I guess you know what'd be easier instead of fetching it? No, if there was a way to set the length of the animation player through a variable, we could have a variable that we update, and that's where it's not getting hard-coded. A magic number, so to speak. But for now, let's just not do that. Honestly, that should be its own section on the hacking plan, is magic numbers. And when do we update them? That would be a good thing. Reload scene. So here, I could say that if current health, we could create a timer. Now that I almost know how to do it, I don't yet. I'm still learning. But I know who does. My 2 cents knows. And I'll just copy and paste that right there. Onto the body part. And so then at the very least, before we die, when we hit 0 health, we can see that last bit of health. Okay, that doesn't quite work. That does not quite work. It actually doesn't even subtract down to 0 for some reason. That definitely does not work. Okay, that's a problem for another day. That's the problem for another day. I see that now. Oh, because there's another place where it's happening. Because that's the body. I gotta say, I'm a little confused. Okay. You know what? Maybe I won't try to wedge in some new logic at the last second. That's if you fall to your death. Yeah, you know what? That goes on the hacking plan. That right there is why we have the hacking plan. That's what it's for. Let me just make sure it functions like it's supposed to function and it kills us. Okay, good. So we'll figure that out another time. And that's kind of its own thing. So I'm going to add a task that says, maybe like, not unify, but standardize on death / game restart events. So when falling, well, for example, anytime, what happens on death / restart. And in specific instances, e.g., HP equals 0, show the last hit point disappearing before death / restart stuff. Have a script and or node that executes similar logic every time death is initiated. So something like that. So there we go. Now we've got that as a task that exists to ever do. And then let me get a sub, well, because then the other thing that I wanted to take down as a note was to not hard code the animation player thing. I think that's fine in the to-do for now. All right, that's probably a good enough place to put it. Await timer length fetches from animation player. So we could consider trying to standardize that somehow. I don't know. I think this is a good enough. Maybe I'll add it to, you know, why don't I add it as a subtask of the HP bar? I think that makes the most sense. So as far as adding the health bar to the body/head, it's technically still in progress, right? We can't move this over to completed yet. This is still in progress, but that's okay. Let's add another subtask for cleanup, specifically animation length or HP increase, decrease animation length. Somehow unmagic numbered, e.g. with regard to awaiting, etc. Very obnoxious subtask, but I'll know what it means. All right, so now it exists somewhere. I don't have to worry about, will I ever know to fix this? Yes, I will. Very good. We're done here. Okay, I'm done for real now. Much love, many thanks to my 2 cents and Minnie for giving so much awesome help today. I really appreciate it. Who else do I want to thank? Oh yeah, of course, the patrons! Thank you, patrons, for supporting this channel. You can join Patreon for free by heading over to patreon.com/hypergamedev. If you join for free, you will get a newsletter in your email inbox every Friday that comes with a live stream. Just come to patreon.com/hypergamedev, hit join for free, sign up with your email, and it'll be a whole secret live stream you only get if you sign up there. So make sure you do that if you're interested in more content that you can get. It's totally free. You don't have to pay anything. You don't have to join that list over there. Speaking of lists, there's another list. This is for the YouTube members. Thank you, YouTube members, for being a part of this. If you head over to the channel page, you can find your way over to the join button. Yeah, indeed. And if you do join, whether you join as a patron or a YouTube member, you'll get access to an entire super long live stream and even another extra live stream that I do only for members on Mondays, and you'll get other things like emojis and stuff like that. Thank you again, everybody, for coming through and supporting this project. It means so much to me. I'm so appreciative, and I'm so lucky, and I'm gonna be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time to continue this work. I will see you then. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining me. That means so much. You can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last devlog, live devlog episode in this series, or you can tap or click in the bottom right to see the next episode in this live devlog series. I'll see you there, and thank you for joining. Remember to subscribe. Goodbye.